Hey everyone. Welcome back for another video. Honestly, these last couple weeks have been extremely hectic for me personally, especially with exams and all. I have just finished my first of 4 that I will have up until the new year. My YouTube uploads are a little sporadic due to this. I'm gonna try to schedule myself better and hopefully I won't have this issue soon enough. Anyways, about the story, this one has been heavily requested in the comments and I had promised to do it a while ago. This story is called The Cost of Living. Summary: from young, Naruto is mentored by Kakuzu to become a powerful ninja and bounty hunter. He follows him and discovers that his new life requires a payment in blood to live successfully. Jiongu Naruto. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 1, Realizations. Out, get out, you damn demon. Uzumaki Naruto ran out the door of the shop, skidding around a corner and barreling into a nearby trash can in his hasty escape. The 5-year-old rubbed his temples to clear the pounding in his head and slowly sat up, looking over his shoulder to see if the shop's proprietor had given chase. When the young boy saw he hadn't, he heaved a sigh of relief and plodded down the alley he found himself in. Lost in thought, he emerged into the daylight of another of Konoha's main shopping streets and wandered down it in the direction of the orphanage. His stomach let out a growl of protest as he passed a fruit vendor and he subconsciously moved closer, hoping for something, anything, to abate the gnawing hunger. The vendor noticed his approach and shot him a dark glare that scared Naruto off, and he rejoined his original path, a hungry orphan. His lack of family was perhaps one of the greatest puzzles of Naruto's young life. When he'd gotten old enough to understand the solitude, he'd asked the third Hokage about his parents, but had received no real response, and so had gone to the library and attempted to research his lineage. Of course, he had limited reading skills and the librarian had thrown him out with the warning to never come back again when she'd discovered him, so he hadn't gotten too far, but it seemed as though there were no records of any Uzumaki except for him in the few books he'd scrounged up. As if that wasn't strange enough, Naruto possessed unruly, spiky blonde hair, as bright and vibrantly colored as the sun, and crystal blue eyes, both extremely rare traits among the citizens of the Hidden Leaf. Some members of the Yamanaka clan possessed traits close to his, but their hair and eyes were much lighter in color than his, and they seemed close-knit enough as a family to not just abandon one of their own, if he was some distant relative. Naruto arrived at the orphanage and snuck in through the same window he'd escaped from, keeping an eye out for any of the matrons. He made it to his room, small and isolated from the other children, and sat on his futon in silence, the scar of being chased out of yet another store still fresh and aching. Reaching for the last of some nuts he kept hidden for emergency purposes, he settled himself back and ruminated on the day's events. That incident was not the first in which he had been chased out of a shop, or even been called a demon for that matter. The majority of the villagers, and even a fair amount of the shinobi, seemed to either outright hate him or, at the very least, act completely indifferent to his existence. This was the second strangest puzzle in the blonde's life. What had he done to deserve such hatred aimed at him? He was only 5 years old, and aside from attempting to nick an apple here or there to prevent himself from going hungry, as the orphanage matrons seemed to be as spiteful towards him as the rest of the populace, he couldn't think of a single thing that would warrant such animosity towards him. Unless... Naruto paused with a handful of nuts partway to his mouth, working through a new thought. What if something his family or clan had done was so bad, so despicably vile, that the villagers were taking their anger and grief out on him? It explained why everyone seemed to hate him, as well as why there was no mention of any Uzumaki in any records he could find. If whatever had happened was that bad, then it probably would have been stricken from the records. It all fit. The 5-year-old scowled at nothing in particular. It was such a stupid reason to hate him and make his life lonely. He couldn't be blamed for whatever his ancestors had done, he was just a child, and yet, it seemed as though the villagers were taking their grief or anger or, whatever, out on him, if the years of exile and mistreatment were any indication. Naruto stood up abruptly, an idea taking root in his mind. Fine, he decided aloud, I get that I'm not wanted. I'm outta here, everyone here can suck it. Silence greeted this proclamation, but Naruto nodded in assurance of his decision. 15 minutes later found Naruto beginning a trudge along a well-hidden path that led through the forest surrounding Konoha. He had gathered what meager belongings he had, including a small amount of money, and packed them in a shabby-looking backpack that appeared too big for his small frame. He glanced back at his old home one more time. Bye, Konoha. Better hope you never see me again, cause if you do, I'm gonna get you back for what you did to me and my family. With that declaration hanging ominously in the still air, Naruto turned around and didn't look back. LLL. Kakuzu jumped from branch to branch, growling at the protection the dense foliage the trees of the Land of Fire provided his latest bounty. He was frustrated that he hadn't caught the little shit yet. Then a kunai with an exploding tag shot at him and promptly exploded. He emerged from the smoke cloud with noticeably darker skin, a sign that he'd activated his Earth Release, Earth Spear technique, and his clothes smoking and somewhat frayed, but otherwise unharmed. Scratch that, he was pissed. The fucker was so dead. It wasn't like the guy he was chasing was even strong, just clever. He was a rogue Chunin from Iwagakure, but had Jonin-level abilities in hiding, stealth, and traps. So basically, he was a coward. But he was a damn smart coward if he could keep ahead of Kakuzu, a keen analyst in his own right, for the number of hours the chase had lasted thus far. That was pretty much the only reason Kakuzu was following him, and because the little shit had tried to steal from him. That was just unacceptable. Kakuzu pushed a bit more chakra to his feet and managed to catch sight of his target. Adrenaline shot through his system as the excitement of the capture built, fueled on by the sight of the renegade in front of him. Fortunately, he had a much larger chakra capacity than the Chunin, and as the chase had been going on for a decent amount of time, the other man's stamina was running low. It was time to act. Kakuzu performed 3 hand seals and summoned chakra to his mouth. Kaden, Zukoku. A condensed fireball shot from his mouth and impacted on a tree branch just behind the Iwa Nin. The ensuing explosion felled several trees and sent his target flying. Behind his mask, Kakuzu grinned. LLL. Naruto didn't know how long he had been walking. The forest surrounding the Hidden Leaf village seemed virtually endless, and he was willing to wager that he had been wandering around for several hours at least. Then he heard the explosions. His ears perked at the loud noises, and he stopped moving and looked around. His eyes narrowed and he took off running northwest from his current position. Curiosity was a strange thing, Naruto supposed as he ran. Any normal person probably would have run in the opposite direction of whatever made such a huge ruckus. But as a young child, and what was more, a young boy, anything that went boom or involved fire was automatically classified as cool. He didn't give consideration to the fact that it might be an enemy, or an assassin, or anything. He just had to know who or what was causing the huge explosion. 10 minutes later, he stopped at the edge of a clearing, mouth agape in a mixture of awe and horror. Several trees lay on the ground, smoldering and charred black. Huge chunks of bark were missing from standing and toppled forestry alike, branches broken and splintered, some hanging precariously from their perches. Leaves were scattered about the clearing, most of them burnt to a crisp. Naruto stared at the destruction, eyes wide in amazement at who or what could cause such damage to the area. That should be a sufficient lesson on the merits of stealing from your betters. Naruto's head swiveled so fast he thought he heard his neck crack. Standing in front of one of the less damaged trees was a giant of a man, boasting a 6-foot frame to match his deep, guttural voice. A long black cloak hung around his body, falling to the knees of the deep green pants that were frayed at the cuffs, a pair of standard black ninja sandals on his feet. Some sort of tan cloth was covering his head and hair, disappearing into the recesses of his cloak, and a triangular piece of black fabric was sticking up in the front, tied in the back by a strip of cloth. In front of him, the Iwa Nin had been unfortunate enough to get caught in the blast radius of Kakuzu's searing migraine technique. The explosion had sent him careening bodily into a thick tree trunk, which had splintered from the impact and broken the man's right arm and leg. As he sat on the ground, dazed and confused with blood dribbling from his nose and mouth, Kakuzu had appeared and proceeded to slowly approach him, a maniacal grin hidden by the black cloth covering his mouth and nose. The next 10 minutes had been particularly appeasing to Kakuzu's sadistic nature before the bounty hunter decided to end it. Naruto gasped as the tall man's hand seemed to emerge from the other ninja's chest, a large mass of black, something, attached to the hand, which disappeared into the sleeve of his cloak. The blonde thought he saw the giant's head twitch slightly in his direction, and so he quickly ducked behind a tree trunk to hide his presence. Taking several deep breaths, he heaved a silent sigh of relief when nothing immediately happened to him. He peeked around the edge of the tree, but only the dead body of the other ninja was there. Wah? Where'd he go? Humph. I thought I sensed someone arriving. Just some damn brat, though. Naruto saw red, he had had enough of being looked down upon. Oi! Who are you callin' a brat? He shouted as he turned around and threw a punch that would merely hit the tall man's leg. In retrospect, Naruto would look back on that moment and realize that it was simply stupid to attack this man. He was clearly a ninja, and a powerful one at that, and Naruto had yet to even start attending the ninja academy back in Konoha. And even disregarding that, there was the fact that this man had already killed someone else, a fully grown man, and Naruto was only half his size, if that. So it wasn't altogether surprising that the ninja managed to simply sidestep his basic attack, but then his foot met Naruto's stomach and the boy slammed into a tree 50 feet away, blood spurting from his mouth. Normally, I would hardly bother wasting my time with a brat like you, mocked the ninja, taking slow steps forward and stopping a good 30 feet from Naruto's position on the ground. But I have had a particularly trying day, and that last kill, while satisfying, was not nearly as fulfilling as I thought it would be. My name is Kakuzu, brat. Remember it, so you can tell the devil that it was I who sent you to hell. Naruto could only stare in horror and fright as the man, Kakuzu, performed a series of hand seals and brought his right hand to his mouth, forming a ring with the thumb and index finger. Katen, Gokakyu no Jutsu. A giant ball of fire raced towards him and engulfed him, and then he thought no more. LLL. Kakuzu watched as his technique swallowed the young boy and waited until the fire died out, leaving the boy's body scorched and smoking. I suppose I should try for something a bit more challenging next time. The bounty hunter turned around and walked towards the body of the Iwa Nin, looting the corpse for anything of value. He found a small bag of money, not even worth the time to kill him, some exploding tags, worthless, as well as a couple of kunai, some shuriken, and a spool of wire, substandard quality, all of which he dropped on the ground. The only other thing of interest Kakuzu found was an empty sealing scroll which he promptly used to seal the body of the missing nin in. While he normally preferred to carry the bodies of his bounties for personal satisfaction, the Iwa Nin was unlikely to be worth much, and he'd already wasted enough time chasing him down, he wouldn't waste more dragging the corpse around on his back. He was about to leave when a wave of chakra, fouler than anything he'd sensed before, washed over the area, stopping him in his tracks. He turned back and watched as a strange, malicious, red chakra covered the blonde boy in a vulpine-like shroud. His eyes narrowed slightly as the chakra boiled and hissed over the boy's wounds, slowly healing them and making the burns caused by his attack to disappear. How interesting, Kakuzu muttered. He grabbed one of the Iwa Nin's kunai and approached the blonde, who had started to moan and stir. When he was standing in front of the boy, he used the black threads in his body to detach his right hand and slide the kunai down the length of the blonde's arm, watching up close in morbid fascination as the red chakra hissed over the wound and healed it, not even leaving a scar. LLL. Naruto wasn't entirely sure what was happening. He remembered being hit by Kakuzu's attack, and then, pain. Lots of pain. He moaned as his body spasmed briefly, a prickly feeling like ants on skin running through his veins. It took a minute for the feeling to fade, and then he heard footsteps approaching. Please don't be Kakuzu, please don't be Kakuzu. He stayed perfectly still, trying to play possum and praying that Kakuzu would think he was dead. Then there was a stinging feeling as a sharp object, a kunai, Naruto guessed, was dragged down his arm. He hissed slightly at the pain, but otherwise tried to remain as silent as possible. He heard nothing for a moment, and almost heaved a sigh of relief. Boy! Naruto flinched, recognizing the deep voice as Kakuzu's. He continued trying to fake death, even though he knew it was pointless. I know you are alive, boy. Open your eyes and look at me, or I will make sure you die for real this time. Deciding that it was better to obey than face the consequences, Naruto gave in and opened his blue eyes. Kakuzu was standing above him, an imposing, towering figure. A black cloth concealed most of his facial features with the exception of his strange eyes, pupilless green orbs set in red sclera, and the weird black triangle thing the blonde had noticed earlier was attached to a hideate that held the crude symbol of a waterfall with a slashed line through it, a sign that Kakuzu was a missing nin from Takigakure, the village hidden in waterfalls, not that Naruto could identify that. Hard green eyes stared down at Naruto, and the blonde had the strangest feeling that those eyes were penetrating his very being. Where are you from, boy? Around. Naruto hedged, hoping that Kakuzu didn't kill him. He'd rather not tell this stranger he was from Konoha, though he couldn't explain why. Apparently, Kakuzu didn't care enough to pursue that avenue. Do you have a Kekkei Genkai? A what? Kakuzu sighed and fought down the urge to kill the brat. A Kekkei Genkai, he repeated, a special trait that runs through your family and is unique to it. Naruto blinked. Oh. I dunno. I'm an orphan, I don't know my family. Interesting, the other man mused. Kakuzu was silent for several moments, during which Naruto found the courage to speak up. Why? Naruto watched as Kakuzu seemed to debate with himself momentarily, or so it appeared, with most Kakuzu's face covered, it was hard to tell. Finally, he said, "You seem to have some sort of healing ability that allows you to recover from injuries which should be fatal. Such an attack would have killed ninja several times your age and possessed of talents far beyond what you have, which seems to be next to nothing, and yet you somehow survived it at point-blank range. Further, you do not have even a scratch to show that you were attacked in the first place. It is an anomaly." Naruto remained silent as he absorbed this information. So, he had some special ability that allowed him to heal from anything? That was pretty cool. Boy! Naruto focused his attention back on Kakuzu, who was still standing ramrod straight in front of him, body language stoic. "In all my years, I have never extended such an offer before, but your ability to heal and withstand my attack is an intriguing one. Should you choose, you can come with me, and I will teach you how to properly harness this power." The blonde boy stared at Kakuzu. Here was a stranger, who had tried to kill him no less, offering him companionship and guidance, two of the very things he had always desired and been denied back in Konoha. And maybe Kakuzu would be able to help him uncover his family history and answer the questions he couldn't get answers for in the Hidden Leaf. "Hurry up and make a decision, brat. I am not a patient person by any stretch of the imagination. Time is money, and I do not waste money. If you cannot decide, I can always garner a greater understanding of your ability by other methods." Naruto gulped at the unvoiced threat and bobbed his head quickly in agreement. Kakuzu was terrifying, but the blonde felt he was better off playing along with the man rather than opposing him. "Okay, I'll go with you." Kakuzu smirked beneath his mask. A wise decision. Now. He trailed off. Naruto watched as Kakuzu seemed to stiffen, a statue in the destroyed clearing. Just when he was about to say something, Kakuzu moved. "You are under my care now, brat, so you will do as I say, understood?" When Naruto nodded hastily, Kakuzu continued, "Hide behind these trees and do not move, no matter what you may see or hear. Stay there until I tell you otherwise. This should not take long." The bounty hunter watched as the blonde did as he was told before jumping into the trees and moving quickly to the southeast. Within a minute, Kakuzu was stopped by the approach of 3 chakra signatures. 3 ninja, all wearing the masks and attire of Konoha Onbu, stood on tree limbs in front of him as he jumped to the ground, searching for better leverage. The former Taki Nin didn't know if they were there because of the explosions from his searing migraine attack or for the blonde boy who he suspected was from Konoha, but it was better to be prepared for either scenario. "Stop," began the leader, "what is your business within the land of fire?" "That is none of your concern," Kakuzu replied. "Now move along." The 3 Onbu bristled. "You have no authority here," warned the leader. "Answer the question." "I do not answer to you." "Prepare to, NGH." Wincing, Kakuzu managed to glance down at the 2 feet of steel protruding from his chest before he fell prostrate upon the forest floor, the katana sliding cleanly from his body. An Onbu in a tiger mask stood behind him, the sword covered in a fiery aura, a sign that fire chakra was being channeled into it. The leader nodded. "Good work. Now fan out and find the child. I suspect he's nearby." "Not so fast." All 4 Onbu blanched as Kakuzu's corpse began to rise from the ground. It released a throaty sound which they assumed passed for a chuckle before saying, "It has been some time since someone has taken my life. You seem to have a fire affinity, though. I can replace my destroyed heart with yours." "Defensive maneuvers," barked the Onbu leader. "We don't know what he's capable of, but if he can survive a killing strike, we need to be cautious." "A smart move," Kakuzu commented as the other 3 ninja split up, "but not good enough." Then he disappeared and reappeared behind the leader in a body flicker, plowing a fist hardened by the earth spear technique through the leaf nin's chest. Blood gushed from the wound in the dead ninja's mouth before Kakuzu allowed the body to drop to the forest floor. He observed idly, "It will take far too long to hunt down each of these remaining rats. I better get serious." Kakuzu threw off his cloak, revealing a torso and arms riddled with sutures that stretched over his shoulders and down his back. Said back sported 4 animal masks stolen from Onbu he'd killed in the past, one of which was broken. Then the Taki Nin's muscles bulged, and the masks popped off his back, black thread stitching closed the open wounds. 3 of the masks took on monstrous, animalistic forms, using the black tendrils that thrived in Kakuzu's body as a basis for their own form. The 4th mask collapsed to the ground in a puddle of black goo. The 3 masks took off in one direction, while Kakuzu headed in the opposite one. 10 minutes later, Kakuzu had cornered the Onbu with the fire chakra and had handily beaten him with water elemental attacks. The other three masks suddenly appeared and buried themselves seamlessly into Kakuzu's back, taking their rightful places as stationary objects once again. Kakuzu turned back to his prey. Your teammates are dead, and you are about to join them. Do you have any last words? What, are you? I am a bounty hunter long thought dead. My name is Kakuzu, remember it, for it will be the last name you ever hear. Now die. With that, black tendrils slithered out from the stitch in Kakuzu's forearm and dug into the leaf shinobi's chest. The Onbu agent gagged as his heart was forcefully pulled from its cavity, pulsating within the mass of threads that held it. Kakuzu waited until the organ had been assimilated into his body before taking off the Onbu's mask, revealing glassy, blood-red eyes with 3 tomoe in each one. An Uchiha, no wonder he seemed so skilled, and it also explains the high Katen affinity. Pity, he might have fetched a high price one day. Kakuzu let the black threads maneuver the mask to his back where it was sewn on to cover his newly captured heart. I am full once again. Now back to the brat. Naruto waited for what felt like forever, though it had actually only about 15 minutes. When he heard Kakuzu calling, "Come out now, brat," he appeared from his hiding spot, taking in the slight puncture in Kakuzu's cloak. "Are you okay?" he asked, unsure if his concern was warranted. "A minor wound, you will discover in time. Come, you have much to learn." The bounty hunter gestured for Naruto to climb onto his back, and the blonde did so silently. "So, brat, what is your name?" Naruto twitched, he didn't like being called a brat. "Uzumaki Naruto." "Humph, very well, Naruto. First of all, do not get used to this. This is simply the most prudent method to escape the premises, as you do not have the training to do so. That shall be rectified very soon. Second, you will call me Kakuzu and nothing else, or I will kill you for your impudence. Honorifics are old-fashioned and meant to garner respect by those of higher standing within the hidden villages, to which we do not belong. Should you choose to test me, I will have to come up with a more inventive way of instilling respect in you. Lastly, your training begins now." Kakuzu jumped to the nearest tree branch, taking to the canopy to better hide his trail. Then began the lecture. "The most important rule you will ever learn is this: money is everything. The world revolves around money, even hell runs on money." Naruto listened to everything with rapt attention, taking in as much as he could. It was the beginning of a new life. Chapter 2, Teachers. Naruto concluded rather quickly that Kakuzu liked money. "Brat, did you hear what I just told you?" Naruto sighed from his position on Kakuzu's back. "Yeah. Then what did I say?" "You were sayin' how any ninja that's worth more than 15 million ryo is a good bounty and worth huntin'." "Good. Maybe like was an understatement." Kakuzu was obsessed with money. That wasn't to say the bounty hunter wasn't upholding his part of the agreement. Throughout the entire journey, which was sped up, thanks to the tall shinobi's efforts, Kakuzu had continued to lecture and tutor Naruto on the basics of the ninja world, including countries, hidden villages, kijis, the rulers of the larger hidden villages, and anything else of importance he could think of. Suddenly, Kakuzu came to abrupt halt, throwing Naruto violently against his back with a sudden change in momentum. Kakuzu, why are we stoppin'?" The older ninja's head turned slightly in indication of the question. "We are on the outskirts of a small town within the Land of Fire, close to the border of the Land of Grass. I believe we are far enough away from any major village that we are safe from scrutiny, and so this town will be our temporary base of operations while you gain the skills necessary to become competent." Naruto nodded in understanding. "So where are we?" "If memory serves, the town is called Oninji. It is relatively unknown, and therefore quite self-sufficient. I am sure we will find everything we need here." He paused and then growled, "Now get off," and Naruto immediately relaxed his grip, sliding off the giant's back. The two walked side by side until they reached the small village, entering it silently and veering to the right as Kakuzu spied an empty field of short grass nearby. He walked to the center of it and turned around, gesturing for Naruto to stand about 10 feet away from him. The blonde shifted restlessly from foot to foot as Kakuzu stared at him, silently weighing his options. At length, the bounty hunter spoke, his tone low and commanding. "I am going to begin teaching you how to be a shinobi. Since you apparently have no training, it seems I will have to explain everything to you from the beginning, despite how irritating that is. Watch and listen. In order to effectively become a shinobi, you must learn how to access and utilize chakra." When Naruto opened his mouth to speak, Kakuzu shot him a glare that silenced him instantly. "I will get there, brat. Chakra is a combination of energy from your body's cells and the mental and spiritual energy gained from physical exertion. You will first need to practice accessing your chakra in order to use it for jutsu. I will teach you that shortly. Now, Ninja techniques can be broken down into three categories: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Ninjutsu is the broadest category, incorporating the hundreds or even thousands of special techniques that ninja use in battle. You have experienced ninjutsu firsthand already. Naruto shuddered at the memory of the searing heat from Kakuzu's fireball, but otherwise remained silent and still. Taijutsu encompasses the realm of physical attacks. Genjutsu involves the use of illusions to confuse and disorient the enemy. Do you understand so far? Naruto nodded slowly. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, ninja techniques, physical attacks, illusions. Got it. Kakuzu's green eyes narrowed, focusing intently upon the young boy. You are very fortunate that you met me, brat. I have one of the most extensive arsenals of ninjutsu you will ever come across in your lifetime. The basics of ninjutsu are as such. There are 5 main categories: katen, suten, futon, raiten, and doten: fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth elements. Each one is strong and weak against another. Water beats fire, fire beats wind, wind beats lightning, lightning beats earth, and earth beats water. Additionally, every ninja has a specific chakra alignment that places emphasis on which element he or she is strongest in and therefore more adept at learning and using efficiently. Now I will show you how to channel chakra, simply to make you aware of it. Put your hands in this position, continued Kakuzu as he performed the motion, positioning his left index and middle fingers upright and curling his right hand under the left, leaving the right index finger standing. This is the Ram seal, one of 12 different hand signs used to activate jutsu. The Ram also helps to increase concentration and allows for easier access to your chakra. Kakuzu waited as Naruto fumbled with the hand seal, clumsily putting his hands together in a decent replica of his own positioning. Now, focus within and try to bring your chakra to the surface. Naruto closed his eyes and tried to feel for something, anything, within himself. After about a minute, he opened his eyes to see his teacher watching him intently. Considering that you have had no formal training in controlling or even using your chakra, I cannot say I am surprised at this attempt, Kakuzu mused. Keep trying, I will return. The bounty hunter then left, walking towards the main thoroughfare of Onenji. He glanced around at the shops as he went, noting with his keen memory where all the places of interest, few as they were for future use. Stopping suddenly in front of a store, Kakuzu gazed at the sign with curiosity before pushing open the doors and heading inside. The proprietor, an average-sized man in his mid-30s, looked up from the counter, instinctively taking a slight step backwards at Kakuzu's imposing presence. How can I help you today? He stammered. Do you sell shinobi supplies? Some. Anything in particular? Kakuzu merely smirked behind his mask. 10 minutes later, he exited the shop, a handful of supplies for his new charge buried within the folds of his cloak. He snorted to himself. One brat with interesting abilities and I find myself pandering to his needs and spoiling the little shit. How far the mighty have fallen. The bounty hunter wandered down the road again, taking a branch that led to one of the outlying farms when it appeared. A simple house appeared shortly thereafter, and he approached the dwelling, rapping sharply on the door. He heard shuffling from inside and waited momentarily for the door to swing open, revealing a tall man, though not Kakuzu's height, with short-cropped brown hair and intelligent green eyes. Yes? He asked, looking Kakuzu up and down. Your name is Ryo, correct? Ryo blinked, caught off guard. That's correct. I don't believe we've met before, how do you know me? And who might you be? That is not your concern, Kakuzu stated dismissively. You teach some of the local children, if what I have been told is accurate. Even if that was true, I don't associate myself with people whom I've just met or don't trust. You seem to fall into both categories. Good day to you. He stepped back and began to close the door, but Kakuzu's hand shot out and grabbed the man's collar before it could shut, yanking Ryo up to his face. Listen here, Ryo, Kakuzu sneered, I do not have a lot of patience, so I will explain this to you in the simplest terms possible. I have taken an intriguing student under my wing to teach the ninja arts too. However, he is quite young and will require tutelage in the more mundane aspects of learning as well. Therefore, it will be your job to teach him what he needs to know with regards to reading, writing, arithmetic, and whatever else you can think of, while I handle the rest of his training. In return, Kakuzu paused and pretended to think, allowing the ominous silence to build tension. In return, I will guarantee the lives of you and your pathetic family, as well as everyone else in this village. I am reasonably sure this place would not be sorely missed if it mysteriously vanished from what few maps it does happen to be on. So, do we have an accord? It was a slight gamble to threaten the teacher, since he could easily request aid from the Hidden Leaf, but Kakuzu was confident that he could dispatch anyone who did come if such a scenario came to pass. Plus, fear was a powerful motivator, and the fact that he wasn't requesting anything more complex than taking on another pupil would hopefully detract from the instinct to call for help. Ryo stared at the ninja, his feet barely touching the ground, quaking as Kakuzu delivered his proposition. He gulped. Kakuzu noted the gesture, taking great satisfaction in it. When do I start? He asked meekly. Excellent, I appreciate initiative. Come by tomorrow at noon, to the field at the entrance of the town. If you are not on time, then I will be forced to hunt you down, and I guarantee that you will not enjoy that. Good day, he finished, echoing Ryo's earlier dismissal with a healthy amount of derision. Kakuzu spent the next several hours wandering around the town, mapping out Onenji's landscape. He hadn't survived as a ninja for over 80 years by slacking off and making stupid mistakes. The only reason he had felt secure in leaving Naruto alone was because they were far enough away from any major village, primarily Konoha, that it would take some time for any search party to reach them, if any were in fact searching. He cut a wide swath through the streets, his height and obscured features screaming to the civilians that he was not to be trifled with. Onenji had little to offer as a threat, especially to a ninja of his caliber, but so long as he didn't antagonize the townsfolk, any more than he already had, he felt it was unlikely that they would do more than whisper about his presence. The town possessed a slew of different craftsmen, making up for a lack of quantity with an increase in quality, ranging from tanners to blacksmiths to tailors. Farms surrounded it, raising a variety of products and allowing for it to be, as Kakuzu had told Naruto earlier, almost completely self-sufficient, if slightly backwards, in his opinion. When the bounty hunter decided to return to the field he had left his new protege at, he fully expected Naruto to be passed out, unconscious from chakra exhaustion. He arrived just in time to see Naruto flop to the ground, sweat dripping from his face and breath coming in heavy pants, but still conscious. One eyebrow rose in surprise at Naruto's stamina, but he merely approached the boy and unloaded the bundle of camping equipment he'd picked up on his voyage through the town and been carrying around for a while. Get up, brat, he ordered. Am not a brat, Naruto sulked, climbing shakily to his feet. Kakuzu chose to ignore him. Can you sense your chakra? Naruto's head bobbed, a pleased expression on his face. Very well, show me. The blond boy shifted his legs so they were firmly planted on the ground and brought his hands together into the ram seal, closing his eyes. Several seconds passed before blue chakra swirled around him, weak but nonetheless visible. Kakuzu blinked in surprise. So, he managed to get it after only a couple of hours. Impressive, for a brat. Alright, that is enough. Naruto dropped his hands and opened his eyes, the blue energy dissipating as he straightened and looked at his teacher. Do you remember what I told you earlier about elemental ninjutsu? Naruto bobbed his head again, and Kakuzu was half tempted to slap him upside it just so he would stop that ridiculous motion. He reined in his rather hair-trigger temper as Naruto recited, water beats fire which beats wind which beats lightning which beats earth which beats water, right? Correct. You will recall that I told you every ninja has a specific chakra alignment with one, or on rare occasions, more than one, of these elements. Here, Kakuzu reached inside his cloak and pulled out 2 square sheets of paper. This is chakra paper, he explained, created from trees that are specifically grown with chakra within the land of fire. It is the easiest way to determine which element you have an affinity for. Kakuzu moved one of the sheets to his left hand and focused chakra to his right. The paper there immediately became waterlogged. My main chakra nature is Suiten, though I possess the capacity to use every element. Now, take this, and here Kakuzu held out the paper in his left hand, and channel your chakra into it. Naruto reached out rather hesitantly and took the paper, staring at it momentarily before closing his eyes and focusing on the feeling he'd spent the last several hours discovering. He heard Kakuzu hum in what he could only guess to be interest before opening his eyes. The chakra paper in his hand had split down the middle, right where he had grasped it with his thumb and forefinger. He looked straight up into Kakuzu's strange green eyes. What's this mean? He asked, holding up the paper. You have a strong futon affinity. Is that bad? Naruto hazarded. Kakuzu waved his hand in dismissal and Naruto could have sworn he heard the tall ninja snort. There is no bad element. It is curious, though, wind affinities are quite rare in the land of fire. However, it is a very versatile element, primarily known for its ability to cut. At Naruto's lost expression, Kakuzu sighed. The wind element is sharper than any blade, able to cut through virtually any object with relative ease. I will train you to hone that ability in time. However, you have done enough for today. We will get something to eat and then get some rest. There is much to be done tomorrow, and time. Is money, finished Naruto before Kakuzu could. Kakuzu blinked once more in surprise before smirking beneath his mask. Clever brat. You and I will get along just fine. LLL. Kakuzu woke later than normal, taking advantage of Onenji's anonymity to be a bit more relaxed than he might normally be. He sat up, head scratching the top of the tent he had bought the previous day, and watched Naruto sleep as cluttered thoughts roamed his mind. The boy was talented, Kakuzu would grant him that. He seemed to have an unusually large amount of stamina, which for ninja translated to a larger chakra capacity, always a good thing. Although his grasp of language was a bit lagging, and Kakuzu assumed therefore that his reading and writing talents were also behind, Ryo would be around to fix that. Such basics were more important than any of the ninja arts Kakuzu could teach him at this point, serving as the foundation of his education. Ryo wasn't necessary, after all, Kakuzu could read and write and execute other simple educational exercises, but with the teacher taking Naruto under his wing, Kakuzu was free to bounty hunt and keep his coffers flowing while Naruto learned. Plus, Kakuzu was sure that he would end up killing the kid if he was forced to remain trapped in one place training him. He'd lived by himself for far too long to so quickly adjust to a life of caring for another human being. Besides, as it stood, the blonde was simply going to be an asset to his operation. His intention was to raise the boy to become a competent shinobi and then release him upon the world, taking a percentage of his future income to offset the cost of training him. It was a long-term investment, in no small part because the bounty hunter didn't have experience in teaching, and because his own growth was based on rigorous self-improvement. Naruto would find a reason to grow strong or he would perish. The sink or swim methodology worked for him, so there was no reason it wouldn't work for the blonde. His pupil rolled over and mumbled slightly in his sleep, bringing Kakuzu back to his original train of thought. The brat seemed to have an impressive healing ability that he hadn't known of before, and more importantly, that Kakuzu, with his decades of experience, had been ignorant of. He assumed that its hidden nature was because no one else had tried to kill Naruto previously, and so the ability had remained dormant until it was needed. It wouldn't be the first time such a requirement was needed for the activation of a Kekkei Genkai, though it didn't explain why the former Taki Nin had never heard of it beforehand. Still, the chakra that such a bloodline limit required had to be massive, which would explain the boy's larger-than-average capacity, especially for an untrained 5-year-old. There was also the way it felt, though, evil, tainted. That chakra was more than just mere killing intent. Killing intent was based off of emotion either inadvertently leaked or intentionally used for intimidation purposes, and was typically dependent upon age and experience. But Naruto was too young to know that, nor did he really possess the capacity to utilize it, which meant that the nature of the chakra itself was evil. There were also those strange whisker-like markings on Naruto's cheeks, though that could simply be a physical manifestation of some family trait, similar to Konohashi Nuzuka clan. Still, Kakuzu wouldn't write off any potential explanations until he could definitely rule them out. He couldn't tell for sure what was different about Naruto, but there was something different. Until that time. Get up, brat, time to start training. Naruto groaned but woke up nonetheless, groggily following Kakuzu outside the tent. What followed was Naruto's first of many rather brutal training sessions to prepare him physically for the life of a shinobi. Several hours later, Kakuzu made out the figure of Ryo approaching their training spot. The teacher carried a scroll under one arm and a backpack over the opposite shoulder. He stopped in front of the taller man, watching as Naruto finished a series of stretches and calisthenics that the bounty hunter had shown him. Kakuzu cleared his throat and Naruto looked up, face morphing into a confused expression as his gaze settled on Ryo. Naruto, Kakuzu stated, voice brusque and businesslike, this is Ryo. I have asked him to teach you how to read and write properly, as well as to make sure you learn math and whatever else he considers pertinent. You will show him respect while he is here, and you will pay close attention to what he has to teach you. While not directly related to being a shinobi, these subjects will affect your life and sharpen your mind. A good mind is a valuable tool. Finish up here while I have a word with your teacher. Kakuzu beckoned Ryo to follow him out of earshot. Once they were a safe distance away, he leaned down into Ryo's face and stared intently at the man, an intimidation tactic he'd learned worked wonderfully on civilians due to his unusual eyes. I will be leaving on and off for missions during our stay here. While I am gone, I expect that you will house and guard Naruto with your life. Am I understood? When Ryo nodded, Kakuzu dismissed him with a wave of his hand. Good. Now, your pupil is waiting. I have some business to take care of, but I will most likely be back tonight. He is under your jurisdiction until then. Then Kakuzu strode off, leaving a visibly shaken Ryo to walk over to Naruto and introduce himself. Spreading out the scroll he had with him, he began to tutor his newest student. LLL. A year passed without incident. Just as he'd said, Kakuzu disappeared rather frequently to hunt rogue ninja, partially for the money and partially to vent his frustration that it appeared he was getting soft. He would remind himself that the time, effort, and frustration was all for an ultimate purpose that would benefit him down the line, but it didn't change the fact that mentoring such a young, impressionable child was something he'd never even considered putting on his bucket list, especially since some of his expeditions were really just outings to make sure there were no shinobi targeting his young pupil. During these trips, Naruto would stay with Ryo, who despite his fear of Kakuzu, learned to like and enjoy Naruto's company. The boy listened to anything he taught with rapt attention, hanging off of every word. In addition to his daily workouts, which consisted mainly of running, stretching, and shadow fighting, Naruto was often tested by Kakuzu and Ryo on random subjects pertaining to anything and everything. Kakuzu realized rather quickly that Naruto was able to grasp general concepts pretty swiftly for someone his age, despite his previous learning handicap. And while Naruto would never be as smart as Kakuzu himself, the blonde was clever and cunning, able to pick out flaws in strategies and set up traps on a level that surprised the bounty hunter. With the right training and teachers, it looked as though Naruto could have been, or still could be, the prodigy of whatever clan or family he belonged to. The bounty hunter heavily suspected that part of Naruto's drive to learn came from a desire to try to impress him. Throughout their interactions, Kakuzu always remained aloof of any attachment for his pupil, and so he looked to the bounty hunter for approval. It was an awkward notion, probably because the former Taki nin knew that it was how he had grown up, and the idea of an emotional connection with the blonde was distasteful, but he had to admit that it was an effective stratagem. Naruto was a tool, a means to an end, and despite his apparent potential, he had a long way to go before he became truly useful to Kakuzu. Perhaps it is time to start teaching him the basics of ninjutsu. It will take some time for him to master the art. I suppose I should start when I return to the village. Kakuzu was currently headed out on another hunt, traversing the border between the lands of grass and rain to head to the southern part of the land of earth. Rumors of a skilled missing nin from Kusagakur, the village hidden in grass, had started floating around, and Kakuzu wanted to cash in on the new high bounty before someone else did. Oh, he seems to be on a mission. Do you think it's okay to distract him for a few moments? The tall ninja paused in his trek as something green melded from the ground not 20 feet in front of him. The green thing opened to reveal a man with short green hair and yellow eyes, body chromatically split in two, right side solid black, left side snowy white, and engulfed by what appeared to be a large Venus flytrap. Wrapped around his body was a full black cloak, much like his own, Kakuzu noted, decorated with red clouds. Kakuzu prepared himself for anything, unsure of how to react to this strange appearance by someone he didn't recognize from a bingo book. He would be hard-pressed to admit it, but anyone who could sneak up on him so unexpectedly, heedless of the fact that Kakuzu wasn't a censor type, was someone to be wary of. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What do you want?" "We are Zetsu," spoke a darker voice than the first, and Kakuzu blinked as he postulated that the different colors of Zetsu were probably separate personalities, "and we are here to make you an offer." He peered intently at the person calling themselves, Zetsu. What technique was that? Your approach was undetectable. Even Moguregakur no Jutsu is incapable of doing that. That was shut up, fool, hissed the black side. Leader Sama said to tell him what he needs to know, not every detail. He does not need to know what our abilities are. Kakuzu stared, the mere act of watching two halves of the same person argue with himself allowing him to drop his guard slightly. It also did not appear as if this ninja was looking to fight him. He cleared his throat. "You mentioned an offer, I will hear you out." "Thanks, Kakuzu-san," chirped the white half. "Have you heard of a group known as Akatsuki?" "No." "A shame then, but to be expected." Kakuzu's eyes narrowed, that almost sounded like an insult, and he had a relatively low tolerance for people who pissed him off. Especially ones who had the capacity to sneak up on him. "What is Akatsuki?" "We are a group of S-class missing nin, much like you, working towards a united goal of world domination," Zetsu explained. The bounty hunter quirked an eyebrow. "And how exactly do you plan on accomplishing that?" "Have you heard of the bijou or the term Jinchuriki?" "I have heard stories of the bijou, chakra monsters of enormous power, and of Jinchuriki, human hosts with these creatures sealed inside of them, but my knowledge of them is limited beyond the fact that they supposedly exist. I admit that I do not find it overly pertinent to trifle with such matters myself." Kakuzu had a tendency to ignore the outside world when the people in it weren't mentioned in his bingo book, and the political implications of learning about Jinchuriki didn't appeal to him. He'd had enough of the double talk that pervaded most of the governments of the hidden villages to last a lifetime. He thought he heard Zetsu's black side scoff. Wanting to show him up, he continued, however, I have heard that my home village has a Jinchuriki within its possession, though I have not yet taken the time to confirm the veracity of this information. Interesting, Zetsu mused, we have not heard of Takigakura's creation of a Jinchuriki, that will need to be looked into. However, the other rumors you have heard are accurate. There are 9 bijou ranging from the Ichibi to the Kyubi, most of which are sealed into humans known as Jinchuriki. These humans are generally granted some form of power from their demon, have the capability to access the bijou's chakra, and can normally be identified by some physical trait of their bijou. It's Akatsuki's desire to capture and seal all the bijou in order to attain our goal. It seems unlikely that you would just choose S-class criminals at random to join your organization. What part would I play in this? He is much smarter than I gave him credit for, commented the black half to the white half. Yes, very, the white side responded. To Kakuzu, he said, Akatsuki requires a lot of funds in order to run properly. Since you're a bounty hunter, you would be really good at helping us out, plus any contacts you've gathered over the years. Also, whispers of your power abound if you know where to listen. Your ability to use multiple elements in conjunction with your analytical prowess would be a great asset in the capture of the bijou and success for Akatsuki's goal. It appeared to Kakuzu that Zetsu was done talking, and so the two stared at each, Kakuzu's gaze glassy as he thought over the proposition. Akatsuki's information network was interesting, to say the least. With how long it had been since his defection from the hidden waterfall, and his own covert activities, few people even knew he was still alive, so the fact that Zetsu had managed to discover his existence was impressive. His lack of knowledge with respect to Takigakura's Jinchuriki was a little surprising, especially since that seemed to be Akatsuki's target, but Kakuzu's former home was notorious for trying to hoard power in secret, and as a small nation, it was entirely feasible that it could be overlooked as a target. Disregarding the strange inconsistencies in Akatsuki's intelligence, Kakuzu had to admit that the offer was intriguing, almost tempting. A year ago, he would have had no reason to not accept the offer: world domination, a wide array of powerful allies with a common goal, not to mention the money he could get from the alliance. A vision of Naruto, the blonde-haired brat with strange abilities and great potential, appeared in his mind's eye. He refocused on Zetsu and calmly stated, tempting as it is, I will have to decline your offer. While I have no problem attempting to form a mutually beneficial relationship with Akatsuki, I am uninterested in membership at this time. Very well, muttered the black side. We will contact you at a later time to collect any relevant information. Perhaps then you will be interested in our offer. And how will I know who is Akatsuki? Zetsu's black side sneered. Anyone wearing this black cloak with red clouds is a member of Akatsuki, the dawning of a new age, red with blood. It's rather poetic, isn't it? Finished Zetsu's white half with a smile. With that, Zetsu melted back into the ground and Kakuzu was left to continue his journey with a multitude of new thoughts in mind, but one in particular. Bijou and Jinchuriki, Interesting. Chapter 3, Bounty. Listen, brat, Kakuzu began one day during Naruto's morning exercises, you are old enough now, and Naruto inwardly wondered how many other people considered age old enough, to start pulling your own weight. I am going to teach you how to engage in the world's oldest profession. Naruto raised a hand and opened his mouth to ask exactly what that was, but Kakuzu's glare silenced him. Killing. Naruto could tell from the manic glint in his teacher's eyes that he was grinning beneath the mask. He gulped slightly, the prospect of following in Kakuzu's footsteps a somewhat foreboding one. Kakuzu noticed the movement and reined in his bloodlust. Problem, brat? As a ninja, you will have to kill eventually, that goes double for Nukenin, who hunt and are hunted alike, and especially for bounty hunters. But Kakuzu, I'm only 8, aren't I a little young to be doing this? Teacher stared at protege momentarily before deigning to respond. Naruto, began Kakuzu, voice deep and throaty. The blonde came to immediate attention, Kakuzu's use of his name a clear indication that this was a serious conversation. I have spent a lifetime engaged in this trade. Thus far, you have been exposed merely to the basics of the shinobi lifestyle, now it is time to get serious. Your focus will largely be on elemental ninjutsu, and only when I deem you ready will I send you out. Naruto nodded in reluctant acceptance, observing the small twitch of the bridge of Kakuzu's nose that indicated he was smirking. Good. We shall begin with the basics of bounty hunting. The guidelines for hunting other ninja are really quite simple. There are basically no rules for how the deed is done, but you must return the whole body to whatever collection station you go to. Why? Asked Naruto, confusion painted across his face. I mean, can't you just cut off the head and bring that? That should be enough proof that you killed him, right? The bounty hunter nodded in agreement. For any other profession, that would be correct. However, most of the bounties are placed by a missing nin's home village in order to regain any secrets his body may contain. The secrets of Kekkei Genkai and clan techniques are a valuable commodity to most villages, and they require the body intact in order to properly dispose of any secrets it may contain. I think I get it, Naruto said slowly. Like if someone killed you, Taki would want your body whole in order to get that thread thingy back, right? Hey, what is that? And why did you leave anyway? Naruto watched a sliver of emotion pass over the visible features of Kakuzu's face before the bounty hunter turned around, arm extending out briefly before falling back to his side. We are done for now, Kakuzu bit out before stalking off, Naruto's gaze in the direction of the taller ninja's apparent frustration. The bark of the tree that had sustained Kakuzu's wrath was completely splintered. It began to creak before toppling over into its fellows. Naruto gulped. His teacher had done that damage with just his fist, and so fast that it had been all but a blur. He made a mental note to not bring up Kakuzu's past again, lest the tree simply be representative of Kakuzu's temper, and resolved himself to yet another day of solitary training. LLL. Naruto woke up early the next day and began his morning exercises, silently wondering where Kakuzu was. His teacher had not returned after leaving the training spot the previous day, and the blonde was silently worried that he'd pushed the taller man too far. Almost 2 hours later, Naruto paused as a shadow fell over him. He turned around to find Kakuzu standing behind him, looking none the worse for wear, although numerous splotches of blood covered Kakuzu's normally impeccable cloak and several pink spots decorated his white head covering. The blonde knew better than to ask, so he remained silent as the former Taki nin stared down at him unflinchingly. "Brat," Kakuzu finally greeted, his voice as level as it always seemed to be, "what have you accomplished so far?" Naruto grinned, the tension from the previous day dissipating. "Just my morning exercises so far. You said we'd work on elemental ninjutsu trainin' today," he reminded. Kakuzu grunted noncommittally in response, his gaze seeming dull with disinterest. "Now your real training will begin," he said, ignoring the blonde's statement. "Older and more experienced shinobi will not be taken down by your pathetic repertoire of techniques. If you recall, you have a futon affinity, meaning that you are more easily able to utilize wind chakra than the other natures, so we shall begin there." Naruto nodded quickly, his face a picture of excitement. Perhaps a demonstration." Kakuzu mentally concentrated on the futon chakra located within one of the masks on his back. He'd spent so many years honing his abilities that he didn't need to switch around his elemental affinities, but the power behind his techniques were always a little stronger when he did. "Watch," he commanded. He went through several hand seals before intoning, "Futon, Atsugai." A condensed sphere of wind formed in front of his mouth before he released it into the trees, allowing it to expand from its shape and shred everything in its path. The gales were so fierce that Naruto was forced to shield his eyes as they started tearing up. He squinted in the direction of the attack, and after a minute was finally able to lower his arm and gaze upon the destruction in a mixture of awe and fear. Trees were uprooted and torn asunder for up to 100 yards in a wide path about 50 yards across. Naruto gazed at Kakuzu with renewed respect. "Are you gonna teach me that?" The blonde hyped, slack-jawed. Kakuzu merely surveyed the damage with a neutral expression. "Perhaps in the future, when I deem you ready," he answered finally. "In the meantime, here," Kakuzu bent down and picked up a single leaf from the ground. "Your main focus will be using your chakra to cut this leaf in 2 pieces." Naruto groaned as Kakuzu proceeded to slice the leaf neatly in half while it was held in the palm of his hand. He then gestured to the ground, indicating that Naruto should pick a leaf and begin, before turning around and walking away, leaving the blonde to stare despondently at the object in his hand. Sighing, Naruto covered one hand with the other and began to focus all of his attention on cutting the leaf as his teacher had just done. The bounty hunter observed from afar as Naruto struggled to have the leaf with just his chakra. He could sense the frustration within his apprentice, but instead of approaching and offering pointers, he merely smirked to himself, pleased with the direction the boy was moving towards. LLL. Over the course of the next year, Naruto slowly learned how to access and manipulate nature chakra. By about the 8-month mark, he could successfully split the leaf in half with minimal effort, and Kakuzu nodded his head in acknowledgement of this feat. Naruto grinned broadly in accomplishment. From that day forward, Kakuzu had begun to teach him some basic wind release techniques. After Naruto had split the leaf, Kakuzu had explained more thoroughly why he was able to. Wind chakra was quite malleable, capable of being shaped to be as sharp, thin, forceful, or blunt as the wielder desired. By applying his chakra to the leaf, Naruto was teaching himself how to use his elemental chakra alone to cut something. His training was fairly routine, involving calisthenics and perfecting any ninjutsu Kakuzu deemed him ready to learn. For months, the days bled together until one fateful morning, when Kakuzu woke him up and stated, "Come, brat, we are going on a trip." Naruto rose from bed groggily, asking, "Where are we going, Kakuzu-sensei?" Despite the fact that his teacher had specifically told him he only wanted to be called by his name, with no honorifics, Naruto had started slipping in the added tag as a way to test Kakuzu. The bounty hunter wasn't a great mentor, often disappearing for long stretches of time following blithe comments and vague instructions on how to perform some feat of shinobi prowess. Compared to Ryo, who sat with him and helped him through concepts and problems, Kakuzu's teaching abilities were lackluster. He could understand it during the first couple of years, his grounding needed work, and the abilities that he could hone were simple enough to do on his own that Kakuzu's presence wasn't needed, especially since he could always go to Ryo for extra knowledge. Now that he was a little older, with most of his foundation laid and the rest of his ninja career reliant upon a different foundation, Kakuzu's absence was quite noticeable. He'd once asked why the taller shinobi didn't stick around to help him learn the skills he gave the blonde glimpses of, and after a long silence, Kakuzu had answered, "Because the road to self-satisfaction is far more vindicating than the alternative." Naruto hadn't been satisfied with such a cryptic answer, but calls for his teacher to explain himself hadn't yielded any results, so he'd resorted to other methods, namely, trying to get Kakuzu to actually give him the time of day. The blonde suspected that, despite his appearance, the former Taki nin was actually older than he appeared. The way he talked was a bit archaic, and he could recall Kakuzu expressing some disdain for things being old-fashioned, as if he'd lived during those times and moved past them. As a result, his dislike of honorifics probably stemmed from the fact that he didn't like being considered old, so Naruto had started using them as a way to irritate the man. The only downside was that Kakuzu always retaliated, and the bounty hunter didn't believe in restricting punishment. Still somewhat tired, Naruto wasn't able to dodge the fist aimed for his head. "What have I told you about honorifics?" Kakuzu growled. "As for your question, we are heading for the land of lightning. There are rumors of a rogue Kumo-nin around, and the best way to learn anything is by example. It is time to take you bounty hunting," he finished, and just by his tone of voice, Naruto knew he was smirking. It took 5 days for the duo to reach the border of the land of lightning. Naruto was a bit tired by the end of the journey. Kakuzu had kept them moving at a steady pace with minimal sleep, stating that it was best to get there early so no one else could take the bounty. "Stay watchful and be careful," Kakuzu cautioned his pupil. "This man is a jonin, and you are still learning simple moves." Naruto nodded in understanding. It took the better part of the day before the pair managed to find any sort of clue to the target's location, the embers of a hastily doused campfire. Kakuzu had them follow the trail for several hours before stopping for a short rest. After that, teacher and student began moving again, finding more signs of recent activity along the way, clues that indicated fear was driving the shinobi to be sloppy, according to Kakuzu. Naruto figured that his teacher took some sort of sadistic pleasure in knowing that. They ended up stumbling upon the renegade about mid-morning of the 6th day. He possessed unkempt crimson hair and narrow honey eyes, clothed in the standard jonin outfit of Kumagakure. He stood up as Kakuzu approached, taking a defensive stance. "Who are you?" he asked. Kakuzu released a mental sigh. Sometimes it got a little tiring being asked that question. It was fine to take credit where it was due, but with his focus shifted in several different directions since becoming Naruto's caretaker, bounty hunting had become more of a method of stress relief than recreational activity, and now he often preferred just fighting to the verbal boasting he had employed in the past. Instead of replying, he went through the appropriate seals and muttered, "Futon, Atsugai." The nukenin dodged the condensed sphere of wind that was formed, but Kakuzu kept up the assault. He could apparently control whether or not the wind expanded into the torrential gusts Naruto had been witness to after it was launched. The blonde observed the battle from afar, awed by Kakuzu's talent. His teacher stuck with using wind element tactics throughout the battle, for both Naruto's sake and the fact that, as he'd explained during the journey, his opponent had a lightning affinity. Moving in close, he engaged in a short-lived, brutal taijutsu match with the missing nin. Before using a futon technique, Naruto had not yet been taught to slice neatly into the Kumo nin's body, which immediately crumpled to the ground. Kakuzu motioned for Naruto to move closer. A bright slash of red stained his dark cloak. "You need to get used to and accept the sight of the dead," he stated dispassionately. Naruto did as he bade and simply stared at the body, waiting for some sort of emotion but feeling nothing. The Kumo nin didn't mean anything to him except as a means to make a living, and he realized suddenly that this was Kakuzu's intent all along, to both desensitize him to the death of other ninja and to show him why it was necessary. He admired Kakuzu's handiwork for another minute before looking up at the taller ninja, waiting for further instructions. Good, Kakuzu said, now come. We have a long trek ahead of us. Grabbing the dead renegade and slinging him over his back, the former Taki nin started to walk, his apprentice following not far behind. LLL. 10-year-old Naruto leapt from treetop to treetop in an attempt to catch his quarry. The year following Kakuzu's brutal capture of the former Kumo nin, Naruto had been even more devoted to training than he had previously. It had taken a year, mostly because Kakuzu had continued to disappear for long periods of time, and Naruto wasn't supposed to leave without the man's say-so, until the bounty hunter had deemed his pupil ready for his first mission. It had started a week ago, when Kakuzu had walked into the tent and kicked Naruto awake. It is time, Kakuzu growled. By the time Naruto's eyes were open, the taller man had already departed their living quarters, leaving the blonde to dress quickly and follow his mentor out. Time for what? He asked, confused. Kakuzu turned to look at him. Your initiation, responded the mercenary. Your skills should be sufficient to hunt a low-level chunin, so we shall test you. He pulled out a photograph and held it up so that Naruto could see it. The man in the photo had short brown hair and luminescent golden irises. A forehead protector emblazoned with the mark of the hidden grass village kept back his longer bangs. This is Takashi, Kakuzu continued. He was a contact of mine within Kusagakure, but was recently kicked out for siphoning funds from the government. A man after my own hearts. If Naruto didn't know any better, he would have thought Kakuzu regarded the man with some fondness. His usefulness to me has become non-existent due to this, and your mission is to kill him and bring his body back to me. As he is only a chunin with basic skills, his capture should be easy, but do not be stupid. Here is a scroll for you to bring the body back in, he added, tossing the blonde said object. Naruto caught the scroll, followed by the second one Kakuzu threw immediately after. What's this one? Open it, Kakuzu replied gruffly. Naruto unfurled the scroll and set it on the ground, placing his palm upon it and applying chakra. There was a brief poof, and the blonde waited for the small cloud of smoke to disperse before looking at the contents: a pair of black cargo pants, a long-sleeved charcoal gray shirt, and a dark blue vest with multiple pockets. For all intents and purposes, you are now a Genin, Kakuzu explained. As such, you will wear appropriate shinobi attire and carry equipment with you at all times. When Naruto looked up with the beginning of tears in his eyes, Kakuzu turned away. Get rid of those tears, brat. I did it for my reputation as well as yours, not because I care. Now get changed and leave before your sentimentality gets you killed. Naruto had changed and quickly left after that remark. He doubted that Kakuzu would carry through with his threat, considering how often his teacher made it, and especially since it seemed like he couldn't really die thanks to his supposed Kekkei Genkai, but there was no point in pissing him off when he seemed to be in a relatively giving mood. Unfortunately, the mission had so far gone not nearly as smoothly as Naruto had hoped. The minute he had come within a half-mile of his quarry on the border of the lands of grass and earth, Takashi had quickly fled, moving west towards the land of birds. That had been almost 3 days ago. Predator and prey had steadily passed through the land of birds and into another small nation. All the while, Naruto had been triggering Takashi's traps, tripwires, and exploding tags. The blonde was merely thankful for his amazing stamina. Constant movement and chakra expenditure for several days was no mean feat, and he was sure Takashi was using soldier pills to stagger on. The chase couldn't last much longer. After another 20 minutes of tree jumping, Naruto landed in an open field, a huge, foreboding castle erected before him. Looking around but seeing no one, he decided to approach the building. He opened the giant front doors and stepped through, taking a moment to allow his eyes to adjust to the gloom. Behind him, the door swung closed with an ominous sound, and immediately after turning to look at it, Naruto ducked to avoid the shuriken that were thrown at him from the darkness. They embedded themselves in the solid wood of the door, and Naruto inspected them briefly before muttering dryly, "Well, I guess he's here." "W, who are you? And W, what do you want W with me?" stammered a terrified voice from the dark. "I am," began Naruto, "your executioner." He paused briefly, a bright smile lighting up his face. "I've wanted to say that for so long." Kakuzu always had a strange way of intimidating people just by speaking his name, though the blonde supposed that his physical presence and deep voice helped with that. A kid's appearance and voice would only get him so far. "You sound like a kid," came the voice again, this time closer and more confident. Naruto looked up and saw Takashi on the second floor, leaning over the railing. His brown hair was unkempt and dirty, and his golden eyes glinted strangely from within sunken skin. "You are just a kid," he exclaimed. Then he began laughing. "They sent a kid to take me out? Oh, that's rich." He was stopped abruptly as a shuriken made a small cut on his cheek. "Next one won't miss," Naruto promised. "Kakuzu wanted you taken out, and I'm gonna do it." Kakashi suddenly grew serious. "Kakuzu? And he sent you after me? He's severely underestimating me," he finished with a laugh. The rogue Kuzen-nin then leapt from the balcony straight towards Naruto, kunai in hand. Naruto reached into one of his pockets and pulled out several shuriken. He threw them deftly with his right hand before performing hand seals. "Futon, repushu," he muttered. Holding out both hands, palms forward, a gust of wind rushed from them, propelling the shuriken forward at a much faster velocity. Kakashi angled his neck slightly, letting the shuriken pass right by him. "Ha! Is that all you've got, kid? You'll need more than that to defeat me?" A spurt of blood erupted from his neck, and the missing nin dropped to the floor, hand clasped to the wound. "What, you?" he gurgled. Naruto walked up to him, making sure to stay far enough away that he wouldn't be caught off guard by any tricks. He held up his right hand, the one that had grabbed the shuriken. Attached to 3 of his fingers were thin, nearly invisible strands of ninja wire. "These were attached to the shuriken I threw at you. Ninja wire's pretty good at conducting chakra, so I channeled my wind chakra through the wires into the shuriken. Even though you dodged the actual weapon, the wind meant that you weren't getting away from me," he explained. The blonde watched as Kakashi struggled to say something and failed, the light fading from his eyes. That was kinda lucky, wasn't even sure that'd work. And a nice catch with the jugular, he congratulated himself. Kakuzu had told him that his size and age would make others underestimate him initially, and taking advantage of that moment was key. As much as he hated to admit it, his teacher had been right. He removed the scroll Kakuzu had given him from his back and opened it on the floor. "Time to seal you and get out of here." "Devour." "Eh?" The 10-year-old turned around, confused. Then the tongues erupted from everywhere. Naruto had to backflip quickly to avoid being hit by one of the tongues. Another one tried to hit him, forcing him to duck quickly. A third tongue scooped up Takashi's corpse and disappeared through an open doorway. "Hey!" Naruto protested indignantly. "He's mine." The distraction cost him. One tongue flailed wildly and caught the boy a hard blow upside the head, knocking him out. It rolled Naruto in its grasp and disappeared from where it came, along with all the others. The room was left empty and silent, a splatter of blood on the floor the only sign of any disturbance. "Devour." LLL. "Ooh." Naruto blearily opened his eyes, grasping his head with both hands as a searing pain rent through his skull. "What hit me?" Sitting up slowly, he looked around to take stock of his situation. He appeared to be in some sort of fleshy hallway that extended in both directions endlessly. The only things he appeared to be missing were the ceiling scroll and... Crap. Now I have to find that stupid body. He looked left and right, opting to go left. "Hope I chose the right way," he grumbled, setting off on the path. It took half an hour of wandering down the hallway, but he finally came across Takashi's corpse, nestled in a small crook of the fleshy wall. Finally, he sighed. Naruto walked up to the wall and took out a kunai, digging into the material binding his bounty. "Devour." The blonde turned around at that voice, wary. Last time, tongues had shot out of the walls, he wasn't taking any chances. A pale green mist began to emanate from the wall behind him, and Naruto, curious, threw his kunai at it. It promptly melted, causing Naruto to blanch. "Acid? Oh, come on." He brought out another kunai and applied wind chakra, lengthening it and sharpening the blade. Cutting swiftly through the fleshy wall freed his bounty, causing Takashi's dead weight to fall completely upon him. He shoved it off and chanced a glance behind him, noting the acid hovering mere feet away. Panicked, the blonde clasped his hands together and threw them both out perpendicularly from his body, shouting, "Futon, repushu." The acid was blown away a fair distance due to the amount of chakra thrown into the technique, but began advancing quickly again. Plan B, Naruto thought. Tiger, ox, dog, rabbit, snake. Futon, Daitapa, he yelled, this time pointing his hands up at the ceiling. A large blast of wind, sharper, denser, and stronger than the violent wind palm, flew from them, hitting the ceiling and cutting a circular tunnel out. Naruto immediately picked up Takashi bridal style and jumped, arriving on the first floor of the castle before the hole slowly knit closed behind him. Naruto panted in a mixture of fear and exhaustion, quickly locating the scroll he had left behind earlier and sealing the Kuzen-nin's body into it. He picked up the scroll in time to observe a man walk out from one of the doorways leading to another room. He wore dark pants, a light gray, long-sleeved shirt with a red breastplate over it and green shoulder guards, as well as a tall blue helmet that was strapped under his chin. "What the?" Naruto began as the man walked past him. The man was suddenly surrounded by an ethereal blue glow, and Naruto fell silent as he walked slowly up the stairs. Entranced, the blonde slipped the scroll containing Takashi's body into a holder on his back and followed the other man upstairs. After several flights of stairs, Naruto arrived at what he surmised to be one of the castle's many towers. He blinked rapidly and looked around, realizing the man was no longer in front of him. Well, time to go. He started, right before his blue eyes spied something on the other side of the room. What's that? On an altar was placed a scroll that looked worn with age, which Naruto promptly unrolled. Across the top and bottom was an artistic border of some type of lizard, though what kind Naruto couldn't specify. The middle portion contained names and the fingerprints of people imprinted in dried blood. He stared at the scroll blankly until something Kakuzu had once told him caused a wide grin to split his face. Some shinobi have the ability to summon animals to assist them in a fight, Kakuzu lectured. These shinobi are typically part of a clan who has a contract that it passes down through the generations, and when its members are old enough, they are allowed to sign the contract and summon the animals in a method comparable to summoning weapons from a scroll. Konoha's Sannin, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru are perhaps some of the most notable possessors of summoning contracts in recent times, able to call upon the toads, slugs, and snakes, respectively. That said, summoning contracts are rather rare, so I do not expect you to have to deal with them often, if at all, but you should be aware of their existence. Kakuzu had never mentioned summoning again because they had never had a situation arise where they needed to talk about it. But even from his teacher's vague description, it was entirely possible that the scroll before him was a summoning contract. Devour. With that word, acid began to seep from the walls into the small room. Naruto didn't even think. Copying the example of the people before him, he quickly bit his index finger hard enough to draw blood and wrote his name in the next blank spot on the paper, following it up by biting the rest of the digits on his right hand and pressing the entire appendage to the page. "Stop," he shouted, eyes tightly closed. It took but a second for the acid mist to stop advancing and slowly begin to dissipate. 10 seconds later, the room was clear. Naruto opened his eyes. Good," he said, surprised. "Now, go away." There was a small delay, followed by a rather loud pop and a cloud of smoke, leaving Naruto suspended hundreds of feet in the air, scroll in front of him. "Ah!" he screamed, body plummeting towards the ground. "Futon, Repushu," he shouted, aiming his hands at the ground. The violent wind palm slowed his descent enough that he released the technique 10 feet above the ground, landing nimbly in a crouch. He plopped to the ground with a sigh, summoning scroll in front of him. Naruto exhaled heavily, the recent slew of events catching up to him. "What a day," he muttered. He stood up and picked up the contract, tying both ends to a piece of rope he had on him. He then slung the scroll over his back, where it knocked against the one containing Takashi's body. "Wait till Kakuzu sees this haul." The blonde walked toward the tree line at a sedate pace. Upon reaching it, he jumped for a low branch and disappeared into the foliage, leaving the land of Nek far behind. LLL. It took over a week to return to Ononji, the blonde moving unhurriedly after his harrowing adventure. When Naruto found Kakuzu meditating at their usual spot in the late morning, the bounty hunter appeared severely disgruntled. "You were gone longer than I anticipated," Kakuzu noted with practiced blandness, opening first one eye, then the other. Naruto reached back and rubbed the back of his head embarrassedly. Hey, Takashi led me on quite a chase, and his hide and spot proved to be really dangerous. Here's his body," he added, removing the scroll with the Kuzen-nin sealed inside. "Good," Kakuzu stated, climbing to his feet and taking the scroll from his pupil. "That is one less headache I must deal with." Then his eyes caught sight of the other object strapped to Naruto's back. "Why do you have an extra scroll?" Naruto tried to fight back a wide grin but failed. "Oh, this?" he asked coyly. "Just something I picked up on the trip. I was hoping you'd be able to explain it more clearly." Kakuzu quirked an eyebrow as his apprentice removed the scroll from his back and laid it on the ground, unrolling it slowly. His eyes widened slightly when he saw what it was, but he quickly schooled his features back into a neutral expression. "It appears that you have stumbled across the long-lost chameleon summoning contract of the Kubasaki clan." The blonde boy bounced excitedly on his heels. "It really is a summoning contract." I found it in an old castle that tried to eat me after chasing Takashi for 3 days, he told his teacher. Kakuzu digested this information and then nodded. Takashi must have led you into the land of Nek. 50 years ago, the Kubasaki clan, who ruled that area, was deeply embroiled in war. Outnumbered, the remaining Kubasaki members were forced to retreat into their castle. It was rumored that Kubasaki Koza, the clan head notorious for his chameleon-like techniques, summoned a giant beast before his death and told it to destroy anyone that dared enter his domain. The aggressors were never heard from again, though the Kubasaki clan has also never been heard from, either. Well, that explains the repetitive devour I kept hearing, Naruto mumbled. So how does this thing work? He asked aloud. I signed it cause I was in a bit of a bind, but I don't really know how to use it. Can you teach me? The bounty hunter snorted. There is little I do not know. As I told you before, summoners have a blood link with a specific animal that they can call upon to aid in battle. The amount of shinobi who use summons are small, though, as many of the more useful ones require vast amounts of chakra, not that that is a problem for you, Kakuzu added dryly. The hand seals for the Kushios no Jutsu are, boar, dog, bird, monkey, and ram. It is a requirement to make a blood offering when performing the technique, so most shinobi tend to bite their thumb before they perform the signs. Then you just need to place your palm on a solid surface and call the summon you want. When Kakuzu didn't continue, Naruto asked, is that it? Kakuzu shot him an annoyed look. Would I not tell you if there was more? Now you just need to practice. Naruto didn't bother saying it would be just like his teacher to withhold information, instead biting his thumb hard enough to break skin and performing the required seals. Kushios no Jutsu, he yelled, slamming his palm to the ground. The inky whirls of a seal spread out from his palm, and a poof of smoke accompanied it before a tiny chameleon, no longer than Naruto's finger, appeared. Naruto stared at it blankly while Kakuzu fought down an uncharacteristic bark of laughter. You obviously need more practice, Kakuzu said as the lizard disappeared in another poof of smoke. I shall return later. Dusk had fallen by the time Naruto made any headway on the new technique. As sweat dripped down his face, Naruto performed the seals once more and panted, Kushios no Jutsu. When the smoke cleared, a small chameleon, roughly the size of Naruto's forearm, stood in front of him on all fours. He was a bright green color, a few white spots sprinkled over his body, and a cylindrical brown container strapped to his back under his belly. His tongue flicked out experimentally, his left eye focusing on Kakuzu, who stood a short distance away, while his right eye stared at Naruto. What is it? He demanded haughtily, voice shrill with youth. For his part, Naruto stood there, completely flabbergasted. Finally he gasped, I did it, he laughed heartily before blinking stupidly. Wait, did you talk? The lizard scoffed at him, focusing his left eye on Naruto as well. Course I can talk. Name's Kameseda. He eyed Naruto carefully, and the blonde repressed a shudder as both eyes went in different directions. What do you want? He repeated. Kakuzu chose that moment to step in. Kameseda, inform the one in charge that we would like to speak to him. Kameseda's left eye swiveled back to Kakuzu and appraised him quietly. Fine, he agreed finally. I'll let Ojisan know he's wanted. Didn't even get a long time back, he grumbled. With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto, Kakuzu began, this will require a lot of chakra. You will need to gather as much as you can, more than you think yourself capable of, and push it all into the technique. But first, follow me. Kakuzu took off into the woods, Naruto following until the bounty hunter stopped in a clearing Naruto identified as the place where the wind release, pressure damage technique had been demonstrated 2 years prior. We are far enough from the village and it is dark enough that there should not be too much of a disturbance. Naruto nodded in compliance and closed his eyes to collect what little chakra he had remaining. More, he thought, still more. Deep within Naruto's mindscape, an eye, pupil slit and red, the size of a grown man opened. The creature to which it belonged released a deep chuckle. You need chakra, eh, child? Very well, I shall comply, for now. But this is merely the beginning. The eye closed again, but a foul orange-red chakra emanated from the creature and disappeared into the mindscape. Naruto was already partway through the hand seals when he became shrouded in an orange-red cloak of chakra. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did nothing but observe as Naruto slammed his palm on the ground and roared, Kushios no Jutsu. A whirlwind of wind and smoke exploded from under where Naruto stood, and when it cleared, he was standing 100 feet off the ground. The creature Naruto had summoned was massive, easily as tall as the castle Naruto had been in earlier, and several times as long, including its curled tail. Its skin was a mottled green, each foot possessing wickedly sharp claws. The head was decorated with 3 horns, 2 smaller ones, 20 feet long, between its eyes, and a 40-foot one protruding from its snout. "Koza?" asked the chameleon, voice coarse like sandpaper and distinctly masculine. His eyes swiveled all around, finally focusing upwards, where Naruto stood in the middle of the triangle of horns. "No, you're not even a Kubasaki. Who are you, boy?" Naruto gulped but managed to eke out, "My name's Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm the newest summoner, I guess." The chameleon grumbled, Kamesada could have at least mentioned that. "I am Shiramari, the leader of the chameleons of the Bankaku forest. For what reason have you summoned me, Uzumaki Naruto?" The blonde looked at Kakuzu helplessly, who sighed in defeat. "I ask that you be summoned, Shiramari-sama," the mercenary stated with a slight inclination of his head. Propriety dictates that the boy should take time to become properly acquainted with the leader of his new potential partners. Shiramari watched Kakuzu with one eye and kept the other on Naruto. After a long moment, which included Kakuzu standing completely stationary and Naruto fidgeting restlessly, the chameleon grunted. "Since you have the contract, I presume that it was you who saved me from that wretched existence Koza trapped me in. For that, I am grateful. My family and myself owe you a great debt, Uzumaki Naruto, we are humbly at your service." "Really? Cool." The chameleon boss eyed him for a moment. "Yes, well then. If you don't mind, I'd like to see my family, lots of catching up to do, you understand. Do not hesitate to call if you need assistance, Uzumaki Naruto, we of the chameleon tribe will respond." Then Shiramari disappeared in the same poof of smoke and whirling wind he had appeared in, and Naruto fell to the ground. Kakuzu caught him just before he impacted. "Do not say that I have never done anything for you, Uzumaki Naruto," he groused, the subject of his ire resting sleepily against his back. "Accursed brat causes too much fucking trouble." Naruto floated on the border between consciousness and sleep, the week's events finally catching up to his 10-year-old body. As darkness overtook his vision, the blonde had one last thought. Was there a voice in my head right before I summoned Shiramari-sama? Chapter 4, History. You need chakra, child? Very well, I shall comply, for now. But this is merely the beginning. The statement seemed to echo in Naruto's dream, chilling him down to his very core. It had repeated every so often, like a haunting memory that Naruto couldn't quite place but knew he had heard before, the voice familiar and yet not at the same time. There was something about the voice that bothered him, but the 10-year-old couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, just that it seemed to radiate hatred and evil. "Damnable seal. You're lucky I can't take control right now." Naruto looked around in search of the owner of the voice, but all he saw was an unending darkness. The last thing he could remember was talking to Shiramari. The giant chameleon had told Naruto to call upon him in a time of need, and then, nothing. "I must have passed out," Naruto deduced. "But that doesn't explain what's going on here." The blonde noticed that his dream appeared to lighten, casting just enough light to illuminate where he was. He seemed to be standing in several inches of water in what, his nose told him, must have been a sewer. A massive wrought iron gate stood in front of him, and Naruto took a small step forward in order to better make out the word seal inscribed on a piece of paper far above him. He looked around, but after noting nothing else, turned his attention back to the gate. Suddenly, 2 blood-red eyes opened wide, accompanied by the wide, feral maw of some beast behind the gate. "Let me out," roared the creature, leaking out enough killer intent to make Naruto scream. "Ah!" Naruto shot up, instinctively grabbing for the kunai he normally kept by his bedroll and bringing it defensively to his chest. Kakuzu chose that moment to stroll in through the door. "The door?" Naruto wondered absently, and loomed ominously over the bed. "You look rather stupid in that position with nothing in your hand," he commented idly. Naruto realized that the kunai he had attempted to grab was nothing but air, and so he lowered his arm and sat up further in the bed, a real bed. He grasped the blanket in one hand, running his hand over the soft padding of the mattress underneath as if to confirm that it was real. "Where are we?" Naruto asked. "That is unimportant. Tell me what happened." "It is important," Naruto insisted. "And I could ask you the same thing, what happened?" The two made eye contact for a solid minute before Kakuzu made a breathy sound that Naruto took to be a sigh of resigned frustration. "I rented a room for a night so you could recover. You exhausted your chakra practicing Kushios no Jutsu yesterday, especially by summoning the chameleon boss. You have been asleep for almost a day. Now, what happened?" he demanded. The blonde was quiet as he collected his thoughts. "I want a sword," he said with finality, ignoring his teacher's question. There is no basis for you needing a sword, nor a reason for bringing it up, Kakuzu replied curtly. But think about it. How kick-ass would I be if I had a sword? He rambled. I could. Your non sequitur bores me and evades my question, interrupted the older ninja. Tell me what happened. Naruto thought about lying to avoid the subject, but then decided against it. Kakuzu could be rather intimidating when he chose to be, and his ire seemed to be rising, a sure sign that screwing around with him was a bad idea. When I summoned Shiramari-sama, he began slowly, I thought I heard a voice in my head. It said something about me needing chakra, and that it would comply for now. Then, Naruto shrugged, I was able to summon Shiramari-sama. Kakuzu began moving steadily around the room, a movement that Naruto would have described as pacing if it weren't for the fact that Kakuzu never paced. He seemed to be muttering something to himself, and Naruto caught the word seal, chakra, and finally Kyubi. His eyes became wide as saucers on the last word. Wait, what? When is your birthday? Kakuzu demanded seriously. October 10th, he replied. Why? And what about the Kyubi? Isn't it dead? So, it is as I suspected, Kakuzu muttered. You are from Konoha, he stated coldly. Naruto gulped at how tense the room seemed to get at those words. The blonde shook his head nervously, suddenly aware that admitting such a fact was probably not the best idea. And no, I'm not. Your birthday coincides with the date that the Kyubi attacked Konoha. So? What does that have to do with anything? Kakuzu shot him a glance. You are the Jinchuriki of the legendary Kyubi no Yoko. Naruto was stunned. What? No, the fourth Hokage killed it. The blonde was interrupted by Kakuzu's throaty laugh. His teacher chuckled for a bit before settling himself imposingly in front of Naruto's bed. I have been in contact with a representative of several persons who have a vested interest in the bijou, Kakuzu began with an imperial air. As a result, I have become acquainted with a good degree of knowledge about them. First of all, you have a massive chakra supply, one that will most likely surpass my own once you reach your fullest potential. Secondly, those whisker-like markings on your cheeks are a trait of the Kyubi within you, which most Jinchuriki possess. And I have already explained the third part, you are from Konoha and share a birthday with the anniversary of the Kyubi's so-called death. Incidentally, the bijou are unable to be killed. He paused briefly before concluding, I believe that should be enough evidence to satisfy you. The younger ninja remained silent for a moment, absorbing the information. Finally, so, the voice in my head. Is the Kyubi attempting to make contact with you? Kakuzu confirmed. What else? He asked quietly. What else do you know about the bijou, or these Jinchuriki, Kakuzu supplied, are the human hosts who have a bijou sealed inside of them. He reached into one of his sleeves and rummaged around, pulling out a photograph and holding it up for Naruto to see. The girl depicted had mint green hair and pupilless orange eyes, and wore tattered street clothing that covered bronze skin. This is Fu, the host of the Nanabi no Kabutamoshi from Takigakure. One of my contacts took this picture and passed it along to me. Naruto carefully took the picture from Kakuzu, staring at it intently. After a minute, he folded it carefully and set it on the dresser next to the bed. Teacher and student were silent until the blonde could no longer bear it. Do you hate me? He asked carefully, avoiding eye contact. Should I? Everyone else did, mumbled the blonde. I presume that you are referring to the people of Konoha. Naruto nodded, prompting Kakuzu to continue. From what I have heard, Jinchuriki are often hated and or feared by the people of their country because they are often reminded of the demon within and of nothing else. Having been unaffected by the Kyubi's attack, I have no reason to scorn you. You have proven yourself to be a valuable commodity, and I see no reason currently to discontinue our arrangement. After a brief pause, Kakuzu inquired, I can only assume that is the reason you left Konoha? Yeah, Naruto replied. Everyone there hated me. I thought it was because my family did something and then were killed. But now, Naruto's fist clenched the blanket in anger, I find out it was because of the Kyubi, this monster that lives inside of me. I was protecting them from it, he insisted. Kakuzu nodded. You will discover that the stupidity of people knows no bounds. Your good deeds will often go unnoticed and indeed be scorned, even if it is undeserved. Angry at having discovered the real reason behind his isolation in Konoha, Naruto wasn't quite thinking very clearly when he scoffed, what do you know about scorn? The statement was like a catalyst. Naruto choked as Kakuzu's hand shot out and latched around his throat, gripping tightly before slowly retracting towards the bounty hunter. Kakuzu brought Naruto up to his face, strange green eyes as hard as diamonds and staring into Naruto's scared blue orbs. "Do not," he began, speaking low and slow, "pretend to understand what I have been through. I know more of scorn than you ever will," he continued in a dangerous tone, "so do not think that your status as a Jinchuriki makes you special." Naruto's hand scrambled frantically for purchase on Kakuzu's much larger one, his face starting to turn blue from lack of oxygen. After another few seconds of letting the blonde try to pry his hand free, Kakuzu relaxed his grip, allowing his student to collapse to the floor and gulp in great mouthfuls of much-needed air. "You have learned your lesson?" Kakuzu stated coolly. Naruto could only nod, not quite ready to use his voice yet. The mercenary waited another couple of minutes before saying in a voice that left no room for argument, "Tell me of your past." The blonde jerked in surprise before staring at his teacher with wide eyes. "Do not assume I care for your background," Kakuzu told him in the same cold tone, "I am merely curious." "I don't really remember much," Naruto admitted quietly. "There was an orphanage that I stayed at, but I was always ignored by the people in charge, and the other kids never really hung out with me. I remember a lot of hatred," he reminisced softly, "but I could never figure out why. I snuck into the library when I could to try and teach myself to read and write, and sometimes to figure out why everybody hated me, but I didn't get far and couldn't find anything. The shopkeepers always glared at me and chased me out, and most of the ninja ignored me. I remembering deciding that my family must have done something really bad, gotten removed from all the books, and that I was the only one left. That's when I left, and met you." Naruto lapsed into silence after his tale, and Kakuzu seemed to stare right through him as he digested the boy's story. At length, the bounty hunter said Naruto's name. The Jinchuriki looked up at his mentor, reading nothing on Kakuzu's face. "You remind me of me," he said finally. Naruto inhaled sharply at this. "What?" "When I was an elite Jonin," Kakuzu began, "the elders of Takigakure assigned me a special mission. I was told to kill the Shodai Hokage." Naruto's wide blue eyes grew larger at this pronouncement. "What?" "You heard me," Kakuzu said. "Now be quiet, brat." Naruto fell silent at this demand, and his teacher took a moment to recompose himself before continuing. "I snuck into the village proper and attempted to assassinate him, but I failed. I led him on a chase to the location known now as the Valley of the End. We clashed there, just the two of us, but despite my prowess in Suiten techniques, intelligence, and relatively large chakra reserves, I was soundly defeated by Senju Hashirama and his powerful Makuten techniques. A unique Kekkei Genkai that allowed him to manipulate wood," he clarified, seeing Naruto about to ask. "It made him the most powerful and feared shinobi of the day. I returned to my village after attempting to complete this impossible task, and what was I greeted with?" Naruto remained silent, sure that this was a rhetorical question. He was proven right a moment later when Kakuzu roared, "Scorn," his ire raised by the reminder of his past. Threads erupted from his body in a display of his brief lapse in control before he calmed down, returning to the stiff, rigid man Naruto normally saw him as. "My village believed that I did not try hard enough and punished me for failing in my objective. For years, I had served that village faithfully and with complete dedication, taking any task that was asked of me. This blatant disrespect for all of my servitude infuriated and offended me, so I left. But I did not go without prizes," he added with an unseen malevolent grin. Kakuzu held out his right arm, pulling back the sleeve to reveal dark flesh embroidered with sutures. Something wriggled underneath his skin like live snakes before popping out of a large stitch on his forearm, revealing themselves to be black threads. "I stole Takigakure's most precious treasures, the Kinjutsu Jiongu, and the hearts of the village elders, who did not appreciate my service to their precious village," he hissed sadistically. "This," he concluded, pointing at the slash across his waterfall forehead protector, "was the final separation between me and my village. That is when my current life truly began." His narrative finished, Kakuzu waited for Naruto to digest the tale before speaking again. "Naruto," he stated, "do you understand why our histories are comparable?" The blonde nodded slowly, prompting taller shinobi to continue. "It is up to you what you will do now." "What do you mean?" "We have been associated for 5 years now. Now that you know my history, what will you do with that knowledge? Will you return to your village, or any village, and attempt to capitalize on this information, or will you stay here with me? You do not yet have a name among Nukenin, and it would be understandable if you wished to regain some semblance of a normal life, though if you spoke of me I would be forced to kill you." "I'm staying," Naruto told him firmly. "I'm not afraid of your threats. You're the first person to ever take the time to teach me anything, sometimes, and I still have a lot more to learn. Besides," he added darkly, "if Konoha didn't want me, then I don't want it. I want to show everyone there that they should be afraid of me. Kakuzu remained silent as a slow smirk stretched across his mouth. It was fortunate that the blonde had chosen to stay, because the alternative would have resulted in his pupil's death, Jinchuriki or no. He couldn't have anyone going around spilling his secrets, after all, and the boy's body would fetch a high price if his death was necessary. He will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. How amusing. Then it is time to create another link between us. Come here. Naruto stepped forward as the bounty hunter remained stationary. After several seconds of doing nothing, the blonde noticed a large bulge moving from Kakuzu's upper arm to his forearm, finally reaching the stitch in his forearm before slowly being expelled by several black threads. Kakuzu grabbed the object with his left hand, pulling it out and revealing it to be a small scroll. The tall man bent down and placed it on the floor, unraveling it to reveal an older parchment with a black ring inscribed in the center. "Do you trust me?" Kakuzu asked. "Yeah." Kakuzu nodded. "Simply place your palm within the circle," he ordered. The 10-year-old gulped nervously, but nodded in understanding. He knelt down to place his right hand directly within the black ring. It glowed blue momentarily, and the kanji for Jiongu appeared in it as Kakuzu took several large steps backwards. That was when a veritable mass of black threads erupted from the black ring and between his fingers, shooting upwards in a seemingly endless stream. They seemed to hit a peak, stopping in mid-air only to angle downwards with Naruto as the focal point. The blonde almost stepped backwards, but Kakuzu's commanding bark of "stay still" stopped him. The next thing Naruto knew, someone was screaming. It took a moment to realize that it was him screaming, the sound continuous and racked with pain. The threads were burying into his body, completely bypassing his clothing and tearing into every inch of skin available below the neck. The entire process only took a minute, but to Naruto it seemed to last an eternity. When it was over, he laid in a ball on the ground, body spasming and voice hoarse from screaming. Kakuzu stepped forward and rolled the scroll back up, allowing the threads within his body to wrap around it and pull it back into hiding. "I would have warned you, but I believe that experience is the hallmark of learning," Kakuzu announced from above him, and Naruto could practically hear the sadistic glee dripping from the bounty hunter's voice. Kakuzu bent down and lifted Naruto's left arm, pulling back the sleeve of the gray shirt he wore to reveal a thick black band inked into the boy's skin, halfway between the wrist and elbow of each arm. "This is the sign that you now possess, Jiongu," Kakuzu declared. "This is Takigakure's most precious technique, greater than even the fabled hero's water of old, and you are now the second person to be granted its power. You have a year to gain control of it, and I will not train you how to use it. Like me, you will struggle to understand its power, but I believe that you have the potential to utilize it successfully. If you cannot use it by the end of a year, I will strip it from you, a process which may kill you. Take the time to recover while you can. I have to meet with someone." With that, he left the room. The mercenary wandered past his and Naruto's normal training grounds, entering the forest and walking to where Shiramari had been summoned the previous day. Upon reaching the spot, he held his arm out, allowing one thread to wriggle free from his body and deposit something into his hand. He stared at the object, a tiny black seed, for a moment before channeling his chakra into it and letting it fall to the ground. It only took 15 seconds to get the response he was waiting for. "What do you want?" spoke the dark voice of Zetsu from behind him. Kakuzu turned around slowly, no longer surprised at Zetsu's strange ability to merge with and meld out of anything and everything. "You told me I could contact you when I deemed it necessary by pushing my chakra into the seed," Kakuzu intoned. "I am slightly surprised to find that it worked," he added as an afterthought. Zetsu snorted. "You still doubt my abilities, after all this time. If I give you information, you should trust that the information is accurate. Now, what do you want?" he repeated. Kakuzu took a moment to note that Zetsu's white half was unusually silent, theorizing that the seed ability was perhaps unique only to Black Zetsu, which meant that the two halves could actually function independently. Suddenly Zetsu's usefulness and power became even clearer. "I require your assistance in finding someone. I believe that Akatsuki's contacts trumps mine in sheer quantity, meaning you have a better source of quality at your disposal for information." "Who are you looking for?" Zetsu demanded, cutting straight to the chase. Kakuzu told him, and a sinister smile spread over white Zetsu's lips, the only motion he had made thus far. "I know just the person you want to find," Black Zetsu told him, the mirth evident in his voice. LLL. Kakuzu wasn't kidding when he said it would be a struggle to understand Jiongu, thought Naruto. It had been 3 months since the former Taki Nin had bestowed the Kinjutsu upon his student, and the first week had been spent in a struggle with the pain caused by the technique. Kakuzu had moved them out of the hotel room after that first night, a waste of money, He commented dismissively with a wave of his hand, and Naruto had spent that next week trying to use the technique and collapsing in agony. All the while, his teacher had watched him mutely. The bounty hunter had also been serious when he said that he wouldn't train Naruto in the ability. Arguably, it wasn't all that different from his regular teaching methodology, but Jiongu was also far more difficult to understand than the basics of taijutsu or elemental ninjutsu. Naruto was all on his own as far as a training schedule and what to practice, which meant he didn't have to hear Kakuzu's mocking sneers and dry sarcasm with respect to his talents and progress, though he wondered if that wouldn't have been preferable to the silence. So far, Naruto had done very little with respect to using the black threads now within his body, though not really by choice. They seemed to retain some semblance of autonomy, almost sentience, and so he had spent the past 3 months attempting to find a way to control them. He was currently standing in front of a tree, shirtless, with one arm outstretched in front on his body. Focusing intently upon the tree, several threads shot out from the bands on his arms and pierced the trunk in places that Naruto imagined were vital spots on the average human male. "You seem to be making progress, brat." Naruto turned around to see his mentor standing behind him, arms folded across his chest. "Yeah?" he asked, excited. "How long did it take you to do that?" "I would prefer not to embarrass you on such a prolific occasion," returned the hunter idly. When Naruto scowled, Kakuzu unfolded his arms and stepped towards the blonde. "I came to let you know that I must venture out to find someone. I do not know when I will return." "That's unusually vague," Naruto commented, eyebrow quirked in suspicion. His teacher normally gave him an idea of where he was going, or who he was hunting, or something. To hear none of that was strange. "It is," agreed Kakuzu before turning away, elaborating no further. "And there was one more thing." Before Naruto could ask what it was, Kakuzu had spun around and launched his hand forward, grabbing a kunai from the pouch on Naruto's thigh and bringing it in an upward arc at Naruto's arm. The blonde didn't even have time to react as Kakuzu used a combination of his monstrous strength and wind chakra to cleave straight through his arm, just below the elbow. His deed done, Kakuzu dropped the kunai, leaving Naruto staring at his arm on the ground. The blonde attempted to say something, yell at Kakuzu, scream in pain, but nothing came out. He remained mesmerized as, in the next second, threads popped out from the end of his arm on the ground and the stump of his arm still attached to his body. They mingled together and pulled the severed appendage from the forest floor to Naruto's forearm, disappearing under his skin. A band of stitch marks, an exact replica of the location of one of Kakuzu's, was the only thing left to show that the arm had ever been detached in the first place. Naruto looked up to either yell or thank Kakuzu, he wasn't entirely sure which, but the other ninja had already disappeared. LLL. It took about a month and a half of Kakuzu's precious time, but after following Zetsu's directions, he finally found who he was looking for. "I have a request to make of you," he told the taller of the two men in front of him. The giant of a man listened to Kakuzu's request with a bored expression, but by the end he was grinning broadly. "You've got yourself a deal, newbie," accepted the other man, his evil smirk revealing row upon row of sharp teeth. "I'm always up for fresh meat." Chapter 5, Kindred. Naruto bent low, performing a picture-perfect sweep kick on his imaginary opponent. He immediately raised his left arm, the one Kakuzu had cut off 6 months prior, and prompted several threads to shoot out from the stitches and pierce the air. They moved in a downward arc and stuck into a tree, spread out in a fashion such that a real person would be pinned spread eagle into the trunk. Naruto walked forward, hand still outstretched, and pulled out a kunai, applying a small amount of wind chakra and holding it up to his pretend foe's throat. "Game, set, and match," he pronounced with a grin. "You seem to have acquired an acceptable amount of control over Jiongu, brat, though perhaps you should consider fighting against an adversary who can actually fight back." "Kakuzu, you're back," greeted Naruto, turning around to face his mentor. "And you brought a friend," he noted slyly. "Hardly," snorted the mercenary, dropping the corpse of a white-haired male wearing Onbu armor from his shoulder. He rolled said shoulder lazily and cracked his neck, the sound echoing in the quiet clearing. "The trip to Kirigakura was well worth the bounty this one will fetch." "You were gone a long time," huffed Naruto, plopping to the ground and poking the missed Onbu idly with his foot. Kakuzu cuffed him from afar, his student not even flinching from the hit. "I would like to see you penetrate Kirigakura's defenses with your measly skills," retorted the hunter. "Considering how difficult it is to get into the country, remain inconspicuous, find and capture the target, and then escape without raising suspicion, 2 months is hardly a long time. I expect you will take at least 6 your first time." "Aha," Naruto agreed absently. Why the hell did you lug him all the way back without a sealing scroll anyway? I enjoy carrying the weight of my victims' bodies personally, he claimed, a tinge of pleased sadism in his voice. There is a high degree of satisfaction in carrying the amount of money you are to be compensated on your back. Perhaps you will understand in time, when you are stronger. Naruto harumphed unhappily, but let the acerbic comment go. Come, intoned Kakuzu, reaching down to pick up the corpse. You have had 9 months to train with Jiongu, and it looks as if you are ready for the next step. Really? Exclaimed Naruto. What's the next step? And where are we going? He continued, jumping up and skipping up to Kakuzu's side. Kakuzu shot him a look that the blonde chose to ignore. After a moment, the bounty hunter said, I plan on cashing in my prize. Then we are going to continue your training. I thought you weren't going to help me with my training, Naruto chirped innocently. Kakuzu's look turned into a full-on glare. He reached over and shoved the blonde sideways with enough force to make Naruto impact a nearby tree and fall to the ground. Do not look a gift horse in the mouth, brat. When you get something free, take it, judge its usefulness, and then keep it or sell it. Now get up and shut up. Naruto pulled himself off of the ground and shook his head. He thought that he detected a hint of mirth in his teacher's voice but paid it no heed, too busy watching the swirling, colored dots dance in front of his eyes. LLL. Naruto would never understand what idiot came up with the idea of putting an bounty exchange station within a bathroom. Granted, the smell of the bathroom would likely hide the stench of any corpses brought in, but still, a bathroom? He held back a gag as Kakuzu tapped on the wall between 2 urinals, revealing a bald man with a dark mustache and goatee, a deep scar above his right eyebrow. The man stared at Kakuzu and Naruto for only a moment over the rim of his trench coat before turning around and beckoning them to enter. Kakuzu greeted the man, walking over to the wall and pulling out a drawer. It's been some time. I see you even brought your protege back this time. Naruto, right? The blonde nodded as he and his teacher stepped forward to the open drawer, which turned out to be a sturdy table. You would do well to remember his name, Zangiai, retorted Kakuzu brusquely. He is well on his way to becoming a capable bounty hunter, meaning that you will have increased interaction with him in the future. Zangiai merely nodded, gesturing for Kakuzu to lay the corpse on the table. The former Taki Nin complied silently. I will keep it in mind. Now, who do we have today? The scarred man pulled out a bingo book and began rifling through its pages, reaching the section for Kirigakure and beginning to flip slower. Oh, it looks like you brought in a big haul, Kakuzu. Hozuki Mangetsu, Anbu rank, and a member of the 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist, Kumagakure and Kusagakure both put 65 million ryo on his head. He must have been quite the fight. It was well worth the reward, returned Kakuzu. Brat, he stated, turning his attention to Naruto, we are headed to the land of Earth next. Pick a target from this while I count the money, he ordered, tossing Naruto his own bingo book. Naruto flipped slowly through the pages in an imitation of his teacher, who was fingering through the money Zangiai had handed him in a briefcase. After several minutes, Naruto turned the book towards Kakuzu, pointing at the right page. Him, he stated simply. Kakuzu looked up from the wad of cash in his hands, staring intently at the page before inclining his head in a brief nod. Shortly thereafter, the locking click of the briefcase could be heard. We shall be on our way, Kakuzu bade Zangiai. The scarred man nodded in understanding, showing Kakuzu and Naruto to the door before closing it discreetly behind him. Let us go, intoned the mercenary with a swish of his cloak. LLL. It only took a couple of hours of clipped travel to cross through the land of grass and reach the border of the land of earth from where the exchange point was stationed, but Naruto was grateful for the time. Kakuzu had spent a lot of time drilling into his head that he needed to think things through, but even still, it was difficult to do so unless it was quiet. The blonde knew that this wasn't a normal hunt. Despite having been on only 2 bounty chases, Kakuzu had only accompanied him once, and the 11-year-old hadn't chosen the target in either case. The handling of the bingo book had been the first indication that something was different about this particular case. Most of the time, Kakuzu just told Naruto where he was going and who he was to capture. Suspicious, Naruto had purposefully chosen a low-valued target, barely a jonin and worth next to nothing. On any other occasion, Kakuzu wouldn't have even wasted his time with such a pointless mission, and more likely than not would have attempted to beat the ever-loving shit out of Naruto for even suggesting the hunt. But to say nothing and merely nod his acceptance of the blonde's choice? Something was up, and Naruto was determined to find out what. Hey, Kakuzu, why are we going after this guy? You chose him, replied the tall man curtly. When he didn't elaborate, Naruto decided to try again. Yeah, but you never go for these small fries. So why are you suddenly all for it? Kakuzu smirked beneath his mask. So you knew? The blonde nodded. I just don't understand why. Kakuzu halted suddenly, the action surprising Naruto. Have you ever wondered how I am able to utilize all 5 elements? Years of practice and experience? Shrugged Naruto unsurely. The mercenary snorted. That is one component, yes. However, the original abilities are a power of the black threads that now course through your body. It took a moment to digest exactly what the older ninja was saying. You mean, Jiongu gave you that power? His teacher rolled his eyes. Precisely. Jiongu has far more uses than you have discovered thus far, and you're not taking full advantage of them as an embarrassment. This, he continued, unzipping and throwing off the trench coat he always wore, is what we are after. Naruto gaped unashamedly at Kakuzu's back. Stitches, prized marks of the kinjutsu stolen years ago from the hidden waterfall, crisscrossed his body, turning him into a parody of some demented ragdoll. The truly impressive feature was the 4 animal masks, Anbu masks, he realized, held seamlessly in place on his back. Each of these, lectured Kakuzu, contains the heart of an opponent I have fought and killed. Continually replacing them has allowed me to extend my life and use the remaining 4 nature chakras. Now, he finished, shrugging his cloak back on, it is your turn. We are traveling to the land of Earth so that you can begin to use this secondary function of Jiongu. Why? Managed Naruto. Kakuzu chose to read through the subtext and answer his pupil's real question. You are wind-natured, which means you are naturally weak against fire users and strong against lightning users. To support your weaknesses, you will require Suten and Doton aligned hearts in order to properly cover the gamut of elemental chakra. Now let us continue, you know how I hate wasting time. Naruto trudged along just slightly behind Kakuzu, his mind caught in a daze from trying to process all of the new information he'd been presented. If his teacher was going to give some sort of long-winded dissertation every time he answered a question, Naruto was probably better off not asking some things. LLL. So, now that you've told me why we're in the land of Earth, does it really matter who I target? No, Kakuzu responded. You did choose a rather pathetic target, one not even worthy of our time, he added dryly. Bite me, retorted the blonde, flinching seconds later as Kakuzu shot him a chilly glare that promised pain. So? He drawled nervously, staring at the rocky terrain of the land of Earth and counting the border guards. Now what? Pick one of the pathetic shinobi in front of you to fight, and I will dispatch of the remainder, Kakuzu answered lowly, a manic glint entering his eyes. Naruto shuddered. He had noticed over the years that Kakuzu had rather frequent homicidal urges, and while the frequency with which he attacked Naruto had declined over time, he suspected that the reason the bounty hunter had a habit of being gone more than he was present was to satiate his murderous desires. The 11-year-old almost felt sorry for the rock Chunin on border patrol. He nodded to show he understood, and then both ninja moved. Naruto veered slightly to the right, aiming for the Chunin furthest from the rest. Kakuzu, noticing this, followed the blonde slightly, cutting off the other 4 Iwa nin from Naruto's target. You have to get past me first, grinned Kakuzu, his skin darkening. Show me your worth. Meanwhile, Naruto cornered his own prey, a young man in his late teens with sandy brown hair and green eyes. Said orbs flickered intermittently in Kakuzu's direction, where Naruto could only presume his teacher was making short work of the other ninja. After allowing this action to continue for a couple of minutes, Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. You know, maybe you should pay attention to your real opponent. His words seemed to galvanize the Iwa nin, who suddenly became more focused on the blonde. He ran through a short string of hand seals, putting his hands to the ground and causing several spires to rise from it. Naruto jumped to the right before leaping back to his original spot as more earthen spires erupted from the ground, reaching with one hand towards his weapons pouch. How have you not finished yet? Called Kakuzu, interrupting Naruto's shuriken throw, all of which embedded themselves in a rock near his opponent. Kakuzu, shouted Naruto. Shut up. This guy's annoying. I put up with you, do I not? He returned idly, inspecting one of his nails to emphasize his boredom. Naruto growled, the noise evolving into a raspy scream of frustration that began to erupt from the back of his throat. The Iwa nin, sensing opportunity, jetted forward with a kunai extended for Naruto's neck. He never made it there. 10 feet away from the blonde, Naruto whipped around and threw forward his right arm, the black tendrils of Jiongu bursting forth and ensnaring the Iwa nin. The teenager dropped his kunai as the threads wrapped securely around his wrists, ankles, and throat, completely restricting his movement and holding him aloft. Now what? Glared Naruto at his mentor. Use the power I have granted you to take his heart and make it one with your chakra system. Jiongu will know what to do. The green eyes of Naruto's captive widened at this proclamation, while the blonde merely shrugged. Naruto raised his left arm, allowing the black threads to slither out from the suture there. They shot forward suddenly, burying into the Iwa Nin's chest and causing him to gag. After a few seconds, the light dimmed from his eyes and the threads emerged, a pulsating something encased in their grasp. The bundle disappeared into Naruto's arm, and the blonde could feel a new power flooding through him. Whoa! Take off your shirt, commanded Kakuzu suddenly. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the abruptness of the order but did as he was told, removing both the vest and shirt he wore. Kakuzu stepped up behind him, holding something up to his back for a matter of seconds before removing his hand. It is done, he intoned. Naruto wished he had a mirror. What's done? He asked, annoyed. I covered up your new acquisition with a mask. I assumed that you would not want blood and organs to go unprotected, he deadpanned, and so took the liberty of getting extra Onbu masks. Jiongu took care of the semantics. The blonde turned and stared at the taller ninja, understanding dawning in his eyes. You mean, those last bounties? Do not read into my actions, brat, Kakuzu defended haughtily. I killed those Onbu because they were well worth the cost. The masks just ended up being additional perks. Now come, Hozuki's mask still requires a suit and heart to house. LLL. Naruto looked around as Kakuzu came to a halt, the clearing they were currently in quite serene. A waterfall fell gently into a smooth lake, the peaceful feeling in the area relaxing Naruto's nerves. The new power he felt coursing through him had been somewhat overwhelming during the trek out of the land of Earth. If you want me to get a suit and heart, shouldn't we keep going to Kirigakure? He asked. No, came the blunt response. As I mentioned before, Kirigakure is far away and very difficult to infiltrate. This place will serve two purposes. The blonde looked around, attempting to find something special about the clearing. Stumped, he sighed and bit down his pride. And where exactly is this place? This, Kakuzu presented with mock grandiosity, is the renowned secret entrance to Takigakure. His pupil looked at him in slight disbelief, causing the bounty hunter to rub the bridge of his nose in irritation. There is a reason Takigakure is named as such, brat, he ground out. Naruto eyed the waterfall, his mouth forming an O of understanding. Kakuzu rolled his eyes in frustration, thinking how fortunate it was for Naruto that killing the group of Iwa Nin had satisfied his homicidal urges. He reached into a sleeve and pulled out a picture, holding it up so Naruto could see. This is Tamura Tadao. He was my contact within the village for information, but he has outlived his usefulness. The blonde studied the picture, noting the man's features just as Kakuzu had told him to long ago. He possessed a slim face with blue hair and sulphurous yellow-green eyes, greediness glinting in their poisonous depths. If he was your contact, why do you want me to kill him? This bastard is trying to blackmail me, growled the former Taki Nin, and I do not allow such foolishness to go unpunished. He thinks that I will pay him a ridiculous sum of money in order to prevent him from telling the village about my existence and activities. Then why don't you kill him? My presence within my home village would not be an inconspicuous one, he snorted, and I do not believe I could control myself if I returned. There is a reason why there are no witnesses to any bounty hunting trips I take. You would do well to follow the same procedure. I guess I can do you this favor, the blonde acquiesced at last, grinning slyly. Tell me what to do. LLL. Naruto surfaced from the pool and gasped for air, immediately regretful of trying to make the mission out to be a bigger deal than it was. That bastard Kakuzu didn't tell me how long I would have to hold my breath for. I'll kill him. He hoisted himself from the water, dragging a briefcase out behind him. Fully out, he shook himself off and looked around. The pool he had come up in was one of several, waterfalls trickling into all of them. Short grass littered the area, and a few trees were growing intermittently some distance away. Naruto placed the briefcase on the grass beside him, unfastening the locks and checking the contents. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the money Kakuzu had received from Zangiai was still safe and dry. The blonde had asked his teacher for the briefcase in order to solidify the image of paying the blackmail ransom. Kakuzu had very reluctantly handed over the money, but not after telling him in vivid detail what he would do to the blonde if all the cash wasn't there upon his return. Naruto shuddered, the images were not pleasant. He got to his feet and picked up the briefcase, wandering aimlessly to the right. After 20 minutes of walking, he paused, sharp eyes catching sight of something interesting. Two teenage boys, obviously ninja, were picking on a third kid who looked to be about Naruto's age. They looked to be content with simply verbally abusing the third person until one of the boys shoved the other party. The kid tried countering, but that opened the way for the two boys to start physically beating on him. Suddenly the blonde heard a snicker not far away, and swiveled his head, finally managing to pinpoint an adult hidden carefully within a clump of bushes 100 feet away from the kids. Naruto eyed him carefully, noting blue hair and an angular jaw. That's the one, he thought. Naruto approached the man, clearing his throat to capture his attention. Sulphurous yellow-green eyes turned to face him, wide in surprise. Tamura Tadao? Naruto posed. Who's asking? Replied the man in a reedy whine. His voice grated on Naruto's ears, and the blonde was forced to visibly contain his flinch. Kakuzu sent me, he stated brusquely. I have the money. Ah, good, grinned Tadao. Let me see the briefcase. Naruto placed the briefcase down and unlocked it, turning it around so it opened towards the informant. The man's eyes lit up in excitement, allowing Naruto a moment to focus on the group of fighting children. Only the third kid was left, lying motionless on the ground. Well, it looks like it's all here, said Tadao in his high voice. Naruto heard the click of the briefcase locks as the Takinin closed it, deciding that now was the time to act. Pleasure doing business with. Naruto reached out with his right hand and grabbed the man's throat. Ah, blissful silence, he sighed. His eyes hardened and he brought the man right up to his face in the closest imitation of his teacher that he could muster. Kakuzu sends his regards, he whispered wickedly. Then he thrust his left hand forward, threads bursting forth just like with the Iwa Nin. Tadao's eyes widened and then glazed over as the thread stole his heart and assimilated it into Naruto's system. He dropped the corpse of the informant as power flooded his body again, causing him to moan. The blonde rubbed his forehead to try and stave off the headache he felt coming. Okay, there should really be a label for side effects on that scroll, he groaned. Suddenly, a kunai was at his throat. Who are you, and why did you kill this man? Demanded a tomboyish voice. Naruto mentally berated himself for dropping his guard. He felt the kunai tickle his skin and realized that he had yet to answer the question. This man was a traitor to your village, he explained, deciding that half-truths might just get him through this. Say you're right, retorted the voice after a short pause, that would imply that you don't even belong to the village. Where's your allegiance? Naruto gulped slightly. He preferred to kill only when necessary, or worthwhile, as far as bounty hunting went, and judging by the voice behind him, his captor was too young to be worth any significant reward. He began to work the black tendrils in his body towards attacking his opponent, waiting for the right moment. I have no village allegiance, he hazarded, stalling in the meantime. The person behind him was silent for a moment, and Naruto figured he or she was mulling over his answer. He stayed perfectly still until he heard his captor groan, the hand with the kunai retracting just a hair. That was enough for him. The blonde quickly threw up his right arm, pushing away the kunai and leaping away in one swift movement. He turned around to see his opponent, a thin, tanned, child around his age with light green hair, clutching his or her stomach in pain. The kid groaned, and Naruto felt something prickle his conscience. Kakuzu's gonna kill me, he sighed. Are you, okay? He tried. Do I look okay? Snapped the kid, the voice, while tomboyish, now distinctly female. Not particularly, shrugged the blonde. Hey, you look familiar, he realized. It took a minute of staring before it finally clicked. Naruto reached into one of his many pockets and pulled out a battered photo. He held it up next to the girl and ordered her to lift her head up. She looked up so Naruto could see her face, and he gasped when he saw a black bruise painted around one of her orange eyes. You're the Jinchuriki. Fu, right? Another moment, then, hey, you were the one being picked on earlier. Your powers of deduction are astounding, she grit out. How do you know I'm a Jinchuriki? Naruto nudged the body of Tadao. He was an informant for my mentor, he finished after a pause. Why were those kids picking on you? Fu scoffed. You wouldn't understand. The blonde was silent for a long time. At length, he spoke in a solemn voice. They think you're a monster. They blame you for the deaths the bijou inside of you caused. You're the target of all of their pent-up rage and hatred. Worst of all, you can't defend yourself, because then people think that you're attacking them. Am I close? All Fu could do was stare at him in wonder. How? Do I know? He finished rhetorically. He looked down quietly in shame, as if debating what to say. I know because I'm just like you. I am the host of the QB. Fu was too stunned to speak. Naruto watched as her eyes seemed to go blank for several seconds. After a moment, they seemed to refocus and she removed her hand from her stomach, where it had been resting to quell the pain. You're telling the truth, she whispered in awe. I never thought I'd meet another person like me, someone who shares my pain and understands. You believe me, just like that? He questioned skeptically. She smiled wryly. I spoke to the bug. At Naruto's inquiring gaze, she elaborated, Nanabi no Kabutamoshi. Apparently he was reacting to the presence of the Kyuubi and that's why I was in pain. Ah. He wasn't quite sure how to respond to that. Then, suddenly, an idea occurred to him. Are you accepted in this village? Not really, she replied. Why? No real reason, he shrugged carelessly, but if you're looking for acceptance, I think I know a place where you can find it. Interested? LLL. Kakuzu strode, he never paced, back and forth in the clearing his blonde pupil had left well over an hour ago. It wasn't that he was worried about him, but the idiot did have his money. Tadao shouldn't have proven to be such a big problem, but if Naruto had gotten caught, even a platoon of elite Taki nin, as few as they were, might have been able to overwhelm him with his limited experience. That brat has 5 minutes before I go in there and take off his head for losing my money. Fortunately, Kakuzu didn't have to wait that long. After 3 minutes, bubbles began to form in the middle of the water, attracting his attention. Moments after, Naruto's blonde head burst through the surface, followed by several deep gasps of air. Brat, growled Kakuzu, where is my money? The black briefcase containing Kakuzu's cash flew through the air and landed on the bank next to the tall man. Good, he stated after checking the contents. Now hurry up. I do not wish to dally here any longer than necessary. That was when a second head burst through the water, also taking in gulps of air. Kakuzu immediately began preparing a powerful technique to take care of the intruder, but Naruto's spluttered wait caused Kakuzu to pause in curiosity. He waited until Naruto and the other person swam to shore and flopped onto the bank, chests heaving in rhythm. Kakuzu's green eyes stared with piercing intensity at the other person before switching their gaze purely to his pupil. You little shit, he hissed, what did you do? Naruto coughed up a lungful of water before answering. I took out your guy and brought back to Kigakure's third best secret, the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi. Aren't you proud? He smirked. Kakuzu hauled the blonde up by his collar, bringing him within inches of his face and leaking powerful killer intent. What was your intention by bringing this pest out with you? I thought that, maybe, you could help train her, like you kinda did with me? Do not presume to speak for me, you insolent pest. Snarled the mercenary. You were the first student I have ever taken on, and until you have earned your keep, I will consider even that a mistake. I will not allow you to drag me into training another useless, annoying sack of flesh. Before Naruto could protest, Fu's voice cut through Kakuzu's rant. You never told me that Kakuzu was your teacher, Naruto. Her voice was a mixture of fear and awe, and Kakuzu dropped Naruto carelessly onto the grass before walking over to her. The bounty hunter leaned in close, appearing to inspect her before saying in a dangerously low tone, What have you heard of me, little girl? Only what the history books have told us, shrugged Fu. That after becoming a great ninja and then failing to assassinate the Shodai Hokage, you betrayed the village, but not before stealing Jiongu, and the heart of some guy? Dunno, that part was pretty vague. But you're an inspiration to me. Kakuzu raised one eyebrow. Most people do not have such a reaction to my deeds and actions. My name's Fu, and I hate Taki as much as I think you do. Naruto gave me something to believe in, where before I only experienced pain and misery. She removed her hideate from where it was wrapped around her arm and scored it with a kunai, symbolizing the end of her village affiliation. Will you take me on as a second apprentice, Kakuzu-sensei? Kakuzu punched her head, but was surprised when the Fu in front of him burst into a cloud of dust. Interesting trick, he called aloud to the surrounding foliage. It's part of my biju's abilities, returned Fu's voice. Pretty cool, huh? The green-haired girl jumped down from a tree, landing not too far from Kakuzu. So, am I enough of an asset for you to train now? The tall ninja looked at her for a long moment, considering the request. At length, he turned away, picked up the briefcase, and walked on. Do not call me sensei, was all he said. LLL. Naruto had to admit that while Kakuzu was interesting to hang out with, having Fu around was a blessing. It was great to finally be able to have someone his own age to hang out with, even if the past 3 months since Fu's arrival had been somewhat busy. While Naruto had been adjusting to the random power surges of the new Suten and Doton chakras within him, Kakuzu had drilled Fu on all of her abilities. Unlike Naruto, who seemed to have been granted limitless chakra and elevated healing abilities, Fu's main ability allowed her to utilize the Jinten element, what she called dust release, a combination of wind and earth elements. Currently, both Naruto and Fu were waiting for Kakuzu in their usual training field on the outskirts of Onenji. Naruto eyed Fu using his peripheral vision, taking notice of her outfit change. She wore a short fishnet shirt under a slightly shorter white shirt which revealed her abdomen. White armlets covered her arms up to just past her elbows, and white ninja shoes protected her feet. A white skirt covered more fishnet material which went down to mid-thigh, and Fu's scored waterfall forehead protector was in place on her right bicep. An empty, red cylindrical bag hung on her back, held in place by crisscrossing red straps over her chest. Risque, he thought offhandedly. Kakuzu's curt greeting of, "Brat, Fu," cut off his thoughts. "How come you don't have a derogatory name for her?" outed Naruto. "She has respect for me," he replied blandly, "and she does not annoy the shit out of me like you do." Naruto huffed indignantly, causing Fu to giggle lightly. "As for the real reason I am here," continued Kakuzu, "close your eyes and hold out your hands, brat." Naruto did as he was told, and seconds later he heard Fu gasp. He felt a brief sense of excitement before there was a swishing sound and Naruto lost the feeling in his right arm. He opened his eyes to find the black threads of Jiongu reconnecting his now severed right arm at the same junction it had done a year ago with his left one. "This is becoming a habit with you," Naruto told Kakuzu in a voice unfazed by his lack of appendage. "True," droned his teacher, "but I wanted to demonstrate to you the capabilities of your new weapon." Naruto's eyes found what the tall ninja was referring to, a wakizashi with a 12-inch glistening steel blade connected to a plain black handle. "Whoa," he murmured, reaching out with both hands as his right arm finished reattaching to his body. "You got this for me?" he choked out. "For fuck's sake, do not get all emotional on me," Kakuzu chastised. "This will expand your thus far limited repertoire and aid in your wind chakra manipulation. I expect you to pay me back for that in the years to come." "So are you going to teach me how to use it?" Naruto asked, voice filled with awe as he sheathed and unsheathed the weapon over and over again. "No," scoffed the bounty hunter, "I have little use for such trivialities. So while I train your new friend here, you will serve under a kenjutsu master I managed to find for you." As Naruto quirked an eyebrow in curiosity, Kakuzu motioned towards the forest where two figures in black cloaks were appearing. The shorter of the two possessed raven black hair and blank crimson eyes, his face betraying no emotion whatsoever. The taller one rivaled Kakuzu's height, and carried a tremendous object wrapped in white bandages on his back. Naruto could only surmise that this man was to be his new teacher. "Does he have blue skin?" wondered the blonde as they got closer. He also noted slits in the man's neck, gills, and beady, bloodshot eyes that shone with a sadism which probably surpassed Kakuzu's own. "This is Hoshigaki Kisame, one of the former 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist," Kakuzu introduced without emotion. "He will train you for the next year using whatever methods he so desires." Kisame grinned at this, revealing row upon row of sharp teeth. Naruto gulped slightly, but otherwise made no other move which revealed his emotions. "We're gonna have a good time, aren't we, fishbait?" chuckled Kisame. Naruto shot a scowl at Kakuzu, who completely ignored it, before following Kisame and the other man away from Onenji and northeast towards the land of lightning. Fu waved a rather tepid farewell before following Kakuzu in the opposite direction to continue her training. Both Jinchuriki had a long year ahead of them. LLL. Omake. Kakuzu wandered down the practically deserted street, Fu walking in front of him and gazing at the buildings in wonder. While he recognized that Naruto would start training with Kisame tomorrow and Fu needed a legitimate ninja uniform, he wasn't particularly happy about going out and spending more money on his wayward pupils. The bounty hunter was shaken from his musings by the sound of a bell chiming. He looked up to find Fu disappearing through the door of the same ninja supply shop he had visited years before. He gave a long-suffering sigh that betrayed his annoyance before waiting idly outside, a silent sentinel. 20 minutes later, the Seven Tails Jinchuriki reappeared dressed in the most ridiculous outfit Kakuzu had ever seen. While fishnet could be considered a staple of ninja attire, I fail to see the practicality of such stupid clothing choices, he criticized. "It helps show off my girlish figure," Fu chirped. "What figure? You have the body of a 12-year-old, he deadpanned. "I am a 12-year-old, she huffed indignantly. "Besides, I like it. These clothes allow me flexibility and room to grow into, so someday I can use my figure." "Let us assume for a moment that all of that is true," allowed the tall ninja. "What possible purpose does that serve?" He pointed to the red, cylindrical object strapped to her back. "No idea," she said, "but it looks cool." Noticing the vein throbbing in Kakuzu's forehead, Fu smiled sheepishly and added, "I'll find a use for it at some point." There was silence for a long moment as Kakuzu fought down the urge to kill the girl. "I expect a full reimbursement, with interest," he threatened before walking away. Fu merely pumped her arm in excitement at having won the right to keep her new clothes. Chapter 6, Moshin Suten, Suikodan no Jutsu. Naruto quickly stopped channeling chakra to his feet, allowing his body to plummet below the surface of the lake. The water shark bomb sailed harmlessly overhead, splashing mere feet away from where he had been standing. He mentally congratulated himself for his quick thinking, swimming quietly towards where Kisame was standing in the vain hope that the blue-haired man wouldn't know his location. The blonde Jinchuriki had been training on and off with the former Kiri Nin for roughly a year, the lessons stopping due to changing locations based on the missions Kisame and his partner had to go on. With those exceptions, they had stayed around an independent part of the land of hot water which called itself the Land of the Sea, a stretch of rural country between the lands of fire and lightning which bordered the ocean and dabbled in fishing. The area consisted of a large lake which sat in the middle of a dense, foggy forest. Judging by how well it was hidden and how well Kisame knew the area, Naruto could only assume that he often frequented the area for his own training. The nice thing about having Kisame as a teacher was that Naruto had learned more than just swordsmanship from the man. He had left Kakuzu before being able to take full advantage of the new element surging within him. Fortunately, ex-Mist Shinobi Kisame had taught Naruto a bunch of common Suten moves that most Kirigakure Chunin knew, as well as the basis of some of the more difficult ones. It was, at the very least, more than Kakuzu had ever taught him in one sitting. As the year had passed, Naruto had noticed that he kept comparing Kisame to Kakuzu. While Kakuzu was ruthless, obsessed with money, and normally wouldn't do anything unless it benefited him in some way, Kisame was a strict taskmaster, forcing Naruto through motions again and again until he had perfected them. Comparatively, Kakuzu usually taught Naruto the bare minimum of what he felt the blonde needed to know and then left him to his own devices. Barring the obvious sadistic streak and bloodlust, there were very few similarities between the two giants. Besides teaching, the most useful contrast between the two was that Kisame was far more willing to talk than Kakuzu. So willing, in fact, that Naruto could swear planning him with the blue-skinned man had been part of Kakuzu's plan all along. That bastard would somehow find a way to make a gain by getting rid of me. Apparently, the black cloaks with red clouds that Kisame and his partner wore symbolized their affiliation with Akatsuki, an organization that Kisame described as being dedicated to world domination. The group was still somewhat new, having formed shortly before his birth, but it had already earned a reputation as an effective terrorist organization. According to Kisame, Akatsuki was currently focusing on attaining large sums of money in order to back their plan, which explained its interest in Kakuzu. The group operated in pairs, and Naruto found himself hard-pressed to find a stranger partnership than the one he was currently enmeshed in. Kisame's comrade was a stoic man by the name of Uchiha Itachi, the surname ringing a familiar bell with the blonde. It had taken a solid 2 weeks for Naruto to find out that information, the raven-haired man silent until Kisame had ribbed him into finally introducing himself. Naruto was constantly wary of Itachi. The Uchiha clan had taken no great strides in attempting to improve his former life in Konoha, and while he didn't know Itachi personally, he wasn't taking any chances. Additionally, while the Uchiha was an obvious missing nin from their home village, Naruto wasn't sure exactly what Itachi knew of him, if anything. Fortunately, the raven-haired man, while apparently in charge of the larger and more intimidating Kisame, had done little to nothing to interfere with or stop Naruto's training. Not that Itachi not interfering with his training made it any easier. Naruto swam up from beneath Kisame, mentally thanking the man for training him how to hold his breath for long periods of time. He stealthily began to rise to the surface, closing in on 20 feet away when his teacher looked down and grinned wickedly. The blonde had seen that look many times on the former Kiri Nin in the past year and had learned that the amount of sharp, glistening teeth that could be seen in his mouth was a good indication of how much trouble he was in. Even from his current distance, Naruto felt like he could almost count each individual tooth. Ah, shit. Kisame clapped his hands together and then placed his right one on the surface of the lake. Suten, Gashokazame. From each of his fingers came a shark made entirely of water, all of them swirling down through the lake and targeting the blonde. Naruto yelped in surprise, but only managed to release a stream of bubbles that the sharks promptly tore through. Thinking quickly, he formed 3 hand seals and began to rotate in place. Mizu no Tatsumaki, he thought. A swirling vortex of water formed around him, serving as protection and partially destroying all 5 sharks. He stopped spinning after several seconds and mentally sighed in relief. Okay, one obstacle avoided. Naruto looked up to see Kisame's grin grow wider. How is that possible? before re-examining his surroundings. The sharks that he thought he had destroyed began to reform before his eyes, the water from the lake filling in the parts that his technique had destroyed. 1, he counted, 2, 3, 4, wait, where's the fifth? He turned around just in time to find the last shark bearing down upon him and resisted the urge to yelp in panic. Stretching out his arms and legs, Naruto caught the shark's wide jaws as it attempted to snatch him up. It thrashed violently, trying to shake the blonde off to attack him properly, but Naruto held on tight. Frustrated, the shark raced to the surface, breaking through the glass-like top of the lake at a breakneck speed. Fortunately for Naruto, the shark lost cohesion as soon as it lost contact with the water. Unfortunately for him, the momentum from the shark continued to propel him through the air. Ah! He screamed as he flew in an arc over the lake and towards the shore. He hit the ground clumsily, rolling head over feet before springing up with his wakizashi raised defensively. The large, bandaged weapon that Kisame affectionately called Seimata connected with Naruto's blade, forcing the blonde to dig his heels into the ground to keep his balance. Even so, the power behind the attack moved him back a solid foot. Naruto wasn't entirely sure why the blade had a name, but after fighting against it for the better part of a year, he wasn't about to question Kisame's methods, especially considering that he had yet to win against it. All he knew was that letting the bandaged weapon touch him was a bad idea. It stole his chakra and caused an annoying burning sensation that lasted for a while. Gotta gain leverage, Naruto sweated as Kisame applied more pressure to his weapon. He, laughed Kisame, it's over, fishbait. Naruto raised one eyebrow and opened his mouth to respond, but found himself, once again, surrounded by water, a strange sphere of the liquid that was levitating above the ground. Suro no jutsu, commented the Akatsuki member. You're completely immobilized. Forfeit, or I can take off a leg, he offered hopefully. Fine, grunted the blonde, you win. The water surrounding him collapsed suddenly, allowing him to fall to the earth, chest heaving slightly. Naruto craned his head and caught sight of a second Kisame behind him which promptly collapsed into water. Damn, he thought. He heard a heavy footfall in front of him and looked up to see Kisame standing there, Seimata once again strapped to the man's back by its leather harness. You did better than I thought you would, fishbait, Kisame told him. You're no master of either Suten or Kenjutsu, but you have enough skill to get by for now. Naruto grumbled half-heartedly, frustrated that he hadn't gotten closer to beating the giant sword wielder. The year is over, your training is done, spoke a bland voice from the trees. Both ninja looked over to see Itachi standing in front of a sturdy oak, his expression blank. Kakuzu is about a 4-hour walk in that direction, he pointed. Kisame, we have a mission. Let's go. Sure thing, Itachi. See you round, fishbait. Maybe next time you'll have a chance at beating me. Kisame flashed one of his patented smirks at Naruto before following Itachi in the opposite direction the X-Leaf Nin had pointed. Naruto waved a hand in farewell, mildly confused at the abrupt exit, then headed to where Kakuzu was waiting for him. LLL. If there was one thing that Naruto would grant Itachi, it was that the man was accurate to a fault. It took just over 4 hours to find Kakuzu and Fu waiting in a rather large clearing with a small pond nearby. Brat, Kakuzu greeted as Fu waved, I trust that your training went well. Fine, he replied quickly, trying hard not to compare Kisame's and Kakuzu's sadism. How was yours? He asked reflexively. Fruitful. It is amazing what one can accomplish when one has a competent student. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the tall ninja but chose not to rise to the bait. Did you get any other information? I knew it. The only reason you got Kisame to train me was to gather information on Akatsuki. He accused. It was not the only reason, I also wanted to get rid of you for a time. Naruto fought the urge to punch his first teacher in the face while Fu tried her hardest not to laugh. I ask again, what did you learn? Naruto told Kakuzu all of the information that he had gathered from Kisame about Akatsuki. The former Taki nin digested it all with an unchanging expression, waiting until the blonde was done talking before humming in thought. While not overly useful, at least you managed to figure out something, Kakuzu admitted. As a result, I will allow you an opportunity to claim a reward. How unusually gracious of you, Naruto deadpanned. What's the reward, Kakuzu? Fu asked. This year, the biannual Chunin exams are being held in Konohagakure, Kakuzu explained. They are open to all allied countries, meaning that ninja from Ame, Taki, Kuza, and Suna will be there competing against Konoha. If you truly want revenge against Konoha's populace for its treatment of you, the Chunin exams will be your best opportunity to infiltrate the village and decide how to do so. You'd be willing to enter me in the Chunin exams, just to help me get vengeance? You and Fu, corrected the bounty hunter. Naruto cheered and Fu gave him a quick hug in celebration, but Kakuzu interrupted by clearing his throat. However, you have to defeat me first. Say what? 2-on-1, Kakuzu explained. If you can kill me just once, I will assist you in entering the Chunin exams. If not, we will find some pricey shinobi to kill, reap the bounties, and you can eventually find your own way to get revenge, should you so desire. Okay, so, when do we start? Fu asked. Now, stated the taller ninja, detaching both fists from his wrists and allowing Jung's tendrils to carrying them towards his students. Fu rolled to the right to avoid Kakuzu's left hand, while Naruto, shorter than the girl, bent backwards to avoid the other one. The blonde grunted as he fell on his rear, Fu charging in to attack Kakuzu. She threw a hasty punch that Kakuzu maneuvered around, spinning in almost slow motion and delivering a powerful roundhouse kick to her back. Fu skidded head over feet along the ground, grinding to a halt a short distance away from where Naruto was currently seated. Comfortable? He offered. Fu coughed once, spitting to the side and rising to her feet. Very, she retorted sarcastically. Naruto grinned in response, waiting until Fu's eyes met his own before exchanging nods with her. The unspoken message was simple: both would distract their teacher and take advantage of any opening the other could garner. Fu darted around in a semicircle, stopping 50 feet behind Kakuzu. Naruto rose to his feet and settled into a fighting stance, prompting Kakuzu to raise an eyebrow. For 3 seconds, only the wind rustling through the foliage made any motion. Finally, Kakuzu turned around to face Fu instead of Naruto, an action which raised the blonde boy's ire. What, suddenly she's more important than I am? That bastard, I'll show him. He charged his teacher, Fu following suit shortly thereafter. 5 feet away from Kakuzu, Naruto suddenly stopped, and then fell flat on his face. I see Kisame did not beat your impetuousness out of you. Your pride will be your undoing one day, criticized Kakuzu as Fu closed in on him. Naruto looked at his feet, blue eyes widening in surprise at the black tendrils wrapped around them. He quickly followed the trail to where the tendrils disappeared into the bottom of his teacher's cloak. That's resourceful, I wonder how long that took to master? Naruto didn't have long to wonder. Fu arrived on the scene, throwing another, harder punch at Kakuzu, who, unable to dodge, caught it. As the girl reared her other hand back, the black threads holding Naruto lifted from the ground, spinning him around and slinging him in the direction of the pond. Not again. He complained, creating a large splash as he hit the water and sank deep. Meanwhile, Kakuzu had caught Fu's second punch and the two were locked in a struggle of strength that the older ninja was winning. Too weak, thought Fu, sweating in exertion as the older Nukenin pushed her backwards, the black tendrils of Jiongu wriggling around her like snakes. Then, struck by inspiration, she used Kakuzu's grip to flip her body, landing both feet in a solid connection with the underside of Kakuzu's chin. His head snapped back, and the Nanabi Jinchuriki took advantage of the broken deadlock by back flipping away and rotating the pain from her wrists. Clever, complimented Kakuzu, rolling his neck back into its proper position. But how will you follow it up? Like this, shouted a different voice. Suiten, Bakasui Shoha. A medium-sized wave of water rose from the lake, Naruto riding its peak as he directed it towards Kakuzu, Fu backpedaling swiftly and finding purchase among some tree branches. Ha! Panted Naruto. Take this, he cried as the wave broke over his teacher. After half a minute, the water settled into a relatively small area, only a couple inches deep. Fu abandoned the tree she was in, applying chakra to stand on top of the water like Naruto was doing far across from her. Too much for ya, eh, Kakuzu? Taunted Naruto, his irritation at his teacher granting him cockiness. Arrogance must be earned, brat. You overestimate your power, replied the bounty hunter, rising slowly from his crouch between the two Jinchuriki. I see that Kisame taught you more than mere swordsmanship. However, he continued, reaching his full 6-foot height, do not presume to defeat a former Suiten expert with his own weapon. Naruto, currently facing the former Taki Nin, scrunched his face in disgust and pointed at Kakuzu. Ew, he whined childishly, what the hell happened to your face? Kakuzu's eyes darted momentarily to the water, and after noticing a scrap of black fabric floating away, reached up with one hand to feel his head covering. The triangular piece that normally covered his mouth and nose was missing, revealing his full face to Naruto for the first time. The bridge of Kakuzu's nose looked permanently aged, a crease right below where the mask normally covered, Naruto was briefly reminded of Itachi and the distinctive, premature stress lines he possessed just below his eyes. However, the truly disturbing part about Kakuzu was his mouth, over half of which was essentially stitched shut. From what he could see, 3 loops of thread kept the former Taki nin's mouth sewed closed on either side. Is that a side effect of Jiongu? Naruto posed hesitantly. Kakuzu reached down and picked up the fabric, reattaching it to the white head covering and glaring daggers at the blonde. Nothing comes without a price, he stated at last, something I am sure I have taught you already. And everybody ages, something which I thought I would not have to teach you. His piece said, Kakuzu's fist shot forward with lightning quickness, nailing Naruto in the sternum and belly before he could react. The older ninja's hands sunk in a little deeper before Naruto turned into water. He anticipated my move. Perhaps the brat has learned something after all. I see that Kisame also taught you how to perform Mizu Bunshine, Kakuzu called to the air. That is good, it is a very useful technique, provided you have the water to use it. Kisame-senpai did a really good job with my training, affirmed Naruto, rising from the pond. Granted, I need water to use the Bakasui Shoha and he doesn't, and mine definitely isn't as powerful as his, but he did open up my moveset a little bit. Now, let's continue, he said, settling into an offensive stance again. Kakuzu nodded in recognition, but before he could move, he found a spike of earth protruding from his chest. Sorry, Kakuzu, commented Fu, a foot-long piece of earth formed around her hand, but it looks like we win. Nice job distracting him, Naruto. Not quite, Kakuzu told her, a steely glint in his eyes. Just like Naruto had, he dissolved into water, but instead of completely collapsing, the liquid flowed around and over Fu, encasing her in a bubble held in place by the Mizu Bunshine. Aw crap, complained Naruto, recognizing the water prison technique his battling partner was now trapped in. He reached behind and placed one hand cautiously on the handle of his sword before gazing around intently, wary of his teacher. Where are you? He sing-songed nervously. That was when a hand reached up through the earth and grabbed Naruto's leg, surprising him. Ah, he cried as he was forcibly pulled into the ground up to his shoulders. Kakuzu rose smoothly from the earth, grabbed the wakizashi from its sheath on Naruto's back, and fluidly moved it next to Naruto's throat. Yield, he commanded. Naruto growled in frustration but acquiesced to defeat for the second time that day. The water clone holding Fu collapsed, dropping the girl to the ground on hands and knees. Kakuzu brushed minuscule specks of dirt from his shoulders as he manipulated the earth around Naruto by channeling chakra through his feet. The blonde pulled free seconds later, hauling himself out of the ground and irritably swiping his weapon from the bounty hunter. I didn't even get to pull off my best moves, he pouted. Such a shame, drawled Kakuzu sarcastically. Fu walked over and patted Naruto's shoulder sympathetically. I am sure your potential must far surpass what you displayed, he continued in the same dry tone, clearly mocking his student. Hell yeah. What exactly was the purpose of that exercise? Asked Fu. Did you really think we would win, or were you just trying to prove a point? The latter. I wanted to make sure there were no misconceptions about the difference between our power levels, even in a 2-on-1 fight. Also, I felt that the brat needed to relearn respect, just to unlearn any bad habits Kisame may have taught him. Now come, you lost, and we have money to make. Actually, Kakuzu-san, I'd like to interrupt your plans. Naruto and Fu's heads snapped around in surprise, a direct contrast to Kakuzu's slow and purposeful turn. Standing under the shade of a copse of trees was a strange woman wearing a black cloak with red clouds, some sort of white flower stuck in her blue hair. Naruto, apparently mesmerized by the stud stuck underneath the woman's lower lip, leaned into Kakuzu without averting his eyes and whispered, "Who's she?" "I do not know," admitted the other man, "but staring like an idiot does not seem to be getting you anywhere. I was once told by a man named Zetsu," Kakuzu stated a little louder, "that anybody wearing that outfit is a member of Akatsuki." "That is correct," confirmed the woman. "My name is Konan, and I'm the second in command of the organization. Might I have a word with you privately?" Kakuzu nodded and took a step forward, pausing momentarily to throw over his shoulder, "Listen in and I will kill you." The two Jinchuriki jumped slightly, but quickly nodded in understanding. "What do you want?" he demanded upon reaching Konan. "We," she emphasized, "would like you to reconsider your offer to go to the Chunin exams." The former Taki nin's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "How long were you spying on us?" "Long enough," began Konan, "to know that your students have great potential and that you are the best option we have to complete our plans. While your concern for me and my students is touching," he drawled cynically, "I am not in the habit of breaking my word, and as the brats did not beat me, we are not going to Konoha," he finished firmly. Kakuzu turned around and prepared to walk away, but was stopped by what Konan's next words. "We know you are in possession of the Nanabi." The older ninja refocused his attention upon the blue-haired woman, silently prompting her to continue. "We could easily remove her from your presence, if we so desired. Even you could not stand against so many other S-class shinobi. I will hear you out." "Thank you," Konan bowed. "You have heard of Orochimaru?" Orochimaru, renowned as the Snake Sanin of Konoha and one of its most infamous traitors. "Few people have not heard of him," he snorted derisively. "Why?" "We want you to kill him." Kakuzu raised an eyebrow at this statement. While not entirely outside the realm of possibility, the fight would be a difficult one, Kakuzu conceded. "Tell me why." 13 years ago, Orochimaru joined Akatsuki after defecting from Konoha, Konan explained. When Uchiha Itachi joined 7 years later, Orochimaru attempted to steal his body, but ended up failing. He was forced to flee the organization, taking his ring with him. "His ring?" Kakuzu interrupted. "The rings are the most important symbol of a person's affiliation with Akatsuki," she told him, flashing her own ring in the process. "However, that's merely one reason we want him gone. Orochimaru's current plans involve the 12-year-old container of the Ichibi. The Ichibi, and from what Zetsu has told me, that would interfere with your plans. I can only assume that this container will be present at the Chunin exams," Kakuzu extrapolated. Konan nodded. "From the intelligence we've been able to gather thus far, he plans on using the powers of the Jinchuriki to invade Konoha and take vengeance upon the village by destroying it." "A universal plan, it seems," muttered the bounty hunter. "And if I refuse to cooperate?" Konan's eyes darted to where Fu and Naruto were standing. "We'll take her and extract the bijou, killing her in the process." Kakuzu seemed to consider it for a moment, prompting Konan to finish her offer. "We're also allowing you to keep the money his head is worth." "Done," agreed Kakuzu without hesitation. "That is too large a sum of money to pass up simply because of principle. However, the brats will need a third teammate. If you would like my services, you will need to provide a competent and obedient person who can serve as one." Konan remained silent for a long moment, her eyes appearing slightly unfocused. "Very well," she conceded at length, returning her attention to Kakuzu. "Your last student will be waiting for you at one of our hideouts within the Land of Fire, near the border with the Land of Rice Paddies. We appreciate your cooperation, Kakuzu-san." Her piece said. Konan's figure appeared to ripple, breaking apart into hundreds of pieces of paper to be carried away by the wind. Kakuzu watched her disappear in silence. "The shinobi of Akatsuki have very unique abilities. I would fit in quite easily, and would also do well to remain on their good side. Even with my skill, working against them would be hindering." He walked over to his students, who were currently engaged in a rock-paper-scissors battle, and kicked both of them. "Get up," he commanded. "It appears that you will get your wish after all." "What do you mean?" asked Fu, standing up alongside Naruto. The tall ninja sighed wearily. "Despite my desire to the contrary, we are headed to Konoha." "Really?" Naruto exclaimed, excitement visibly pulsing throughout his body. "Even though we lost to you? What did that lady say?" "What have I told you about looking a gift horse in the mouth, brat?" Kakuzu snapped. "For now, simply accept your stroke of good fortune. Let us depart. We must pick up your wayward third teammate to be eligible for the Chunin exams. Another headache to look forward to," he grumbled. As Kakuzu led Naruto and Fu west toward the Land of Rice Paddies, the two Jinchuriki high-fived in victory, discussing in quiet tones the upcoming Chunin exams. LLL. A large quantity of paper fluttered into the center of a large forest in the southeastern part of the Land of Fire. They came together to reveal Konan, looking no worse for wear despite the strange method of travel. She held her ring, which displayed the character Byako up to a sturdy tree, unveiling a white sheet of paper that was only one part of a complex sealing technique meant to ward off interlopers. The blue-haired woman walked straight into the tree, causing it to ripple slightly, and descended down a stairwell into a humongous open cavern. The cavern was void of all but two objects, one of which was near the back. A massive stone statue stood there, the top of which came only a couple 100 feet shy of hitting the ceiling. Spikes jutted out from behind the face, which possessed 9 eyes, 2 rows of 4 with a giant one in the middle to make the face symmetrical, all of which were closed. A stone scroll with a chain running through it was held by the statue's mouth, and 2 large hands, handcuffed together, jutted up from the ground, coming to about the statue's chin. The other figure was, surprisingly enough, even more imposing than the statue, a man of average build with spiky orange hair and the traditional cloak of Akatsuki. He turned around upon hearing footfalls, his ringed gray eyes, a series of concentric circles, boring holes into the new arrival. Kakuzu accepted the terms we set forth, stated Konan. Receiving no acknowledgement that she was heard, she continued, "What are our plans, Pain?" The gray-eyed man remained completely silent, but despite his unnerving stare and emotionless facade, Konan waited patiently for an answer. "Kakuzu has agreed to take care of Orochimaru," Pain remarked at length, "who has been a thorn in our side for far too long. Even if he has never acted directly against us, his defection and plans have stalled us unnecessarily. I still don't understand why we didn't just take him out when we had the chance," Konan pointed out. Pain blinked slowly, the only motion he made in response to his companion's query. "Orochimaru is clever and resourceful. He has contacts in most of the countries the world over, and knows how to stay under the radar and manipulate the underground. Until now, we have been spread too thin to dedicate resources to attack him, but with Zetsu's most recent information, we can finally begin our real plans," finished Konan. "The bijou?" Konan's partner nodded once. "Correct. Zetsu and Sasori have managed to piece together enough information to deduce that Orochimaru plans on using Ichibi no Shukaku to destroy Konohagakure during the third portion of the Chunin exams." "I know," Konan intoned impatiently, "you made sure that I knew at least that much to get Kakuzu on board. However, what Orochimaru doesn't know is that we will also be there," Pain told her. "And we will capitalize on his upcoming failure." The blue-haired woman nodded in understanding. "And the girl?" "I can only assume you are referring to the Jinchuriki of the Nanabi no Kabutamoshi," Pain guessed. At Konan's confirming nod, he continued, "For now, we leave her. Kakuzu is a valuable asset and we would do well to not endanger our current partnership with him by overextending our reach. What was his relationship with the children?" Konan's eyes adopted a faraway look, trying to recall her conversation with Kakuzu. "I don't know the man well enough to make an accurate judgment. He might care enough to pose an obstacle when we target the Nanabi, but if there's more incentive for him in her death, he would probably go along with the plan." "Then we leave her alone," Pain repeated, "along with the boy." Konan arched one perfectly thin eyebrow in confusion. "The boy, you mean the blonde child with him?" Pain turned around, eyeing all 9 closed eyes of the giant statue. "Yes. Or, if you'd prefer, the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko, the most powerful of the bijou." The woman's eyes widened by a fraction. "What? When did you find this out?" "Itachi informed me earlier today when I assigned him and Kisame their newest mission," Pain explained. "Since the Kyubi needs to be sealed last anyway, it would appear to be doubly beneficial to keep Kakuzu near us as much as possible, especially following the Chunin exams. Keeping track of the 2 Jinchuriki will be much easier with their teacher close at hand and their power already in our clutches. So, we wait until the right time then," concluded Konan. "Yes. Soon enough, our plans will begin in earnest." The orange-haired man stared at the second eye from the left on the top row of eyes. "1 down, 8 to go. Then, the world shall finally know peace, through true pain." Chapter 7, Obstacles. Kakuzu-san, a pleasure to see you again. Naruto and Fu both jumped as the strangest person they had ever seen emerged from a tree. His face and upper body were 2 colors, half black, half white, and he possessed yellow eyes, one of them pupilless, along with light green hair. A large Venus flytrap engulfed and protected his head, making him seem more plant than human, especially with what little they could see of him. Naruto was still fixated on the fact that this person had just morphed out from a tree. On the other hand, Kakuzu appeared to be completely unfazed. "Zetsu," he greeted in a monotone, "how unsurprising to run into you here." Zetsu merely stared at the tall ninja unblinkingly. With just under a week before the Chunin exams began, Kakuzu and his pupils had taken their time traveling the relatively short distance from their training spot to the land of rice paddies. The 7-hour trek had led them past the Valley of the End, the last battlefield between Konoha co-founders Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Naruto and Fu were in awe at the sight of the awesome statues and roaring falls. Kakuzu had remained oppressively silent, and Naruto thought that perhaps the bounty hunter had scowled at the Senju's statue as they passed. About 10 miles away from the Valley of the End, the strange man whom Kakuzu referred to as Zetsu had popped out of a tree. As Kakuzu and Zetsu engaged in conversation, both kids were shocked to realize that the newcomer had 2 personalities. Apparently Kakuzu had already become acquainted with this trait of the Akatsuki member, for he seemed to be unalarmed by the contradicting voices. "How have you been, Kakuzu-san?" implored White Zetsu politely. "Do not engage him," snarled Black Zetsu, We are here for one purpose only, at the command of Leader Sama. That seems to be the general trend of things, Kakuzu commented dryly. Leader Sama is a man worthy of respect, Zetsu informed him, but enough of this idle chit-chat. We have other places to be. Come, we'll show you to your target. Zetsu unmerged completely from the tree, walking towards a rather large rock embedded in the ground. 3 sets of eyes followed him. The Akatsuki member held forth his right hand, and Kakuzu briefly saw the glint of a ring, positioned on a different finger than the one Konan had flashed him. The rock in front of the plant man slid slowly to the side, revealing a man-sized hole in the ground. Kakuzu could only conclude that the rings allowed members access to hideouts that were otherwise off-limits to lower minions. Your requested third teammate is waiting in there, Zetsu said, and Naruto almost thought that he sounded snippy. We have other errands to run. Be nice, warned Zetsu's white side. Haro is a good boy, treat him well. With that, the plant man disappeared into the ground, 2/3 of his audience wide-eyed at the ability. The trio descended into the hole, the rock moving back into place to conceal the opening once Kakuzu's head cleared. Dim lamps hanging from the walls illuminated the short staircase that opened into a larger chamber, a circular area about 500 feet in diameter. Naruto was surprised to see the sheer amount of supplies that had been stored within the cavern. Ninja attire from multiple villages hung in neat rows along the walls. The blonde could easily pinpoint the standard Chunin and Jonin flak jackets, as well as Onbu armor, of both the Cloud and Leaf, with a massive surplus of the latter. Outfits from the Hidden Rain and Waterfall, while not as plentiful, could still be spotted interspersed between the two great nations, along with some strange attire with notable black and gray camouflage patterns. Hanging next to each village's clothing were rows of hideate, the one next to the unfamiliar clothing bearing a musical note. Naruto moved closer, deciding he wanted a closer look at the objects of the unknown village. Meanwhile, Fu had stepped in the opposite direction and had begun to admire the stock of weapons. Crates of kunai and shuriken sat against the wall, along with several smaller boxes of paper bombs. Spools of ninja wire and stacks of senbone, the sharp, needle-like tools used mostly by medical ninja, lay in neat piles nearby. Multiple umbrellas, a weapon commonly affiliated with the Migakure ninja, hung by their handles from hooks protruding from the wall. Also littering the wall were other weapons. Fu identified several tanto, taken from Leaf Onbu, she guessed, a couple of tonfa, 2 katana, and a kusarigama before her knowledge of blades ran out. Several scrolls also hung from the cavern wall, and the girl wondered briefly at the army that could be prepared with the supplies they were currently surrounded by. Kakuzu's interest had been immediately drawn to a point halfway between where his 2 pupils were standing. I presume that you are the third student Zetsu mentioned, he intoned. At these words, Naruto and Fu both turned their heads in the direction Kakuzu's voice seemed to be directed. A boy sat on a crate, his right arm hung loosely over his bent knee. He had short, cobalt blue hair that was styled up in a spiky mohawk and skin a shade darker than pale. The boy jumped off the crate, revealing himself to be slightly taller than Naruto and possessing stormy gray eyes. He was garbed in a black cloak with red trim, a duplicate of the Akatsuki cloaks without any red clouds, and a gray armor piece which was wrapped around his torso. My name is Haro, he said by way of explanation. His voice was soft, but the way his eyes flicked from person to person showed Kakuzu that he was more analytical than shy. Haro bowed slightly and added, You must be Kakuzu. I have been informed that I am to follow your instructions. Kakuzu smirked beneath his mask. Ah, a child I would have no problem teaching. He recognizes power and is respectful, Naruto scowled, and he does not wear a garish uniform. Fu placed her hands on her hips and huffed indignantly. Tell me, boy, what are your abilities? Haro's eyes flickered from Naruto to Fu, as if unsure whether to divulge information in front of them. An intelligent Jonin, Kakuzu noted with satisfaction. He watches his surroundings and plans his moves accordingly. It seems that this leader I hear so much about has some worthwhile minions under his command. Speak, he commanded. These will be your teammates, and understanding each other's skills is imperative for your cohesiveness as a unit. Not that Kakuzu really cared about teamwork, but that had been important back when he still worked for Takigakure, and would likely prove to be so once again during the Chunin exams. I'm a sniper, Haro responded. Naruto's scowl gained a touch of confusion as one of Fu's eyebrows rose. Kakuzu's hard stare prompted the boy to elaborate. I'm a mainly long-distance ninjutsu user proficient with Raiten techniques. Using the constant rain present in Amigakure, I'm able to pinpoint targets from far away and take them out. Your leader must be an intelligent man, to use someone with your abilities in such a resourceful fashion, Kakuzu observed. Pain-sama is a man worthy of respect, replied Haro devoutly. He will save our country by eliminating Hanzo and his group of terrorists. The outburst was the first sign that Harrow actually cared about something. Interesting, mused the bounty hunter, it seems his loyalty to Pain, whom I can only presume is this illustrious leader, is a pressure point for him. We shall have to be careful of that. However, it also means that he will be completely devoted to this mission so as to please his lord. Excellent. Brat, girl, speak. Fu stepped forward first. I'm Fu, and I specialize in close to mid-range combat. My ninjutsu abilities lie in Doten and Futon, as well as Jinten, a combination of the two. A moment passed before Naruto stepped forward, unwilling to test Kakuzu's temper. My name's Naruto, and I'm mostly a mid-range ninjutsu specialist with Futon and Suten attacks. I've also got some kenjutsu training for close combat. If Kakuzu were a more expressive person, he probably would have exhibited a sense of pride in the fact that both his students had explained their abilities to a complete stranger without giving away any pertinent information, their Jinchuriki status or Naruto's kenjutsu, for instance. However, as he was not that type of man, he quickly shoved the thought to the back of his mind before ordering Harrow to tell them what he knew of the mission. Not much, offered the cobalt-haired boy with a shrug, I was just told to wait here by the plant guy until someone came. Oh, the plant guy did say that we were to attend the Chunin exams as a Megakure shinobi, he added. That announcement caused Kakuzu to frown. While he knew that they couldn't waltz into Konoha as they were, the idea that they would have to disguise themselves as rain ninja was not one he was looking forward to. Of course, his first student had already taken matters into his own hands. Here, said Naruto, picking Jinan attire from the Amigakure section of clothes, this looks like everything we'll need. He walked over to Harrow and deposited a bunch of clothes into his arms, throwing another set at Fu. Kakuzu eyed the blonde critically as he was given his own, rather large, bundle of ninja gear. I guess that you have to wear this stuff, too, huh, Kakuzu? He mentioned. Keep to your corners, or else, threatened the older ninja. He glared at Naruto, about to protest that there were no corners in the round cavern, until the blonde turned around. It wasn't a matter of being self-conscious, but if he had to don such a ridiculous outfit, he would do it without more comments about his strange body. The reveal of the mouth stitches during his battle with his students was plenty enough for now. 10 minutes later, all four were dressed in standard Ame Nin attire. Naruto and Harrow wore an elbow-length gray shirt over a blue shirt, with a pale green scarf wrapped loosely around their necks. Dark blue pants with 4 light blue stripes along the sides ended in black ninja shoes. Each boy had a tan kunai pouch attached at the back of their pants, and their arms were wrapped from elbow to wrist in bandages. Lastly, both had donned the Hidiate of Amigakure, a metal plate with 4 vertical lines sewn upon blue cloth. Harrow wore his tilted and just off-center of his forehead, and muttered quietly about how he missed his own, slashed-through mark, while Naruto had been forced by Kakuzu to wear a full dark blue head covering. How many people in Konoha have bright yellow hair? Demanded the bounty hunter when Naruto whined, and would have to place a minor henge on to cover his whisker-like markings upon reaching Konoha. Fu was dressed in much the same fashion, wearing a red undershirt instead of blue and skin-tight pants that ended just above her knee. Her Hidiate was tied around her right bicep, and the red cylindrical object she always carried remained in place on her back. It took a strong amount of self-restraint for Naruto not to comment on Kakuzu's current condition, considering the bounty hunter was never seen without his typical cloak, head covering, and mask. The former Taki Nin had been forced to wear a long-sleeved black shirt and pants, with Ame's sea green, Jonin flak jacket over that. A dark blue material, a rain cloak, Naruto surmised, was draped over his shoulders and fell to his mid-forearm, the cloth open in the front for mobility. Like the Jinan, Kakuzu had wrapped bandages around the rest of his forearms down to the wrist, and kept a brown kunai pouch attached to his pants at the back. In order to keep himself fully covered, he had also donned a full head covering with the Hidden Rain Village affiliation on it, as well as a complex-looking rebreather to hide the remainder of his facial features. Get your supplies, he ordered gruffly, clearly unhappy with the way things were going. Naruto and Harrow approached the kunai and shuriken crates, quickly loading their pouches with the weapons. Fu walked over to the wall of weapons and pulled several umbrellas from their perch, checking to make sure they were fully equipped with senbon. She placed those in the red case on her back, the handles up, and then filled her own weapons pouch with extra senbon. As Harrow went to examine the weapons, she turned and flashed Kakuzu a victorious grin. Told you I'd find a use for this thing. Congratulations, he deadpanned, it only took you a year to do so. Bring whatever food from here that you can carry. I refuse to waste any money on pampering you brats while we are within Konoha. Ah, that's not necessary, Kakuzu-san, interrupted Harrow, walking toward him while strapping a pair of katana, each with two smaller, oppositely curved metal pieces, approximately 2 inches in length, one near the base, the second close to the tip, to his back. Pain-sama has provided me with the funds we'll need in order to survive behind enemy lines. Very well, conceded Kakuzu after a moment. Come, let us depart. He turned around and led the way out of the hideout, Naruto, Fu, and Hero following not far behind. LLL. The trip to the center of the Land of Fire, where the hidden leaf was located, was far more active than Fu would have expected. Hero, who had no previous biases about anyone in the group, remained noticeably silent, observing his new teammates with growing curiosity. However, the thrill of the Chunin exams had apparently instilled an even greater sense of mischief within Naruto than she had thought possible. So we get to call you Kakuzu-sensei now, right? Naruto asked eagerly. He was a bit too enthusiastic with his questioning. In Fu's opinion, Kakuzu already hated honorifics tacked upon his name, and being reminded of it, if the last 3 times were any indication, did not improve his increasingly sour mood. Wearing clothes he was uncomfortable with and being sent on a mission that he was not in control of seemed to shorten Kakuzu's already dangerously short temper. She noticed Hero watching the scene play out from the corner of his eye. No, Kakuzu answered in a clipped tone. Aw, come on, Naruto continued to egg, we need it to solidify our team disguise. No. Hero cleared his throat. Actually, it would be practical to refer to you as our sensei, in order to not appear suspicious to any Konoha nin. Kakuzu remained silent for a long moment, appearing to fight the urge to do something detrimental to the mission, like killing Hero or Naruto. Only when we reached the village, he finally growled. They settled down that night in a large clearing Kakuzu estimated to be 20 miles away from the village. The bounty hunter told his team that they would arrive sometime in the afternoon the next day. Hero and Fu merely nodded, but Naruto chirped, "Okay, Kakuzu-sensei." Fu thought that, in the dead silence of the clearing, she could almost hear the final snap of Kakuzu's frayed, hair-thin temper. Kakuzu's arm detached, quicker than lightning, and grabbed a surprised Naruto around the neck. The blonde's arms flailed wildly as Kakuzu dragged him closer. Black threads erupted from beneath the bandages over his wrist and wrapped themselves around Naruto's arms, binding them to his body. Hero took a step forward and began to withdraw his swords, but Fu placed a forceful hand on his shoulder and shook her head. Naruto needed to learn this lesson. The two watched as Kakuzu brought Naruto right up to his face, the rebreather he was forced to wear the only thing separating the two. "Listen well, brat," Kakuzu hissed, his muffled voice coming out even lower and more dangerous than anyone present expected. "I have tolerated your foolishness far longer than I should have, and this childish wordplay and immaturity will cease immediately. You should be grateful for the fact that we have embarked on a dangerous mission that we know next to nothing about, where you get all the benefits and I am forced to engage in a battle I might not be completely prepared for." He lowered his voice further, so Hero and Fu could no longer hear him. "I never had intention of taking a pupil until I was confronted by you. Now, after steeping years of time and money into your tutoring, I expect you to act like the shinobi you have been raised to be. You are the carrier of Jiongu, a technique few alive have even heard of. You possess the chakra capacity and abilities of a powerful shinobi, and I have bestowed upon you the resources necessary to survive and thrive within this hell of a world. Must I resort to more drastic measures in order to drill home this lesson?" Naruto had stopped struggling once Kakuzu's diatribe had begun, and now he stared at the tall ninja with wide, blue eyes. "You trained me?" he asked reflexively, even as his mind traced the truth in his teacher's words. Shame began to flood his body, causing him to slump forward in defeat. He's right, Kakuzu was the first person to ever treat me like I was a person rather than a piece of dirt. I owe him a lot, the least I can do is show him some respect. The best taught lessons come from personal investment without outside influence, Kakuzu told him. When he noticed that Naruto seemed to understand his point, the black tendrils around his pupil loosened. "I presume that you have learned your lesson?" The blonde nodded slightly. "Good." Now sufficiently calm, Kakuzu started to place the boy down, but then seemed to think better of it. He pitched his arm back and then threw Naruto forward, releasing the blonde so he impacted headfirst into a tree 20 feet away. "Ah, Kakuzu-san, that doesn't seem like the way to treat your student." Kakuzu scowled. "Zetsu, I thought you had errands to run." "This one ended up being the most prudent," replied Zetsu, stepping out from the tree and right over Naruto. "You almost hit me with him," he whined. "My apologies," Kakuzu deadpanned. "It appears that I will have to work on my aim in the future. Why are you here?" "We had to finalize plans for the passes which will allow you entry into the Konoha," the plant man said, handing Kakuzu 4 slips of paper. We had some help acquiring those, he admitted. Naruto, pulling himself to his feet, glanced into the copse of trees behind him and caught sight of a blood-red pair of eyes before they melded into the darkness. Itachi, thought Naruto, turning his attention back to the conversation. Whatever needed to be said had apparently been said, though, for Zetsu immediately disappeared into the ground. Naruto thought he might have heard the plant man's lighter side laughing. At what, he didn't know, but brushed it off as a trick of his imagination. Your passes, Kakuzu said, handing them each one of the slips of paper. On it was their respective headshot, along with their name, village affiliation, and the fact that they had permission to enter the hidden leaf for participation in the Chunin exams. Naruto looked at the name on his paper and frowned. Why is my name Shinobu? His question prompted Fu into examining her own pass. The girl also frowned before looking over Haro's shoulder. The frown grew deeper. My name's Kazu, why does Haro get to keep his name? Kakuzu pinched the spot between his eyebrows with his thumb and forefinger, massaging the growing headache and rage that he was still nursing from his tantrum with Naruto. It is possible that either of you might be recognized by name, or even appearance, disguises aside, during our stay in Konohagakure. I can only conclude that it was decided you would be forced to use aliases, just in case someone from your former villages recognize you. Haro is an unknown entity, and thus could keep his own name because there is no potential danger to the mission. My name has also been altered. He held up his own pass so they could see that he had been registered as Izo. Underneath that, he was identified as a Jonin instructor. I am no more pleased about it than you are, however, we must play the roles we are assigned, for now. He sighed, the breath coming out frustrated. Upon our arrival in Konoha, we shall use the names we have been given. You will refer to me as Izo-sensei. The bounty hunter almost spat the name, as if it were a curse. When he turned away and stalked into the nearby foliage muttering expletives, the 3 teammates took that as the cue that they were to go to sleep. The quartet was up and walking just after dawn the following day. Not long after noon, they arrived at the large, welcoming gates of the Hidden Leaf village. The Chunin guards at the gate asked them for their passports, checked the papers, and waved them through. Kakuzu muttered something about lax security when they were out of earshot, and both Naruto and Fu forced themselves to hide their grins. The remainder of the day was slow. Kakuzu followed a group of grass shinobi to the hotel that was designated for all incoming foreign ninja. As they walked through the city, the 3 children tried not to gape in awe at the sights, their heads turning every which way to better see the village. Kakuzu went directly to his room upon reaching the hotel, closing and locking the door behind him. His 3 students collapsed upon their own beds, stripping off some of their more cumbersome clothing. The bounty hunter had kept them moving at a brisk pace all morning with almost no rest or food. Despite their training and stamina, the foreign clothes and the land of fire's humidity made for uncomfortable traveling conditions. Tired, and unwilling to press their luck in dealing with Kakuzu, the 3 relaxed around the room until evening and then went to bed. When Naruto awoke the next day, it was to sunlight streaming in through a small slit in the window curtains, and not the standard kick from his teacher. He yawned loudly, opening bleary eyes to watch Fu step out of the bathroom in her rain ninja outfit. Haro's bed was empty, and the connecting door to Kakuzu's room was open, presenting its emptiness as well. Scratching his head, he yawned once more, shooting Fu a confused look. Haro left to explore the city a little bit. Kakuzu's working on gathering information about the exams for us, she explained. Ah, he responded, tongue and mind still thick with sleep. How about I shower and dress and then we go explore? Sounds good. It took half an hour for Naruto to prepare for the day, mostly due to the fact that he didn't want to wear the full head covering to hide his blonde hair. The pair wandered the village, taking more time than they had the previous day to observe its citizens and establishments. Naruto, who hadn't seen Konoha since he had left 7 years prior, found the walk quieter than he remembered. It took a moment to realize that the villagers, whom before would scowl, curse at him, and whisper about him, merely ignored him. He wasn't sure whether to view the lack of attention as a positive sign or not. He did find it strange that Kakuzu's training seemed to have permanently embedded itself into his brain. When he and Fu passed a training field where a Jinan team was training with a tall, silver-haired man, a voice that sounded suspiciously like the bounty hunters whispered in his mind, Hatake Kakashi, known as Kopi Ninja no Kakashi and Sharingan no Kakashi, rumored to have copied more than 1,000 ninjutsu techniques. Jinan at 5, Chunin at 6, Jonin at 13, and Onbu member for several years afterwards, he possesses extraordinary insight and analytical abilities, and has a claim on his head in almost every nation. He is worth 80 million ryo. Naruto shook his head to clear the string of information from it. While useful, he, And to a more worrying extent, Kakuzu couldn't bounty hunt within Konoha's walls without giving away their underlying purpose for being there. A growl of frustration ripped from his throat when they passed another team standing outside a barbecue restaurant, the voice murmuring, "Sarutobi Asuma, son of the Sandaime Hokage, former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja, Futon Affinity. His head is worth 35 million ryo." After another 3 internal monologues of people he recognized from the bingo book, Naruto quit fighting the feeling. He supposed that, once they were outside the city's walls, his ability to remember such important information would prove invaluable, though it was a little annoying right now. It was only after eating a hearty lunch at Ichiraku Ramen that Naruto's bingo book sense came across a peculiarity. Fu nudged him when he stopped in the middle of the road, eyes set on a far-off figure that appeared to be walking towards them on its hands. As the person neared, Naruto identified him, for the person was definitely masculine, as possessing a horrible bowl cut of black hair set over thick black eyebrows, wearing a solid green spandex jumpsuit and orange leg warmers. "Mito Guy, taijutsu specialist," began the voice, but as it blathered on and the person neared, Naruto's own thought of, "I thought he'd be taller," surfaced. The blonde didn't even seem to register the fact that Mito Guy had come within speaking distance of him and Fu. "Yosh!" cried the hand walker. "Excuse me, Ame Nin-san, but you appear to be blocking my path." He jumped to his feet, bowing low. "I assume you are here for the Chunin exams, is there something I can help you with?" "Are you Mito Guy?" Naruto asked impulsively. The green-clad boy's eyes immediately overflowed with tears. "Yosh! Guy-sensei's legacy has spread even to the waterlogged fields of Amigakure. I am proud to hear that his accomplishments have gone so far." One of Naruto's eyebrows started twitching, and Fu felt a large sweat drop rolling down the side of her face. "Alas, I fear you have made a mistake. My name is Rock Lee, and I am Konoha's beautiful green beast." "And who are you?" Shinobu," corrected the blonde, shooting Fu a grateful glance for catching his mistake. He rubbed his ribs where she had nudged him, perhaps a little stronger than necessary. "Kazu," added Fu, inclining her head slightly. "We'd better be on our way. It was nice to meet you, Rock Lee." "You as well, Kazu and Shinobu of Amigakure," shouted Lee exuberantly. "May your springtime of youth never fade." Lee then flipped over onto his hands and continued his walk through the village, the 2 Jinchuriki watching him go. "He's strange," commented Fu at length. Naruto could only nod mutely. Discovering the peculiarity of the Jinan of the Hidden Leaf was the first strange incident of the day. Naruto could safely say he was glad he had gotten out of the village before he had been infected with whatever turned normal ninja into that. Lee was someone to watch out for, though, in the ninja world, the stronger a shinobi was, the more peculiarities he had to compensate for the types of missions he went on. Kakuzu and Kisame, at the very least, fit into that stereotype extremely well. The second problem the 2 Jinchuriki encountered that day came in the form of 3 sand ninja they ran into on the way back to the hotel. The tallest of the 3 was a male wearing a full black bodysuit with a black hood and purple face paint, and possessed a bulky, bandaged package on his back. His female companion wore her dirty blonde hair in 4 pigtails in the back, along with a pale lavender outfit and fishnet stockings, and wielded a giant battle fan. However, it was the third, shortest member of the trio that ended up causing the problem. He possessed hair the color of dried blood and skin the same hue as Haro's. His clothing consisted of a black bodysuit shorter than the other boys', the sleeves going only halfway down his biceps. From the edge of the sleeves to just above the elbow he wore fishnet. A long white sash hung over his right shoulder and crossed his body to his left hip, the loose ends of the sash moving in the breeze. From his left shoulder to the other hip crossed a brown, leather band, similar to Kisame's, Naruto noted, with multiple buckles. Connected to the leather was a large gourd with black markings on it. Black sandals covered his feet, and bandages were wrapped around his ankles. A tattoo with the kanji for love was imprinted upon his forehead, and dead teal eyes peered out from within black-rimmed sockets. The red-haired male stopped suddenly when they were about to cross paths with Naruto and Fu, causing his 2 teammates to stop as well. He stared at the pair intently for a solid 30 seconds before Fu groaned and clutched her stomach in pain. "Shukaku," buzzed a voice in her head before lapsing into silence. "You," spoke the redhead with a voice as dry as the desert. Naruto wasn't sure whether the boy was talking to himself or Fu, but hearing him say the single word gave him the creeps. It was like talking to Itachi, only his own age. "You're like me." His teal eyes were focused on Fu, and Naruto became distinctly uncomfortable with the gaze on his friend. The boy's 2 teammates also seemed rather nervous at the initiation of conversation. "I will kill you to validate my existence," he finished. Naruto gulped. The way he said it, the proclamation was a fact, like if Kakuzu walked up to him and said I like money. He'd never met an individual so prepossessed with surety. Naruto's fists clenched, and he stepped forward slightly in order to partially shield Fu from view. You can try, he uttered with more confidence than he felt, but you won't succeed. Not a flicker of emotion passed over the other boy's face. You have a strong will, he said after a moment, but that will not be enough to save you. Or her. When we meet in the Chunin exams, you will die. His piece said, the redhead and his two teammates continued on their way. When they passed Naruto, the blonde felt a stirring in his mind, as if something in there was restless. What's your name? He asked, trying to calm the unease he felt in his body. Sabaku no Gaara, answered the redhead. You and your Ame-nin brethren will satisfy mother. Naruto didn't have anything to say in response, and so Gaara and his two teammates walked on, the blonde's bright blue eyes on them until they disappeared around a corner. Come on, Naruto prodded, helping the recovering Fu get to her feet. Let's get back to the hotel and tell Kaizo-sensei about our new friend. Together they managed to get back to their room without any more distractions, the green-haired girl recovering from her brief bout of pain just inside the front doors. Upon reaching their room, Naruto noticed that neither Kakuzu nor Haro had returned. He guided his companion to her bed and helped her sit down, despite protests that she was fine. Naruto sat down across from her and eyed her speculatively. What was that? I'm guessing an insane Jinan native to Suna, Fu replied snippily. Naruto shot her a look. Not him, you. What was with the sudden stomach pain? He clarified. There was a brief pause before he slowly added, come to think of it, you had the same reaction when we met. Fu shrugged. The beetle likes to talk to me sometimes. The bee, I have an idea, Naruto broke off. He settled himself into a cross-legged position, holding out his hands palms down. Grab my hands and close your eyes, he ordered. She complied, clasping their hands together and allowing her eyelids to flutter shut. Naruto closed his own eyes and evened out his breathing, settling into a meditation technique that Kisame had taught him early on in their training. The blonde had visited his mindscape once before, after falling unconscious upon his summoning of the chameleon boss. Then it had been an accident, a byproduct of chakra loss and exhaustion. This time, he was attempting to accomplish an even more daring feat, entering his mindscape intentionally, and also bringing someone with him. After several minutes, Naruto opened his eyes. He was ankle-deep in sewer water, hands clasped firmly with Fu's. Hey, he whispered, we're here. The green-haired girl opened her orange orbs, gazing around in a mixture of awe and disgust. They stood in the sewer water that she assumed was indicative of Naruto's mindscape. Over Naruto's shoulder she could see a field of wilted flowers, the sign of her own mindscape. About 200 feet beyond her lay a series of honey-colored bars set up in a beehive shape. Held within the cage was huge creature, possessing a blue upper body with a thick carapace, under which were set 6 multi-jointed limbs, each ending in a green, serrated hand. Large, horn-like extensions jutted forth from each shoulder, its head, and its upper and middle back. A pair of wickedly sharp mandibles was connected to a helmet-like structure which hid the creature's eyes. The creature's thorax was colored a bright green, separating into 7 tail-like appendages, 6 of which had red, orange, and yellow wings sprouting from them. Fu scowled. This was the home of her bijou, the 7-tailed horned beetle which had made her life miserable for as long as she could remember. Fu, QB, he buzzed, his raspy voice turning angrier at the second name. QB? Thought Fu, confused. Then she heard the roar. Release me from this prison, you worthless sack of flesh. Wide-eyed, Fu whipped around and laid claim to the sight of a giant, larger than the Nanabi, 9-tailed fox, with a red-orange pelt and cruel, intelligent, blood-red eyes, held beyond jail cell bars. The fox raised one giant paw and crashed it through the gate, coming within 10 feet of the Jinchuriki's position. Damn this seal. Damn the Yondaime Hokage. I would RIP you to shreds if it weren't for this accursed seal, he growled, frustrated. Naruto stepped in front of Fu, as if to shield her from the QB. The movement also afforded Fu the opportunity to avert her eyes without appearing weak. Something to the right caught her attention, and she focused upon it while Naruto had a staring contest with the bijou within him. Out of her periphery, she had absently noticed that the area to her left seemed to be an endless expanse of hallway. To the right, about 15 feet after the caged bars ended, was a mass of black threads that spanned the entire hallway, completely obstructing the path. Thick strands branched out and connected to the wall, ceiling, and floor, stabilizing the entire web-like structure. In the center of the web were 2 masks, one with blue markings in the shape of a hippo, The second a bear mask with red designs. The strange web design, Fu guessed, was probably representative of Naruto's Jiongu ability. Etched in the foot of stone at the top of the hallway were crude pictures of chameleons, the internal representation of Naruto's connection to the chameleon summoning contract. The female Jinchuriki refocused her attention on Naruto and the Kyuubi in time to hear the beast growl, "What do you want from me, child? I have little reason or motivation to grant you assistance, unless I am somehow benefited by it. And why is the fly here?" "I am no fly," rasped the Nanabi, whipping its non-winged tail through its cage and producing a thunderous crack against the ground. "I am the Nanabi no Kabutamushi, bringer of dust storms and whirlwinds, capable of disintegrating anything that gets caught in my winds. I ravaged the plains of Iwagakure while the tale of your capture spread to our remaining brethren. I am the third most powerful bijou in existence, and I will not be demeaned by even you, you cursed kitsune," bristled the seven tails. A low, throaty sound emerged from the Kyuubi, and it took both Jinchuriki a moment to realize the giant fox was chuckling. "If those are your boasts, you are more pathetic than I remember. Get this dust mite out of my sight, child," demanded the nine tails. "No," Naruto responded stubbornly, "we need to talk to both of you. This is the most convenient way to do so. What makes you think that either I or the butterfly over there will give you any information?" Kyuubi snarled. "I am not a butterfly." "What's Shukaku?" interrupted Fu. The two bickering demons fell silent at the question. "When we came across that Gaara guy, you said Shukaku," she stated slowly, turning to face her bijou. "What's Shukaku? I want to know if it's a threat to our mission." Both bijou began to laugh, Kyuubi's deep and sinister, Nanabi's raspy and grating. "Shukaku is hardly a threat," the fox chuckled. "That runt may pose a challenge to you mere mortals, but to us, Shukaku is nothing." "Shukaku is the weakest of us all," agreed the beetle. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Of us all?" he repeated. "Shukaku's a bijou?" Fu slammed one fist into the other palm. "Of course," she cried. "Gaara said that I'm just like him, he's a Jinchuriki, too." "This Gaara, he is from Sunagakure?" The two children nodded. "Then his being the host of Shukaku does not surprise me. Suna has kept a tight grasp on Shukaku since the fool's initial capture." "As they should," buzzed Nanabi in agreement. "Our sibling, Ichibi no Shukaku, is the most claim to fame Suna has had since its formation. It and the puppeteer Chikamatsu Monzeman, and no mere human can compare to the power of a bijou." "So Gaara is also a Jinchuriki," pondered Fu. "We'll have to watch out for him." Naruto nodded his agreement. "But why did he only sense your bijou?" he asked, turning to face his companion. She didn't have an answer for him. "The seal," growled the Kyuubi. "The fourth Hokage created a unique and powerful seal to contain me, one that had never before been used. As long as I hold no influence over you, I am undetectable by most everyone. Only the Hachibi and this annoying insect have the power or ability to sense my presence in this state." The fox gestured with his large head in the direction of the seven tails across from it. "I sense that wasn't a compliment," rasped the Nanabi. The Kyuubi snorted in reply, but the beetle ignored it. "As Fu knows well, the seal that binds me to her is a weaker one, capable of containment and preventing some measure of my influence. However, I retain a certain amount of power, the ability to sense the other bijou, and communication abilities with my host. Not that I like to take advantage of that little ability," Fu replied dryly. "Whether you like it or not, the ease with which we talk has come in handy. Certainly the side effects are entertaining to witness." Fu clutched her stomach in memory of the phantom pain she had experienced prior, the pain she felt whenever her tailed beast conversed with her. And then Fu and the seven tails disappeared from view. The Kyuubi was soon to follow. "I apologize for putting an end to this rather heartfelt display of affection," spoke a new voice, sounding completely unsympathetic. Naruto groaned, he could recognize the dry, cynical tone of Kakuzu even in his sleep. "It wasn't affection," protested Naruto, cracking his stiff neck. He suddenly noticed Haro standing beside his teacher meditating to help compile what we know about the exams. Kakuzu's facial expression didn't seem to change, but Naruto identified skepticism and curiosity within the even stare the tall ninja leveled him with. "Call it what you will, brat," responded Kakuzu, choosing not to probe just yet. The bounty hunter then proceeded to tell his three students about what he'd uncovered during the day, that the Chunin exams consisted of 3 parts. The first was some form of written test, the second a survival portion, and the third a tournament between competitors. "I have exhausted my patience with collecting intelligence for you," he said when finished, "and as such, I have no desire to assist you anymore." He seemed to believe they could interpret the unspoken threat, for he turned on his heel and walked into his room, slamming the door behind him. The three children could only exchange looks and shrug. After Haro left the room the next morning, Naruto knocked lightly on Kakuzu's door. The bounty hunter growled, "What?" from inside his conclave. Naruto gulped and hesitated before answering. Can we talk?" When there was no response, Naruto chose to take the silence as a yes. He opened the door slowly, using it as a shield in case he had misinterpreted his teacher's intentions. "Your meditation," Kakuzu began once Naruto had closed the door, "was what I presumed to be a conversation with your bijou." Naruto bobbed his head in affirmation. "Speak." Naruto remained standing, telling Kakuzu about his and Fu's confrontation with Sabaku no Gaara, the ensuing talk with the Kyuubi and the Nanabi, and the deduction that Gaara was the container of another tailed beast. Once his tale was done, Naruto watched Kakuzu silently mull over the information. Finally, the tall ninja said, "Our employer informed me that there would be another Jinchuriki present in the exams, but I admit that I was not told any other information beyond that. However, he is not your objective. You are to get as far as possible in the exams to make my movements around the village inconspicuous and give us as much access to Konoha as possible. Avoid this Gaara child if possible, lest you slip up and reveal more of your abilities than strictly necessary." Realizing that his teacher was done talking, Naruto nodded in understanding before leaving the room and going to rejoin Fu to pass on the message. LLL. The days until the Chunin exams began seemed to drag on, but after what felt like forever, Naruto found himself walking through the village with Fu and Haro at his side. They arrived at Konoha's Ninja Academy and were soon caught up in the swarm of students gathered outside room 301. "What's going on?" Naruto whispered to Fu, who was the tallest on their team. "We only came up one flight of stairs." Fu stood on tiptoe to get a better view. "Two ninja are guarding the entrance. They just kicked that Rock Lee kid away, and some other girl, too," she added after a moment. "We should wait for someone else to notice," Haro advised quietly, "so as to not give away our skill level." Naruto remembered Kakuzu's words about avoiding Gaara to keep their power hidden and nodded his agreement. It only took 10 seconds before a raven-haired boy in blue stepped forward. "I will pass," he declared, "once you remove that illusion you've placed on the doorway." Muted whispering followed this announcement, partially muffling the boy's baton pass to a pink-haired girl, who took over the explanation of why the scene was an illusion. The sign above the door morphed before the crowd's eyes to read 201. Naruto nodded his head towards the door. "Let's go," he said, weaving through the throng of Jinan. He and his two teammates went through the hallway as Rock Lee and his teammates fell into an argument with the raven-haired kid and his pink-haired teammate. "Well, that's one obstacle avoided," Naruto observed. They entered a large room filled with long benches and Chunin hopefuls. Naruto glanced around, just as Kakuzu had said, Jinan from the leaf, sand, grass, rain, and waterfall were present in varying quantities, as well as what appeared to be a single team with the strange musical note headbands. The blonde wanted to say something, but Fu had taken to trying to hide herself and Haro's gaze was half lidded with boredom. "What are you doing?" he demanded quietly of Fu. "You've been gone from your home village for a long time," she whispered fiercely, "and with your outfit, the odds of them recognizing you are slim. I've only been gone from Taki for a year, and my outfit isn't nearly as concealing as yours." "Okay, I see your point, but you're making yourself stand out more by trying to be inconspicuous," he retorted. The Nanabi Jinchuriki straightened herself slightly, but continued to use Naruto as a shield. The blonde sighed at his friend's antics, but chose to ignore her and scan the room instead, noting that Lee and his team had entered the room. "Sasuke-kun," squealed a girl in a purple top and skirt outfit with platinum blonde hair. She leapt onto the back of the raven-haired boy, who had entered the room with his team behind Lee, and hooked her arms around his neck. While flames seemed to erupt in the eyes of the pink-haired girl, two more boys meandered through the crowd towards the ensuing argument. Just like the day he and Fu met Rock Lee and Sabaku no Gaara, Naruto's mind instantly snapped to bingo book mode, except this time, the voice that sounded like Kakuzu spoke about identities rather than numbers. The platinum blonde was a Yamanaka, one of the members of Sarutobi Asuma's team and part of a family proficient in mental manipulations. The two boys who had approached the group, one with hair tied up in a style reminiscent of a pineapple, the other a somewhat chubby lad munching on chips, were her two teammates, a Nara and an Akimichi, respectively. Nara clan members were notorious for their mastery over shadows, and the Akimichi were able to manipulate the sizes of their body and body part to do battle. If the boy that the Yamanaka was fawning over really was Sasuke-kun, then he was the last, loyal member of the prominent Uchiha clan, and one of Hatake Kakashi's students. From what he had read and learned from Kakuzu and Ryo, the Uchiha were to be respected for their skill and Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan. Even as a Jonin, he would have to be watched out for. His two teammates, the pink-haired girl with emerald green eyes and a pale-skinned, black-haired boy in black, who bore a passing resemblance to the Uchiha, Naruto noticed, didn't bear any noticeable clan markings or attributes that Naruto could pinpoint as belonging to a specific clan. A third team approached, all of its members identifiable. The female had the dark hair and pale, lavender eyes of the legendary Hyuga, renowned worldwide for their unique taijutsu style. Next to her stood a brunette with the red, fang-like facial markings of the Inuzuka. The small white dog sitting atop his head confirmed his affiliation. Their third teammate wore a long overcoat, much like Kakuzu, and dark sunglasses typical of the several aburame pictured in the bingo book. Naruto's eyes found Lee's green jumpsuit in the crowd and noted the Hyuga features of Lee's male teammate, though this one seemed more haughty and arrogant than the female. She wore a pink shirt and possessed hair styled in two buns atop her head. Like Sasuke's two teammates and Lee, she had no recognizable clan features. Naruto could only assume that the entire team was well versed in taijutsu, since their instructor was the famed Mito guy. The blonde was pulled from his thoughts as the door slammed open, revealing a tall, blocky man with two large scars across his face. Similar to Naruto, he wore a hidayate that fully covered his head, and the blonde was forced to wonder what he was hiding underneath. He scratched at the head covering in irritation of the reminder that he had to remain disguised. "Silence, maggots!" barked the newcomer, a group of gray-suited ninja filing in behind him. "My name is Morino Aviki, and I am the proctor for the first exam. If you'll all turn in your applications and take a number, you can find your corresponding seat and we can get started with the written test." Several groans greeted this announcement, but all the Chunin hopefuls formed lines and exchanged applications for numbers. It took a while, but soon enough, Naruto found himself seated on the right side of the room, in a seat with a random Konoha nin to his left and the Hyuga girl to his right. From the corner of his eye, he caught her twiddling her fingers nervously, but chose to ignore her in favor of looking for his teammates. Fu sat 4 rows in front of him, and 3 seats to the right. Haro was on the left side of the room, 1 row in front of him and 2 seats from the left wall. Aviki began speaking again, his tone gruff and no nonsense. "Listen carefully, maggots. There are several rules to this exam, and I'm not going to repeat them or take any questions. Now, each person begins with 10 points, and each question on the test is worth 1 point. If you get all the questions right, you keep your 10 points, if you get 3 questions wrong, your score is 7 points. Second, you will be scored as a team. If anyone on the team receives a 0, the entire team will fail. Third, if any of the proctors catch you cheating, you'll lose 2 points for each occurrence, meaning that if you're caught 5 times, you will fail this exam," he enunciated carefully. He allowed a brief silence to fall over the crowd of Jonin in order to allow them to digest this information before continuing. "The 10th question will be given 45 minutes after the exam has started. You have an hour to complete the exam." Aviki gazed around the room, eyes hard as diamonds. "Begin." There was a rustle as the Jonin all flipped over their papers, the scribbling of pencils against parchment sounding from only a couple of ninja. Naruto scrutinized the paper carefully, skimming over the 9 questions. He scowled after taking a minute to read through the questions. All of them seemed ridiculously difficult, though Naruto supposed that was probably the point. Shrugging slightly, the undercover Jonin focused his attention on the first question, an encryption. Fortunately, Kakuzu had taught him the logic behind decoding ciphers, and he quickly went to work. LLL. Fu sat at her desk, thinking. She had answered the 6th question, one regarding economics and the best way to regulate funds for a mission in a strange area. She was sure Kakuzu would have her head if she missed that one, when she realized how ridiculous the test was. She had only been able to answer that question because of rigorous training under Kakuzu, and she knew that no one else had undergone the same regimen she, and to a greater extent, Naruto, had. Unlike Naruto, who had no experience of a Hidden Villages Academy program, Fu had some idea of what was taught in school. Questions of this magnitude had little to no chance of being answered by mere Jonin. Cheating violations were also punished much harsher in school than in the rules the proctor had set forth. The only explanation was that the test required the Jonin to cheat in order to get the answers. She tapped her pencil against her paper repetitively, using the monotony of the sound to concentrate. Naruto was reasonably intelligent and would be able to solve some of the questions. Haro seemed to be smart enough, but there were better methods to pass the test. There were few occasions where Fu was grateful to be the container to the 7-tailed horned beetle. This was one of them. The Nanabi's abilities allowed her to manipulate dust on any scale, and the convenient thing about that was that dust particles existed in minute amounts in the air. She twirled the pencil in her hand, collecting a small, barely visible cloud of dust around the tip, then sent it out. Her target was the male Jinan at the end of her row, in the L seat. His hand had not stopped moving since Iviki had called for the test to begin. 15 minutes passed, during which Fu stared steadfastly at her paper, trying to see if there was anything else she could solve. Once she had allowed the quarter of an hour to pass, she recalled the dust to her. It settled on her paper in a layer thick enough to read the male Jinan's writing. Fu scribbled down the answers and then collected more dust to her, allowing it to settle around the shallow markings her pencil lead had made. The green-haired girl sent the 2 dust clouds flying surreptitiously towards Naruto and Haro. Imbued with her chakra, they would settle on her teammates' papers and give them all the answers. Fu looked up at the clock. 35 minutes had passed since the start of the test. She could only pray that when the 10th question was delivered in 10 minutes, there would be no other game-changing rules alongside it. LLL. Naruto looked up at the clock and frowned. 10 minutes before the 10th question, and he had managed to answer 2 more questions. One about economics. Kakuzu would have killed him for missing that, he thought, unknowingly echoing Fu's sentiment, and another about the founding history of the 5 great shinobi nations. An obscene amount of dust seemed to settle on his paper. Frustrated, he blew it away and glared at his test. The dust particles coalesced onto the test again, and he blew them away for a second time. When the dust came back for a third time, Naruto remembered that Fu's bijou allowed her control over the substance. This time, he allowed the dust to form a film on his paper, spelling out the answers to the questions in Fu's neat scrawl. Taking advantage of his friend's skill, Naruto went to work copying the answers and eventually finished with only a couple of minutes to spare. He breathed a mental sigh of relief, turned over his paper, and linked his fingers together, stretching them out and cracking the knuckles. The blonde took the moment to eye the room. While he had been writing answers, a good chunk of ninja had failed the exam. Naruto counted at least 10 teams absent. Iviki stepped forward after another minute, announcing, "Before the 10th question is distributed, there is a stipulation." When he had everyone's attention, he continued, "You have a choice in whether or not you want to take the 10th question. If you choose not to take it, you and your teammates will fail, immediately. However, if you take it and get it wrong, you will be permanently banned from participating in the Chunin exams ever again." He was immediately interrupted by the Inuzuka. "What kind of crap is that?" demanded the brunette, getting to his seat and pointing at Iviki. "There are people here who've taken the Chunin exams before." The proctor let out a bark of laughter. "I wasn't the proctor for those tests. Now that I'm in charge, the rules have changed. If you choose to take this question and fail, you will remain a Jinan forever. If you don't want to take the question, raise your hand and one of the examiners will take down your number. Then you and your teammates are free to leave." Silence reigned for several seconds before the first trembling hand rose into the air. The Konoha nin next to Naruto rose slowly. "I quit. I can't take it," he shouted. One of the Chunin examiners scribbled something on a sheet of paper. "Numbers 111 and 130, you fail alongside number 50. That one action was like a catalyst. Hands from all over the room shot up, and numbers were methodically called out, alongside the words, "You fail. Please leave the room." Then, the unthinkable happened. Naruto, bored with the proceedings, yawned. Iviki's gaze snapped over to the blonde in the blink of an eye. "Do you find this boring, nin?" the proctor queried with false patience. Naruto supposed that, in his own way, Iviki was a rather scary individual. The only problem was that Naruto had been raised by Kakuzu and, to a shorter extent, Kisame, both of whom were hardcore, S-class missing nin who believed in intimidation and lessons filled with pain above all else. Compared to them, Morino Iviki was like a fledgling bird just learning to fly. "Honestly, yes," he replied in a bored tone. "I'm sure on some level your threat is meant to be scary, but I'm just not buying it. Sorry for interrupting your fun, but if we could get on with this, I would really appreciate it." If Iviki was surprised by Naruto's response, he didn't show it. His stony face scanned the room, trying to intimidate anyone else into leaving, but all the Jinan, even some of the weaker ones, stood their ground. "Cocky kid," he thought. "Congratulations. All of you in this room have passed the first portion of the Chunin exams. What about the 10th question?" someone asked. Naruto turned around and spied the Uchiha's pink-haired teammate with her hands planted squarely on the bench. Iviki smiled, causing the blonde to shudder. Certain people should not be allowed to do that. There was no 10th question. Or, if you prefer, choosing to stay or leave was the 10th question. Naruto ignored Iviki's explanation regarding the first 9 questions, the importance of information on missions, and how false information could drastically hurt a village. He perked up slightly when Iviki took off his head covering, revealing burn marks and screw holes, signs of torture from missions past, but went back to zoning out when Iviki continued his diatribe. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki was brought back to wakefulness by the sounding of shattering glass. A large bundle had come through one of the windows and was currently in the process of unrolling. Standing in front of a large banner which read Second Examiner, Mitarashi Anko is here, was a purple-haired woman in an open, tan trench coat, wearing mostly fishnet for clothing. I am the second examiner, Mitarashi Anko, she announced needlessly. Let's go to the next exam. Follow me. Chapter 8, Complications. Naruto leapt from one tree branch to the next, Haro and Fu not far behind. The second round of the Chunin exams had begun only 3 hours before, and so far the team had simply ventured deeper into the forest, not a word exchanged among the three. The premise of this phase was rather simple. Mitarashi Anko, the arguably insane second proctor of the Chunin exams, had told the remaining teams that each of them would receive one of 2 scrolls, heaven or earth. Starting from separate gates, the teams would then enter Training Ground 44, otherwise known as the Forest of Death. To pass the second round, it was necessary to arrive at the castle in the center of the forest with both scrolls, meaning that they would have to intercept another team and take its scroll. It wasn't really a problem, of course. The probability that any team they ran into would have the scroll they needed was 50-50, so the plan of attack was to simply find a team, take it out, check the scroll, and hope that it was the opposite of what they were carrying. Naruto wondered if the exam could really be any simpler. Yes, the whole idea was theoretically a test of teamwork and strength, but Naruto and Fu had both undergone training with Kakuzu, an S-class missing nin. And Haro had apparently been brought up under the guidance of some great leader whom even Kakuzu seemed to know something of, if not grudgingly respected. The real issue puzzling Naruto was what they were doing in the Chunin exams in the first place. He wasn't complaining. The exams did present a great opportunity to observe the hidden leaf denizens and defenses for his eventual vengeance. But Kakuzu had proven time and again that he was not a man to go back on his word, which meant that the blue-haired woman in the Akatsuki cloak had somehow convinced him to bring the 2 Jinchuriki to Konoha. By that logic, Kakuzu was taking orders from Akatsuki, though the reason why escaped him. When the blonde had angered Kakuzu on the trek to the hidden leaf, the bounty hunter had briefly mentioned a battle he wasn't prepared for. That was intriguing in of itself. Kakuzu was a very analytical and arrogant ninja, choosing bounties and chasing them only after either coming up with a solid strategy or realizing that their skills didn't even merit having won. To have agreed to a mission where he didn't yet have a plan meant that the former Taki nin was either coerced into doing so, something Naruto found hard to believe, considering his teacher's personality, or there was some huge sum of money on the line, which equated to a very powerful target. Naruto didn't particularly care for being left in the dark. If Kakuzu needed him and Fu, and Haro, he supposed, to remain in the Chunin exams, the blonde wanted to know why. Of course, the odds of him getting the answer were relatively slim, but he'd be damned if he didn't at least try. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki was brought from his internal musings as Fu shouted, "Hey!" He turned his head in time to see Haro peel off from the group on a separate trajectory. Scowling, he motioned for Fu to follow him as he twisted on his heel and took off after the ranged shinobi. In Naruto's opinion, Haro was a wild card. Even if the blonde didn't know what their exact mission was, he knew that he could rely on Fu simply because of their shared history. Haro had been trained by a completely different entity, held no formal allegiance to Kakuzu or either of his pupils, and possessed an unknown personality. Sure, he had explained his abilities, but even those didn't really tell his 2 teammates his skill level, or how he'd react in the face of danger, or any one of a dozen other situations Naruto could come up with, given the time. This situation, for instance. The 2 Jinchuriki found Haro crouched on a tree branch overlooking a small camp. The tips of his 2 katana bit into the bark of the floor and his arms were folded over the hilts, making him appear quite relaxed. Both Jinchuriki landed on the same bough, one on either side of him. Haro didn't even flinch. "What are you doing?" Naruto whispered fiercely. Haro turned surprisingly serious gray eyes on the blonde. "Look," was all he said. Naruto complied. Far below them were 3 genin, all wearing yellow outfits reminiscent of straitjackets with large X stitches all down the front of their uniforms. 2 of them, one with only one eye visible, the other completely blindfolded, were tending to a third teammate who bore slight burns, the only member who could see from both eyes. Privately, Naruto wondered how smart an idea it was to have only 3 working eyes out of a total of 6, but then he disregarded the anomaly. Naruto couldn't see the symbol on their headbands signifying village affiliation from his position, but the rebreathers all of them wore meant that they were most likely from the Hidden Rain. Fu apparently noticed, too. 3 Jinan from Amigakure, she observed. One looks injured. What's the big deal? Harrow shot her a look of disdain. They are Ame Nin. Hanzo's Ame Nin. Naruto caught Fu's eyes behind their teammate's back and shrugged, clearly not understanding the cobalt-haired boy's point. Harrow apparently noticed Fu's confusion and elaborated, Hanzo is Pain-sama's sworn enemy, the cause of all the strife within Amigakure. Any of his underlings are therefore the enemy of Pain-sama and must be eliminated. Naruto stared at the back of the boy's head. They're only Jinan, he pointed out, hardly a threat to your cause. Our forces are small as it is, Harrow defended through gritted teeth. Whether Jinan or Jonin, they are opposing the path to peace within my home country, and thus must be removed before they can do more harm. No. The Ame Nin stared at Naruto, his face suddenly blank. Don't tell me that you're opposed to killing, he stated flatly. Fu snorted. Hardly, she muttered. Naruto shook his head. Anko had explained that killing was allowed, practically expected, within the Forest of Death, whether by wildlife or opposing teams. All the participants had been forced to sign waivers acknowledging the fact that they could die while within Training Ground 44, though the capacity for most Jinan to commit such a cold-blooded feat was rather small. Then again, Naruto and his team were hardly most Jinan. The blonde had killed before, but even considering the limited experience he had with killing people himself, Kakuzu had made sure that he'd become desensitized enough to death to deal with his new profession as a bounty hunter. And therein was the hitch. Kakuzu had taught Naruto that living a successful life meant having the money to afford the necessities, that money made the world go around. To get money, as a missing nin anyway, one had to kill and collect the bounties placed on the heads of other ninja. But in doing so, the killing had a purpose, an intended goal that led to the improvement of one's lifestyle. The type of killing that Harrow was proposing, it was senseless. At least, senseless to Naruto, whose instructions were to get through the Chunin exams without drawing attention to himself. There was no connection between taking out the team of Hidden Rain Jinan below them and staying under Konoha's radar. He'd learned that while a person's cost of living was intertwined with others' lives, his was dependent upon the blood he shed by cutting down said others. The divergence from Kakuzu's teachings was somewhat stark, for the bounty hunter frequently killed either for the thrill or as a therapeutic tool, but Naruto was glad for the difference. Kami forbid he ever turn into a carbon copy of the former Taki Nin. Which brought him back to the issue at hand. Harrow wasn't going to let the matter of the rain team below pass easily. Naruto was uncomfortable with the prospect of killing the Jinan for no reason other than because they were Harrow's enemy, but on the other hand, they did need a scroll with which to pass the second stage of the exams. We need a scroll, but no killing. He warned Harrow. You said you had orders to obey Izo-sensei, he corrected hastily. Well, right now, I'm in charge, so you have to listen to me. We're not going out of our way to make trouble. Harrow scowled, but reluctantly nodded his acceptance. Naruto shared a nod with Fu before both of them leapt in opposite directions. The cobalt-haired boy stood, pulling his twin swords from the tree branch. The weapons weren't his, but out of all of Pain's followers, it was he who had the capacity to use them best. Apparently, one of the higher members, a Hoshigaki Kisame, had tracked down some former member of the Mist 7 Shinobi swordsman and killed him, collecting the money on his head and adding the legendary Thunder Fangs to the rebels' collection of supplies. Being one of the few lightning users within Pain's ranks, the Ame Nin had instantly been drawn to the swords and had devoted much of his free time learning to use them efficiently. However, Harrow had two unfortunate problems. The first was that he had limited to no formal kenjutsu training, so he could only use the swords effectively as a means of channeling and utilizing lightning, both chakra-natured and real, though he hadn't tried the latter yet. Kisame had taken the time to inform him of several of the lightning techniques the sword's previous owner had used. He had also handed him a scroll detailing all of said techniques, that he had apparently pilfered from the owner's hideout, but that was as far as his swordsmanship training with the Thunder Fangs went. The bigger issue was that Harrow had smaller than average chakra reserves, which, combined with the fact that Raiten was more chakra intensive than the other elements, meant that he tended to lose stamina quicker than he should have. It was a problem he continued to try to rectify by expanding his reserves, but even still, he knew they could be larger. Still, Harrow was willing to make exceptions in certain, extenuating circumstances. Vengeance for the pain Hanzo had caused him seemed like a good reason to expend a bit of energy. Enough time had passed for Fu and Naruto to get into position. Time to get started then, he decided. Lightning crackled around the hilts of the blades, and when Hero felt like he had accumulated enough chakra, he threw the blades into the ground on the edge of the campsite. Electricity sparked across the ground in random arrays, heading towards all three Genin as Hero shouted, "Reizo, Ikazuchi no Utage." The two ninja who were uninjured jumped away from the attack, while the one who was lying on the ground was forced to take the ninjutsu, his body dancing as it surged with voltage. Per Naruto's instruction, Hero had, grudgingly, toned down the power so that the technique only knocked out the target instead of killing him. There was a clang of metal on metal as Naruto burst forth from his hiding spot and attacked the blindfolded Genin with his wakizashi, hitting a hastily drawn kunai. Apparently being blindfolded didn't hinder the enemy's sight, though it proved to be a moot point. Either the range Genin had no skill with close combat, or the element of surprise was much more effective than Hero estimated, for Naruto took him out with a swift taijutsu swordplay combo. Both boys looked for their third opponent, finding him encased in a bubble of dust held up by Fu. Naruto tried not to let his jaw drop in astonishment at how quickly Fu had managed to alter the technique Kakuzu had trapped her in a week ago to be used with her own element. "Impressed?" she asked with a smirk, setting her free hand on her hip. "Jinro no Jutsu, not bad, huh?" Then the dust prison technique broke, letting the range Genin drop to the floor. The Nanabi Jinchuriki scratched the back of her head, embarrassed. It was a gesture Naruto recognized as being strangely reminiscent of himself. Hey, whoops. Guess I don't have that jutsu perfected yet. The one-eyed boy tried to scramble away, but Hero was too fast, zipping forward and placing the tips of the dual katana at his throat. "Your scroll," Hero demanded, voice brooking no argument. His captive pointed one trembling finger towards his unconscious, blindfolded teammate. Naruto walked over to the boy's prone form and rooted around until he found the scroll. "Damn," he cursed, looking at the word on the front. "Earth Scroll," he told his teammates, his expression sour. Fu sighed. So this was a waste of time. "What now?" "We take it," Hero said. "The less teams that pass, the better the odds are for us to move forward." He channeled chakra into the swords, sending electricity pulsing into the one-eyed boy, who promptly collapsed to the dirt, motionless. "He's alive," Hero stated coldly, feeling Naruto's glare at his back. "Fine," the blonde relented. "Let's go." LLL. Sabaku Q. Sand slithered up Shigeru's leg, quickly encasing the older range Genin. In short order, only Shigeru's face was visible, and his entire body was lifted 20 feet into the air. Sometimes, on the rare occasions between his constant insomnia and near-constant insanity, Gaara understood that the voice he heard in his head calling for blood was not his mother. His mother had died giving birth to him, cursing the village that had produced a Kazekage willing to seal a vicious demon into his unborn son, sacrificing his wife for the process. In those few moments of clarity, Gaara knew that the words whispered to him were from Shukaku, the one-tailed demon sand spirit. Having never known love, though, Gaara had deluded himself into believing that Shukaku was really mother. Gaara's life had been miserable since birth. He had been the object of numerous assassination attempts, neglected by his father, his siblings, his village, because of the bijou sealed within him. The abilities afforded by Shukaku, total control over sand, an automatic defense, an armor of sand layered atop his skin, had gone unseen since the days of the Sandaime Kazekage, who had created his famed iron sand techniques based off of the previous Ichibi Jinchuriki's powers. The trade-off between his powers and the consequences of hosting the One Tail was something that always bothered Gaara. Yes, he escaped from every mission unscathed and he possessed sand manipulation powers rivaled by none, but if ever tried sleeping, the demon consumed his personality and sanity. That wasn't even mentioning the insatiable bloodlust. After living with the demon for so long, Gaara had long since become desensitized to the blood he was told to shed. Killing had become a way to verify his existence, to prove that he was still alive. It was an insane stretch of logical justification, but all Gaara wanted to do was please Mother. Mother wanted blood. Sabaku SOSO. And it rained blood. As his sand absorbed the red fluid, Gaara turned his emotionless gaze to his victim's two teammates. While the tall Ame Nin had been an excellent sacrifice, he was not the redhead's true target. "Here, take the scroll," offered the one on the right, placing said object on the ground. "Yes, please spare us," pleaded the other one. Gaara stared at them, watching as their bodies trembled in fear at his show of power. These hidden rain ninja, they were weak. They offered no challenge to the Suna Nin, merely fodder for Mother's never-ending appetite. But there was someone whom the Jinchuriki was interested in, someone who hailed from the drenched plains of Ame and who could perhaps slake Mother's thirst for blood. The girl with the pale green hair, something was different about her. Gaara wanted to hear her scream as his sand engulfed her, crushed her bones, and drank her life. She was a challenge, one he couldn't identify. But the demon inside him wailed for her capture, cried out for the redhead to smother and kill her with nary a thought. Her death would make Mother happy. Gaara wanted to please Mother. And if the blonde boy got in his way, well, the Suna Nin was sure that Mother would have no problem with an appetizer. I'm looking for someone. Female, light green hair, walking around with a blonde. She's also from Amigakure. Tell me what you know about her and where she is, Gaara intoned. The two remaining Rain Jinan exchanged nervous looks before the one on the right spoke up. We've never heard of her before. A hand made of sand reached up from the ground and grasped each ninja's leg. The sand quickly encased their bodies as Gaara stretched his arms out, hands pantomiming a grabbing gesture. Wrong answer. Sabaku SOSO. As Kankuro walked forward and grabbed the scroll on the ground, Gaara turned and began to walk away. He cared little for his father's wishes regarding his part in Konoha's invasion or for passing the Chunin exams, he simply wanted that girl's blood. And he would have it. Let's go, he ordered his siblings. Tamari and Kankuro exchanged a confused glance before following their younger brother out of the clearing. When Gaara was on a rampage, they'd learned that it was always best to stay away, lest they become unwilling victims. Hidden in the bushes, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata shook in terror at the spectacle they had witnessed. As they silently recovered from what had just happened, the same thought passed through each of their minds. Kami help whoever he's looking for. LLL. Fu jumped beside Haro as the two followed Naruto through the forest of death. The trio had traveled in silence since their run-in with the Rain Ninja, though the quiet was rather tense in comparison to the one they'd been in before the encounter. She twirled a senbone idly between her fingers, a habit she had adopted completely by accident. During the trek through the forest, Kakuzu had found the time to teach her the basics of a hidden rain technique using the umbrella she had grabbed from the Akatsuki hideout, something he'd apparently done to help keep their cover. It had taken nearly 20 minutes to gather all the loose senbone from her first practice with the technique, and she had sworn off trying the technique again until she needed it. Fu shook her head, she was getting off track. Something needed to be done about the animosity brewing between her two teammates. Haro, are you okay? The minute the words left her mouth, Fu knew that it was a stupid thing to ask. The cobalt-haired boy shot her a nasty look. No. I'm very displeased with Shinobu's, he seemed to speak Naruto's fake name like a curse, decision regarding those Ame Nin. We should have killed them. Fu noticed that despite the anger in his voice, Haro's tone was flat and even throughout his reasoning. There was no point. Argued Naruto. I'm not going to let you kill some random ninja just to satisfy some personal grudge. We're in a war. Returned Haro, raising his voice. You're in a war. Naruto was quick to correct, coming to a halt on a thick branch. And perhaps after this job is done you can get back to striking down some helpless Jinan, all for the cause of your precious Pain-sama. But right now, your mission is to participate in the Chunin exams and help us pass, and that is what you will do, he finished, punctuating each word carefully. Fu thought she could almost see the steam coming out of Haro's ears. All people had their boiling point, she had learned quickly that Kakuzu's was rather low, but that Naruto had a high tolerance with his temper, barring one or two pressure points. If she was interpreting Haro's body language correctly, the green-haired girl was about to see his. Haro sprang forward, the thunder fangs extended towards Naruto's neck. The blonde whirled, bringing up his wakizashi and catching the top curves of each blade, both fists gripping the hilt of his sword. Haro's stormy gray eyes were narrowed in silent fury, and despite his lack of sword skill, he seemed to be pressing the blonde back with sheer determination and rage. Oh, for the love of, will you two cut it out? Fu cried, exasperated. The girl went ignored as the two broke apart, each staring down the other. Haro held the swords up, bringing the tips close together and gathering chakra in between their gap. A blue-white ball of lightning, about the size of a fist, formed at the tips as the Ame Nin glared at Naruto. The blonde's wakizashi took on a blue sheen as he channeled his own chakra into it. Fu groaned, even though she didn't know Haro's skill with lightning release, Futon trumped Raiten almost every time. The boys charged. Oi, Fu! All three members of Kakuzu's team blinked, and, forgetting they were really undercover, turned in surprise to see who had interfered with their spat. A team of three were headed towards them and closing in rapidly. Fu felt her stomach clench uncomfortably, the fear that she would be recognized having come to pass. Soon enough, standing on a large tree branch less than 100 feet away were a trio of Jinan from the hidden waterfall, the only team from that village which had managed to pass the written test. Ironically, and to Fu's immense displeasure, the two male members of the team were the bullies from the day she had met Naruto. Joy. Their leader, Hoki, if Fu remembered his name correctly, opened his mouth to say something, but a ball of lightning and a wave of air forced him and his teammates to jump to the forest floor. Fu glanced back to see that both Naruto and Hero had loosed their attacks at this new presence, and were now focused wholeheartedly on the enemies in front of them rather than each other. Apparently it was not enough to deter Hoki. "Fu, you bitch," he shouted. "How dare you betray our village?" The Nanabe Jinchuriki merely rolled her eyes. "Yeah, 'cause clearly there was a lot of love for me back in Taki. Did no one wonder why I left? Did anyone even search for me?" Hoki continued to rant. "You were Takikakure's ultimate weapon, our chance to become great. You think that you can just leave and get away with it? Well, we're going to show you right here and now what happens when you go against us." Fu looked over her shoulder at Naruto, shooting the blonde a look that clearly asked, "Now what?" Naruto caught the gesture from the corner of his eye, his attention focused more intently on the three genin going through the same series of hand seals. His blue orbs flickered over to Hero, noticing that the boy hadn't moved but was paying attention to what was going on with a fierce intensity. They know Fu's identity, which makes them a threat to our mission. The green-haired girl cracked her knuckles, understanding his subtle message. She grinned. Cool. Fu prepared to jump down and engage Hoki and his teammates. Katenrin Keijutsu, Karura. No, ordered Naruto, quickly forming seals. The fiery dragon was bearing down on Fu's position, and Naruto supposed it would have been a more impressive technique had it been performed by a single, higher-level ninja. As it was. Suten, Mizurappa, he finished, expelling a powerful jet of liquid from his mouth. Kisame had taught him the wild water wave technique as his first training exercise, stating that learning it was a requirement for all hidden mist ninja. While somewhat weak in theory, the secret of the technique was that its power varied with how much chakra was pushed into it. To combat the large dragon, Naruto was pouring in a decent amount of chakra. Steam blanketed the area as the Taki nin stopped their assault. Naruto stopped his defense, the inhale and exhale of his breathing noticeable for several seconds. He could only assume that their opponents had cut off their attack to conserve chakra. Recovering himself, he glanced at Hero. "Would you like the pleasure?" Hero smirked. "Gladly." And then he was gone. The remaining two gazed into the thick mass of vaporized water, trying to see anything. Several of the training sessions Kisame had put Naruto through included the use of Kirigakure no Jutsu, the art of hiding in the mist, and so the blonde's sight had improved slightly in the impaired conditions, but with how far away he was, and so Fu could see clearly, he slowly performed the hand signs for the wind release, violent wind palm and blasted the steam away. Now visible, Fu watched the scene below play out with interest. Hero had sheathed his twin katana and was all but dancing around the Taki nin, engaged in a strange taijutsu battle that he was clearly winning. She cocked her head in curiosity as her teammate ducked under a roundhouse kick and jabbed his thumb into the back of the boy's knee. When the Taki nin yelped in pain and jumped back awkwardly, Fu raised an eyebrow. The girl's own taijutsu training had been specifically modeled after Kakuzu's combat style, which focused specifically on waiting for the opponent to move and countering said movements with the least amount of effort and greatest reward possible. Fu had been taken on several bounty hunting missions while under his tutelage for a year and had seen firsthand how effective the man's style was, a caught punch followed by a vicious backhand and then a roundhouse kick powerful enough to shatter ribs. She had adapted relatively well to the style, but parts of it eluded her as Kakuzu tended to use the black threads in his body to complement his fighting prowess. Naruto, well, she actually had never really seen her fellow Jinchuriki use a specific taijutsu style, mostly because he preferred to use varied ninjutsu, like his teacher. If she had to guess, the blonde's physical skills probably resembled that of their teachers. If less refined and powerful, Kakuzu tended to hit hard, especially when bolstered by his earth spear technique. On the other hand, Hero appeared to be using a style similar to the Hyuga's Juken, though that should be impossible, considering that the cobalt-haired boy didn't have the Byakugan to see the body's chakra network. Interesting, commented Naruto, jumping to join Fu on her tree. He knows Kyusho Jutsu. Ah, Fu realized. That explains a lot. Kyusho Jutsu was a rarer branch of taijutsu that focused on striking the opponent's pressure points in order to disable or stall them. It was a difficult style to learn because it required knowledge of the human body, precision, and speed to use effectively, not to mention that it was difficult to pull off debilitating hits which had permanent or lasting effects. The orange-eyed girl wasn't entirely sure where Hero's speed was coming from, but he definitely appeared quite skilled with striking pressure points and evading other attacks. She glanced at Naruto from her periphery. The blonde was standing silently next to her, arms crossed and expression blank. He looked rather uninterested in his surroundings, as if one of his teammates was not, in fact, fighting against the odds for his life. Fu turned back to the battle. She could only hope Harrow escaped unscathed. LLL. Harrow dodged the majority of a small fire ninjutsu, taking a minor burn to his right leg. Kyusho Jutsu had its uses in combat, but more so when fighting one-on-one. Back under Pain's command, Harrow had either been sent out on long-distance stealth/sniping missions or as part of Splinter Cells where incapacitating his opponents left room for his teammates to finish them off. However, with no backup forthcoming, he could only assume Naruto and Fu would stay away from the action unless he asked, and a depleting chakra supply, Harrow was discovering the drawbacks of relying on it as a taijutsu style when outnumbered and alone. To dodge his opponents, Harrow had been converting chakra to lightning, using the element in an original technique which drastically accelerated his reflexes and how fast he moved. The problem was that by using the move, the cobalt-haired boy had rather quickly used up the majority of his chakra. The only good news was that by sticking to taijutsu, he had conserved the remainder of it by not using any Raiten techniques. Most of the pressure points he had struck were restraint points, those designed to temporarily immobilize an opponent or cause them brief spasms of pain. But with his dwindling reserves, he needed to finish the battle, now. The three waterfall ninja had regrouped in a loose triangle, preparing for another collaboration attack. Harrow dipped into his reserves and pulled out enough chakra to jet forward, ending up in the center of the trio. In front of him stood the lone kunoichi, and he caught a look of shock on her features before driving up with the heel of his palm, striking the point in the underside of her jaw. She dropped like a sack of bricks. Instinct suddenly screamed for Harrow to duck, and he fell to his side as Hoki's fist transited through the space he had just vacated. Hoki stumbled slightly with his momentum, falling to the ground as Harrow swept his legs out from under him. The Ame Nin rolled to his feet, diving forward, and evading a hasty punch from the second Taki Nin, to strike Hoki's teammate in the sternal notch, activating his gag reflex and forcing him to hack air involuntarily. Harrow took the opportunity to unsheath one of his swords and drive it through the boy's heart. The result was messy. With no formal sword training, Harrow had aimed for the most vital and easily accessible organ in a rather simplistic stab. The hit probably would have been clean except that the Thunder Fangs, unlike most other swords, were not ideal for physical contact, their use lying primarily in Raiten ninjutsu, and the topmost curve was now keeping the katana embedded within the Taki Nin's corpse. A low growl sounded from behind him. "You'll pay for that," shouted Hoki, and Harrow was forced to abandon the blade as the other boy tackled him from behind. Caught unaware by the move and at the end of his stamina, the cobalt-haired shinobi could do nothing as the older male sat on him and rained blow after blow on his face and body. He squirmed as best as he could to evade the punches, but he quickly realized that he was at a complete disadvantage. Then two hands grabbed Hoki's head and twisted. There was a crack as his neck was snapped. "Well, that wasn't nearly as satisfying as I hoped it would be," Fu stated dispassionately, staring at the immobile body of Hoki. "I'll never go back to Taki," she practically spat, uncaring whether or not her tormentor hurt her. Harrow sighed in relief and took his teammate's proffered hand. Naruto jumped down from his perch as Fu placed Harrow's arm over her shoulders. The blonde walked over to the waterfall kunoichi Harrow had down first, leaning down to reach her wrist and check her pulse. His lips were pursed as he withdrew his wakizashi from its sheath. Centering the blade over her heart, he plunged it through her chest, removing it immediately afterwards. "Find their scroll," he said, moving to the corpse of her teammate. "Oh, right," Fu acknowledged. She all but dropped Harrow to rummage through Hoki's clothes, while Naruto maneuvered the lone Thunder Fang from the other male Taki Nin's body. Wordlessly, he offered the blade to the grounded Harrow, who took it without a sound. "Found it," cheered Fu, "and it's a heaven scroll, too, just what we need." She seemed to realize that she was interrupting something for she suddenly fell quiet. "You killed her," Harrow observed, merely stating fact but failing to cover a tinge of surprise. "Yes," agreed Naruto. His blue eyes were cold and hard, the eyes of a ninja who knew what needed to be done. There was no pity, sympathy, or remorse as Harrow tried to analyze him. It was necessary. The Ame Nin peered at his teammate for a stretch of time, while Fu's eyes darted between the two. It was as if Naruto was a puzzle that Harrow was trying to solve, but he couldn't find which piece went where. Finally though, Harrow nodded at Naruto, as if finally accepting the blonde for his decision. "All right. Now, if you'll excuse me." And he promptly passed out. Naruto felt his vitals. Chakra exhaustion, he diagnosed. I guess we're setting up camp here for the night. Tomorrow we can head out. Fu smiled. So I guess those two can get along after all. LLL. It was only the second day within the Forest of Death, and Sai honestly had no idea what was going on anymore. With an odd number of graduates from the Ninja Academy, Danzo, the leader of the supposedly defunct Root organization, had pressured the Sandaime into allowing one of his subordinates to fill in the missing spot of the Jinan teams. Though the third Hokage had initially been opposed to the idea, the support of his two former teammates, Mitokado Homura and Yutane Koharu, two of the more prominent village council members, had essentially made his opinion null on the matter. So Sai had been assigned his current codename, been told his two teammates were Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, and that they would be under the guidance of Hatake Kakashi. Two of the three names had rung familiar chimes within the boy's head at the time, and the third was of no importance. Danzo had informed him that his mission was to watch over Sasuke and make reports on his skills and progress. He wasn't sure what his leader's interest in the last Uchiha was, but it wasn't his place to question his instructions. Unfortunately, the parameters of the mission required Sai to interact with people, which meant exposure to emotions, something Sai hadn't experienced in many years. Part of Root's program involved the elimination of emotions in order to more effectively carry out the missions necessary to Konoha's survival. So while Sai had a clear goal of what needed to be done, his personality, or lack thereof, often clashed with those of his teammates, which made carrying out his mission slightly difficult at times. All things considered, he wasn't doing too terribly. Research and spying had revealed the purpose of Kakashi's initial test, which had allowed for Team 7 to become a true Jinan team. The D-rank missions were an insult to someone of his skill. After all, Root was simply a secret subdivision of the Anbu Black Ops, but Sai bore all of it with a fake smile, because he understood the importance of following orders and obeying his superior. The truly difficult part was disguising his skills as those of a common Jinan. Sparring practice and group training were the main issues. D-rank missions didn't require a high level of training, or any training at all, it could be argued, so performing those tasks while not revealing his skills had been easy. But every time Sai was forced to spar against Sasuke, or whenever Kakashi had them perform some random team exercise, the Root operative was often forced to tone down years of trained instincts to react as only an average Jinan would. It was rather frustrating, to say the least. But he had passed those obstacles nonetheless. When the announcement that Team 7 would be entered in the Chunin exams had been made, Danzo had given Sai new orders. The exams presented the perfect opportunity to fully observe the results of Uchiha's rigorous training against his fellow ninja. Sai had been instructed to assist the boy in getting through the first two stages of the Chunin exams. The third stage would apparently be single matches in which Sai could have no influence on Sasuke's performance. The written test had been easy enough. Sai's specialty lay in drawing and painting creatures which served a multitude of purposes: reconnaissance, message relays, and battle, primarily. Sneaking out his specialized ink brush disguised as a pencil and using it to create animated flies which could spy for him had been simple. The theory was similar to several strains of Kikaiku bred by the Aburame clan specifically for reconnaissance purposes, if a tad less precise. It was the second exam which had so far completely thrown the Root operative for a loop. Several hours before, he had been separated from his two teammates by a powerful burst of wind, a futon ninjutsu, he surmised. He had come face to face with a tremendous snake, but with no one around, he hadn't feared being caught going all out. Still, Sai was used to dealing with human-sized opponents, and so defeating the snake had taken more cunning and chakra than he'd expected. Perhaps the biggest surprise had come when the giant serpent had disappeared in a burst of smoke, much in the same way a summons would. The only people Sai knew of who could use snake summons were Mitarashi Anko, a likely possibility, considering the fact that she was proctoring the second exam, and Orochimaru, infamous traitor of the Hidden Leaf. Despite the likelihood of the snake belonging to Anko, the small possibility that it was Orochimaru spurred Sai into action. Though his ink birds were fast, the dense foliage of the Forest of Death would hinder their flight, and so Sai had taken to tree jumping back to where he had been separated from his teammates. He had found them both in the same clearing he had left them. Sakura was leaning against a tree, unconscious but otherwise okay. On the other hand, Sasuke was out cold on the ground, a stab wound on his leg and two puncture marks on the side of his neck, beside which were 3 comma-shaped markings, plus a fever and some other scrapes and bruises. Sai was no expert with seals, having only the one on his tongue which prevented him from speaking of Danzo, but seeing as how Sasuke had never had such a mark before, the dark-haired boy could only assume it was a recent, and therefore potentially dangerous, addition. He had summoned 2 ink lions from the scroll he used for all of his ninjutsu, and the bodies of his teammates were placed upon their backs. Sai had found a hollowed-out tree base where he was able to deposit the bodies, then used some extra cloth and water from his canteen to soothe the Uchiha's fever. Being a nursemaid to another ninja was slightly humiliating, but Sasuke was needed alive by Danzo, so Sai had buckled down and did what was necessary. Shortly thereafter, Sakura had regained consciousness and quickly took over caring for the raven-haired boy, much to the artist's relief. Of course, not long after that, the lone team of ninja from Otogakure had arrived, forcing a weak Sakura and a tired Sai into battle in an attempt to get to Sasuke. Before too much damage was done, Rock Lee had appeared to defend Sakura, taking on the leader of the Sound Ninja and ultimately failing. Shortly thereafter, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji had revealed their presence and attempted to fight the Oto team. Sai would admit they did an okay job, as far as being novices went. After their failure, Lee's teammates Hyuga Neji and Tenten had arrived, searching for the spandex-wearing Jinan. Before they could even interfere, Uchiha Sasuke had awakened, flame-like markings spreading from the assumed seal on his neck and covering the left side of his body. He had stood and easily incapacitated one of the Oto Nin, and more likely than not would have killed him if Sakura had not prevented him from doing so. Sai was inwardly grateful to not have to fight, for it solidified the image of a mediocre ninja with no special skills. Despite that, he was unable to fully comprehend the reasons for the other Konoha Jinan to intrude into Team 7's fight. He understood the why, emotions, messy fickle feelings, pride, rage, affection, controlled their actions, but beyond that, there was no explanation for entering a fight which did not concern them. It made Sai glad that he no longer had the capacity to feel emotions, they seemed to cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. As the leader of the Sound team placed down his scroll and retreated with his two teammates, Sai vaguely registered the Ino Shikacho trio coming out from the bushes and heading over to Lee's immobile form. With everything that had passed in the forest, Sai had a long report to make to Danzo, once he found the time to discreetly do so. High in the tree upon which he and Tenten had landed, Hyuga Neji shifted his Byakugan eye slightly, looking to the bushes on the other side of the clearing. 3 people became clear to his vision, and he was able to make out the symbols on their forehead protectors. Amigakure, he thought. He wondered if they'd attack, but when one of them signaled the other 2 to follow the path of the departed Sound team, Neji let them go. If they would rather waste their time with a scroll-less team than take on 3 separate groups of Leaf Shinan, who was he to get in their way? LLL. Konoha Nin are loud, Naruto thought, leading Haro and Fu quietly through the undergrowth. Their team had spent the previous evening camped out at the site of their battle with the waterfall team, after removing the corpses from the vicinity, of course. Haro had woken up after a couple of hours to drink some water and eat a small amount of food before returning to sleep. The next morning found the cobalt-haired boy at half strength, but capable of moving. So they had, if at a more sedate pace than the first day. But with 4 days left of the test, and their only goal being to reach the tower in the center, none of the 3 were worried about time. It was only when Naruto had broken off from their straight path around noon that his 2 team members had become confused. "I hear something," he had offered quietly by way of explanation. The scene they had come across had been rather hectic. Leaf Shinan had all but crawled out of the metaphorical woodwork, combating the threat the strangely garbed, opposing ninja team had presented. "Can we go?" Haro had scowled. "Not yet," Naruto had replied. He turned to the other male. "What do you know about that team?" He continued, motioning towards the trio all the Leaf Ninja were fighting. Both Haro and Fu had glanced from the blonde to the other ninja and then back again. Fu shrugged as Haro succinctly stated, "Nothing." The blonde had nodded. "Exactly. If there's one thing Izo-sensei taught me, it's that the more information you have, the better. Right now, I have no information on those guys, and my gut is telling me not to trust them." His attention returned to the scene they had been spying on, curses flying from his mouth when he realized they were gone. "Come on," he motioned, before slipping away. Which led Naruto, Haro, and Fu to their current scenario of moving along the ground, following the unknown team. "Where did they go?" muttered Naruto. "Kazu, check the area, will ya? You're not a very good tracker, are you?" Haro commented dryly. "Not particularly," admitted the Jinchuriki. "But once I find someone, they're in trouble, you know," he continued after a moment. "You're being oddly cooperative, all things considered." Haro leveled him with an even stare. "I told you, I'm a strategist. You gave me a compelling reason to follow them, and you proved to me that you know what you're doing with those Taki Nin." He took a deep breath. "You're right. My own desire to kill that Ame team was not in line with this mission, which should be my focus. I've decided that if we're to get through this, I'm better off working with you than against you, which means accepting your decisions. From now on, I'm dedicated to whatever you say our objective is, as long as it makes sense. Naruto seemed to take this admission in stride, but after a brief moment he nodded. There was silence as Naruto wondered if he should say something, but Fu preempted him with a hesitant, guys? Zankua. Naruto kicked Hero into Fu and dove away just before a powerful blast of air swept through the place they had just vacated. The blonde wiped his brow with the back of his hand and let out a silent breath of relief. That was a bit too close. Come out, shouted a voice, we know you're there. All three exchanged glances before stepping out from the foliage to face their opponents. Naruto recognized the majority of their outfits from the Akatsuki hideout. Each wore gray pants with black splotches in a camouflage pattern, as well as a long scarf of the same design wrapped around their throats. One of them, Naruto guessed he was the leader, though he couldn't say why, had bandages wrapped around his entire face, save the left eye. The sleeves of his gray shirt, which were slightly darker than the pants, were abnormally long, and a large furry object, a cape was the closest thing Naruto could describe it as, covered his back. His male teammate possessed dark, spiky hair with two face plates starting from under his forehead protector and following his jaw line. One of his arms looked to be either dislocated or broken. He wore a short-sleeved yellow shirt and tight black cloth over his forearms. Two black stripes were imprinted on the shirt from his collarbone to under his armpits, and a third went around his waist, separating one of the three kanji for death on his shirt from the other two. His female teammate wore the same forearm bands as well as a sleeveless vest, and a second scarf was wrapped around her waist much like a belt. Her long, dark hair fell almost to the ground. Wrapped around each of their foreheads was a hiti-8, the same, unknown symbol of a musical note engraved in the metal. Who are you? Asked the partial mummy. I could ask you the same thing, retorted Naruto. What village are you from? The spiky-haired boy laughed. You've never heard of Otogakur? Yoamei nin are all pathetic. Zaku, shut up, hissed the first male. Oh, come on, Dosu, you can't tell me you think these little babies present a challenge. Otogakur? Queried Fu. Where's that? And why haven't we heard of it? Oto is a new village set up within the land of rice paddies, led by Orochimaru-sama. Bragged Zaku. Naruto and Hero shared a look which clearly said, he's a talker. This is our first appearance in the Chunin exams, and we're here to show just how powerful we are, and to fulfill Orochimaru-sama's desires. We'll have to go back and find a way to kill Uchiha Sasuke, he directed to Dosu. Zaku warned his teammate, stop talking. And with the curse seal in play, I'm not sure if killing the Uchiha is a good idea, let alone a possibility. The mention of Orochimaru placed Naruto on edge. He knew nothing of the man personally, only that his reputation preceded him. If the renegade Sannin was influencing the Chunin exams in some way, Naruto and his team would have to be extra careful. It did offer an explanation for why Kakuzu had come to Konoha in the first place, though Orochimaru had a huge price on his head. Naruto was unsure of the exact value, which meant that he was extraordinarily skilled, a fact which accounted for Kakuzu's uncertainty in winning a battle against him. There was a moment of silence as Naruto turned over the information he had just heard in his head, the team from Hidden Sound subtly preparing to attack. Everyone seemed to realize the time for talk was over, for Naruto and Dosu ordered at the same time, kill them. Zankua, shouted Zaku. The three fake Genin scattered to escape the blast. Kin, now. The female, Kin, apparently, threw a flurry of senbon at Naruto, but the blonde easily dodged them. Chiming sounded out from behind him, and Naruto turned to see several of the senbon stuck in a large tree, tiny bells attached to them. Then the double vision began. Naruto tried to stop the world from spinning, but he guessed that he was trapped in some sort of illusion. I think I'm gonna hurl. Because Kakuzu never used genjutsu in actual combat, he had merely taught Naruto the basics of dispelling the illusionary techniques. During the course of being taught how to escape genjutsu, Kakuzu had inflicted several types of illusions he had picked up during his early years upon the blonde. The lesson Naruto had learned was that he was rather susceptible to that branch of the ninja arts, and that he could really only break a couple of the weaker ones with the traditional genjutsu release theory. It was a bit of a debilitating weakness in certain scenarios, but fortunately the blonde's healing abilities were enough to offset the danger his susceptibility to genjutsu could get him in. Fu watched as Naruto fell to his knees and clapped his hands over his ears. She moved to try and help him, but another flurry of senbon peppered the area between her and him. The spiky-haired sound nin, Zaku, she remembered, was keeping Hero preoccupied. The fight was surprisingly even, Zaku's loss of an arm counteracted by Hero's incomplete recovery from the previous day. Kin was preventing her from interfering with Naruto, allowing Dosu to zip forward and slam a strange device attached to his arm into Naruto's stomach with a brutal uppercut. Naruto coughed up a mixture of blood and bile, the red fluid also trickling out of his ears and soaking his head covering. Disoriented, with his vision swimming violently, Naruto could only grudgingly accept that the Sound Nin had a fair amount of talent, comparatively speaking, anyway. He vaguely registered the echoing of Dosu's voice, the mummified boy explaining how the device on his arm, the melody arm, altered sound waves to confuse and injure the foe. Their village was aptly named then, if all of their abilities revolved around the manipulation of sound and sound waves to gain the upper hand over their opponents. The blue-eyed boy squinted in an attempt to settle his vision. There was a slight glint of sunlight on metal, and Naruto could finally focus enough to realize that the bells Kin had thrown were attached to the senbone by ninja wire. Despite his dizziness, he unsheathed his wakizashi and swung haphazardly, applying futon chakra to cleave the wires in two. The simple movement caused waves of nausea to roll over him, but he felt a sense of accomplishment in spite of his vertigo. "You can still move, huh?" came Dosu's voice from above him. "I'll take care of that." He swung down with the melody arm, this time targeting Naruto's head. "Naruto," cried Fu, forgetting to use his alias in her panic. She took two senbone to the thigh and one to the shoulder for the distraction. "Enough's enough," floated through Naruto's head. The blonde wasn't entirely sure how well he could control his faculties, between the damage from the melody arm and the dissipating effects of Kin's illusions, but pain suddenly flooded his body as Jiongu forcibly took over. Black threads shot out from the stitches in his left forearm, wrapping around Dosu's attacking arm. The tendrils wriggled into the holes of the melody arm, working to negate the threat which caused their user harm. Dosu tried to use his chakra to amplify the damage his weapon did, but the threads were unresponsive to the assault. Naruto's other forearm lashed out, attached to his body only by the cable-like threads, and grabbed the Sound Ninja around the neck. As more of Jiongu's tendrils slithered out from Naruto's arms to restrain Dosu, the blonde spared a careful look at his teammates. Hero was stuck on the defensive, unable to find the time to either move close to strike pressure points or back away to use his patented lightning techniques, with Zaku shooting continuous blasts of air at him. He turned his head the other way, vision swimming with the movement, to see Fu countering salvos of senbone from Kin with her own needles. The Kyubi Jinchuriki lurched to his feet, stumbling in the process as his equilibrium was thrown even more off balance. "I'd love to stay longer," he informed Dosu, fighting down nausea in the process, "but I'm pretty sure I don't want to be hit by your little toy again." The mummified boy's visible eye widened marginally. Naruto fought to regain control of Jiongu, the struggle reminding him of his initial training with the Kinjutsu. Finally, recovering some measure of his equilibrium, he exerted enough willpower to extend his free left hand with the threads to grab his fallen sword, making sure to keep the tendrils from his forearm wrapped around the melody arm. Focusing intently upon Dosu's neck to control his strike, he took a second to steady himself before slicing the blade across his opponent's carotid artery. Nausea reclaimed him, and Naruto wondered absent-mindedly how much damage Dosu had inflicted to him with the one strike to still be feeling the effects. There was a slight slurping noise as Jiongu returned to his body, allowing Dosu's corpse to drop to the floor and his lower arms to reconnect with his elbows. Pushed to the back of his mind were the clamoring thoughts regarding the almost sentient nature of Jiongu's tendrils. All he could think of was helping his teammates. Naruto knew that he had no chance of using a pinpointed attack, so a broad one would have to do. He closed his eyes to better concentrate, discovering that without the double vision he could more easily focus on his goal. "Damn fox," he snarled, "why can't you help me now?" A dark chuckle echoed in his mind. This hardly qualifies as mortal peril. A little pain teaches one to not make the same mistake. You may consider that your help, child. Naruto was startled at the actual response, but he ignored it to the best of his abilities. His hands moved through the seals for the great breakthrough technique, opening his eyes long enough to send the large wall of wind towards Zaku. The spiky-haired boy turned around, shouting, "Zankuki Okua." The powerful blast of air countered Naruto's attack, completely dissipating the great breakthrough and allowing the residual of the attack to sweep over him. Several cuts appeared on his clothes and exposed skin, and Naruto idly wondered how disoriented he was to have one of his base attacks at a low enough level to be countered so easily. He slumped to the ground, using the trunk of the tree behind him as a backrest. Meanwhile, Zaku was crowing in delight. "How pathetic. I don't even know how you fools got this far with such mediocre skills. This is the perfect warm-up for taking out Rai Zenkai." The earth broke and collapsed as a triangular bolt of lightning rampaged through it. Zaku released a short scream as he was engulfed in the blast, the powerful attack frying him almost instantly. Naruto closed one eye, spying Haro not far Zaku's position, his hands to the ground. The rain ninja was breathing heavily, and Naruto was about to comment on a job well done before Haro fell on his back, unmoving. Chiri Soho no Jutsu. Leaving the thought of Haro till later, Naruto smirked to himself, closing his other eye to nurse his double vision. It sounded as if Fu was getting ready to finish her battle. Despite the prevalence of dust in the atmosphere, Fu often complained that it was too much effort to collect enough for a legitimate attack quickly. As such, she had created the dust touch technique to turn non-living, solid materials to dust and increase the quantity of her specialization. She had explained all this to him on the way to the Akatsuki hideout, so he knew that next would come a powerful dust release move, like Jingaden. Naruto cocked his head in mild confusion. It wasn't quite what he was expecting, but it worked, he supposed. He had discovered that, because of Hidden Waterfall's focus on Suiten techniques and hatred of the Nanabi, Fu had been left in the dust. He chuckled quietly at the unintentional pun, in studying earth and wind releases to combine into Jinten. As a result, she had practiced and created many of those specialized attacks, such as the performed dust release, Dust Fang Bullet, based on many water attacks, the Suigaden in this case. When he had called her a copycat and a cheat, she had merely retorted that dust was far more common and easier to create than water was, and he had promptly shut up. It was both humiliating and humbling to recognize that she was right. Footsteps brought him back to his senses, and Naruto opened one eye to see Fu standing above him, hands on her hips. He saw her orange eyes shift over to Haro's prone form before she sighed. "Boys," she huffed with a roll of her eyes. Naruto tried to smile at her, but it came out as more of a grimace. Fu ignored the gesture and walked over to Haro, picking him up and carrying him over to where Naruto was leaning against the tree. "Chakra exhaustion, again," she stressed, laying him on the ground. "Honestly, what the hell were you two doing? And why did you let him fight when he wasn't fully recovered? He's a bit difficult to stop when you have, no balance," Naruto groaned. Fu rolled her eyes for a second time. "Honestly, what am I supposed to do with you two?" she asked rhetorically. "Looks like we're here for another night. We'll have to get to the tower tomorrow." Naruto nodded, but stopped, the motion making him sick again. He thought he could hear the Kyuubi laughing at him from his mindscape. Bastard, he thought. Then sleep claimed him. When Naruto woke in the late morning the next day, the first thing he noticed was that the world no longer spun. He sat up, fighting a brief sense of vertigo, then swiveled his head to see if his balance had been restored. When his self-diagnosis was finished, he stood and stretched. Everything seemed fine. "Oh, you're awake," remarked Fu. She strolled over and gave him a small amount of the rations she had scavenged from the forest, as well as a canteen. He drank greedily as she continued, "Haro woke about 15 minutes ago. We're ready to leave when you are." The blonde shot her a quick thumbs up, and she nodded in response. They vacated the clearing 5 minutes later. Haro looked a bit paler than normal, and Naruto guessed that he had recovered maybe 30% of his total chakra. Fu kept shooting the cobalt-haired boy worried glances, as if expecting him to collapse at any moment. Fortunately, tree jumping didn't require a large exertion of energy, and after several hours of travel, they reached the tower in the center of the forest. All three stared at the building, the same thought drifting through their minds. Thank Kami. LLL. After living for close to a century, Kakuzu had acquired a fondness for reading old books. Information was power, and it was impressive what one could learn from texts with enough time and dedication. As such, he'd taken to checking out books from the Konoha library and poring over them, taking advantage of the opportunity presented to him while stuck within a village he hated. Unfortunately, the process was frustrating. Originally, he had hoped that information on Orochimaru would be available, but because he was a foreigner, there were too many restrictions on what he could and could not look at. Even a Hidden Leaf citizen probably wouldn't be able to find much on one of his village's major traders in a public area. It was an annoying obstacle to come across because the man's talents were a mystery. The root of the issue actually lay in the fact that a large amount of the higher-level ninja, mostly S-class, but some A-class, did not have their full abilities listed within any edition of the Bingo book, either Hidden Village or Bounty Hunter versions. This was because, while several S-class ninja were generally renowned far and wide, few other ninja either knew their skills or lived through encounters to report on them. Kakuzu's book, which was much more expansive than the normal one, was surprisingly lacking in this area as well. If Zetsu's, Konan's, and Orochimaru's absent profiles were any indication, thought at least the Snake Sanin had an entry, albeit an uninformative one. Kakuzu appreciated the secrecy in his own case, but it became a rather frustrating occurrence when he needed the information for his own uses, especially when he was going up against someone of Orochimaru's caliber. Finding an apparent dead end there, the mercenary had moved on to a different research topic, the Uzumaki clan. The bad thing about living a long time was that, while he could retain a lot of information, some of the older tidbits got lost to time. He could vaguely remember hearing about the existence of an Uzumaki clan, but so far as he knew, its members had never held prominence in any of the main villages, and whispers of them had disappeared decades ago, meaning that he'd stopped giving them attention. It was like trying to recall the days when Taki had wanted to claim glory and sought ways to eliminate people the likes of Kinkaku and Ginkaku of the Hidden Cloud. He could remember their names, but nothing pertinent about them. His student's lack of information about his own family was intriguing, though it was hard to say exactly why he was putting in such legwork for the blonde. Originally, the boy had been a way for him to get more money, and he'd raised him the same way he'd trained himself back in the founding days of the hidden villages. At some point, and he could probably trace it to Naruto's similarities to himself, the same reason he'd bestowed the Earth Grudge Fear Kinjutsu upon him, Kakuzu had changed his mind about what his pupil would be to him. He would be more than just a source of income, he'd become a message the Nukenin wanted to deliver to the world. Naruto still had a long ways to go, however. He was inexperienced in actual combat, which was probably as much Kakuzu's fault as it was the blonde's, not that he would ever admit it, and his training was spread thin in several different directions, leaving him woefully non-specialized. It would be a boon later on, when he would have a broad range of skills to call upon and the expertise to back them, but at this stage, it could just be considered confusing. He was also, sadly, arrogant about his abilities, a trait he'd probably picked up from his teacher, and as Kakuzu frequently pointed out, the blonde's arrogance had yet to be earned. One day, the younger thread user would become a top-notch shinobi, but until that point, Kakuzu fully expected him to misstep, learn from his mistakes, and stumble along the path, and the mercenary would be there to ridicule his student every step of the way, pushing him to become better. A knock sounded at the main door of his room, drawing him from his musings, and he called out, "Yes?" The voice that returned to him was pure business. "Anbu," he guessed. "Your team just checked in. They have passed the second stage of the Chunin exams. I am here to escort you to the tower in preparation for the third stage." "Very well," Kakuzu acknowledged. He placed down the scroll he had been reviewing and went to open the door. "Lead the way." "Naruto, Orochimaru, just what are you both capable of? Time marches on, I suppose I will find out soon enough." Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.